Welcome to Light Novel Audiobook. Naruto, COS Real Danzo said he is my father. Chapter 21. The sun pierced through the dark clouds and landed on Hajime. Everyone at the funeral looked up and squinted their eyes at the golden beam. The child made people involuntarily trust and move from the bottom of their hearts. They seemed to see the new buds on the big tree of Konoha. After the funeral, Konoha began to rebuild. The giant snake summoned by Orochimaru caused a lot of damage to Konoha. On the rooftop of the Hokage building, Jiraiya was standing on it to enjoy the breeze. The Hokage building is located in the center of Konoha, and it can take in all the scenery of Konoha village. Jiraiya did not attend the funeral, but he heard about what happened at the funeral. Hajime's talent, character, and the degree of trust among his peers reminded Jiraiya of Minato Namikaze. To be honest, he thought Hajime was a good candidate for Hokage. Jiraiya. Midamanen and Udaten Koharu stood behind Jiraiya. Jiraiya turned his head slightly, with a nonchalant smile on his face. So it's the two elders. Midokado-en said solemnly, Jiraiya, the Sandame has left, and Konoha now needs a new Hokage. Udaten Koharu and Midokado-en looked at each other. We nominate you to be the new Hokage. Udaten Koharu seemed to know Jiraiya's character very well, and quickly added, there is no better choice in the village than you. As the disciple of the Sandame Hokage, the teacher of the fourth Hokage, and one of the three ninjas, you should also take on this responsibility for the village. Jiraiya snorted and laughed, and his mind turned quickly, isn't there someone more suitable than me? He pushed the position to another person without hesitation. Even if he didn't say the name, Midokado-en and Udaten Koharu thought of who the more suitable person was. Udaten Koharu hesitated, the granddaughter of the first generation, one of the three ninjas, that girl is indeed very suitable to become a Hokage. Midokado-en pointed out the most crucial point, no one knows her whereabouts now. When Midokado-en said this, Jiraiya couldn't help but think of someone. Hajime seemed to be looking for Tsunade, and Jiraiya took on the task of finding Tsunade to the two elderly people. Let me find Tsunade, but I need to take away the genin from two villages. Midokado-en, okay. As for the stay or departure of the genin in the village, these old guys still have the right to decide. Jiraiya said the name, Uzumaki Naruto and Hajime Masashi. Udaten Koharu was silent for a moment, looking at Jiraiya. Uzumaki Naruto can be left to you, but Hajime Masashi, you need to go to the route. Midokado-en was also helpless about Jiraiya's accuracy in picking people. Hajime Masashi is Danzo's son after all, and that old guy's temper. Silence represents everything. Jiraiya just didn't want to face Elder Danzo. He scratched his head with a headache. After Udaten Koharu and Midamanen left, Jiraiya walked around on the rooftop. A minute later, he made a great decision. That was to secretly kidnap Hajime Masashi. By the time Shimura Danzo found out, it was no use. By then they had already left Konoha. Jiraiya laughed evilly like a devil. Ramen shop. Hajime sat between Naruto and Sasuke and ate ramen. Sakura next to Sasuke didn't eat. She looked at Hajime and finally breathed a sigh of relief. She was really happy to see Hajime regain his vitality. Sakura's green eyes were filled with a layer of crystal light. Hajime and Naruto, who were eating ramen seriously, were suddenly shrouded by a shadow. The two slowly raised their heads. Jiraiya's mouth was grinning from ear to ear, and he stretched out his claws towards the two of them. Swish! Jiraiya was like a tornado, sweeping away Naruto and Hajime, and disappeared in the ramen shop. Sakura was stunned for a few seconds, then stood up suddenly. Hajime! Naruto! He was kidnapped. She looked at Suzuki, who was still eating noodles calmly. Suzuki calmly put down his chopsticks, paid the money for the 3 people to the uncle, and walked out the door. That's Jiraiya, one of the 3 ninjas. They will be fine. After saying this, Suzuki left without waiting for Sakura. Sakura stood in the ramen shop, looking at Sasuke's back uncomfortably. I always feel that something has changed in Suzuki. It was somewhat obvious since the time in the Forest of Death. After the battle with Gaara, this feeling became stronger. Sakura didn't know what to do. Facing Sasuke's indifference, she seemed to be the only O'Neill he could do was stand there and watch Sasuke's figure go away. If Hajime was there, Hajime would definitely find a way. Sakura lowered her eyes, waiting for Hajime to come back and tell Hajime about Suzuki. Suzuki walked to the busy street. Although Orochimaru's attack caused damage to Konoha, Konoha did not show a decline because of it, and it was still thriving. Suzuki stood in the crowd, and there was a moment of trance and embarrassment. Carrying hatred, has he been left far behind by his companions, whether it was Hajime, who was extremely talented, or Naruto, who came from behind to defeat Gaara? Suzuki felt unbearable torment. It seemed that he had become a weak person. But he obviously wanted revenge. If he continued to be confused like this, he would never be able to defeat that person. Kakashi. Suzuki saw Kakashi's figure at the door of a snack stand. He walked up and asked in confusion, "Why is Kakashi here?" Standing at the door of the snack stand but not going in to eat, it looks suspicious. Kakashi glanced into the snack bar and casually said, "Ah, because I plan to buy some food." Suzuki noticed Kakashi's gaze and looked into the store as well. It was empty. The teacup on the table was still steaming. Seeing the half-eaten food in the food box, Suzuki frowned and said with disgust, "I hate Naruto the most." Kakashi raised his eyebrows and stood up slightly. "Suzuki, I don't have time to practice with you today. I have something to deal with." As soon as the voice fell, without giving Suzuki time to answer, his figure disappeared in front of Suzuki. Suzuki frowned and felt a little strange about Kakashi's reaction. He looked at the half box of Naruto in the snack bar again, as if he couldn't control it. He felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. Wow! So prosperous! Naruto looked at the unfamiliar street in front of him and exclaimed in ignorance. He grabbed Hajime's wrist and ran around, stopping at every stall to look for a long time. "It's a goldfish! What a beautiful goldfish!" Naruto opened his eyes wide, holding his hand on the pool fence, his face almost touching the water. He shook Hajime's hand in surprise. "Hajime! Hajime! Do you want to play?" "Hajime!" He didn't want to play. But Naruto's face had 3 big words written on it: "I want to play." Hajime nodded indifferently, "Let us play." Naruto excitedly took out coins from the little frog wallet and handed them to the vendor in exchange for 2 fishing nets covered with paper. Naruto carefully dipped the fishing net into the water and approached the little goldfish. The little goldfish was caught in the thin paper and patted its tail. Puff! Water splashed on Naruto's cheek. The goldfish fell back into the water. The fishing net in Naruto's hand broke. He looked at Hajime pitifully. Hajime squatted down and put the fishing net in his hand into the water. A red and gold goldfish was caught by him. The boss put the small goldfish into a transparent bag and gave them some fish food. Hajime handed it to Naruto. Naruto was so happy that he stared at the small goldfish and laughed foolishly all the way. Jiraiya, an adult, didn't play children's games. After booking a hotel, he left Hajime and Naruto to enjoy adult life. The moment Hashumi sat cross-legged on the bed, he remembered something important. Uchiha Itachi. If he remembered correctly, Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame would come to visit today. Hashumi lay down on the bed, crossed his legs, and began to think. A minute later, he got off the bed and opened the door. Naruto, I'm going out to buy something. You wait for me in the room. Hashumi warned. Naruto was looking at the goldfish with his butt raised. He turned his head to look at Hashumi and found that Hashumi was about to close the door. He nodded subconsciously. When the door closed, Naruto jumped up. No. Hashumi. Wait for me. I want to go too. However, when Naruto opened the door, Hashumi was no longer outside the door. Naruto had to go back to the room and continue looking at the goldfish. Hashumi just went out and walked about 100 meters, and saw two extremely conspicuous figures. The uniform of the Akatsuki organization is very recognizable, and it is difficult for Hoshigaki Kisame to not attract attention. Hashumi deliberately swayed in front of them. Uchiha Itachi. Hoshigaki Kisame. The forehead protector of a Konoha ninja on the little brat in front of him is too obvious. Hoshigaki Kisame squatted down, grinned, revealing a mouth full of shark-like sharp teeth. Are you a ninja from Konoha? Uchiha Itachi stood behind Kisame, watching Kisame coaxing the child. Hashumi looked back and looked Kisame up and down, and said in a very arrogant way, Who are you? Hoshigaki Kisame, my companion is also a ninja from Konoha, we are looking for him. Hashumi looked at Uchiha Itachi again. Uchiha Itachi was like a machine, with indifference in his scarlet eyes. He doesn't look like a ninja from Konoha. Hashumi stood in front of the stall and threw darts. Seeing that all the darts were hit, the boss's expression became more and more ugly. Ha 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 ha. Hoshigaki Kisame laughed unpleasantly. Hashumi looked at him weirdly. Shut up, it's unpleasant. Ding. Human malice detected plus 500. Cursed power converted to chakra plus 500. Chakra 109,130 100 million. Hashumi stared at Kisame in surprise. I didn't realize Kisame cared about these things. A taunt can add 500 malice. Are you here to find the Nine Tails Jinchuriki? A thought suddenly appeared in Hashumi's mind. He asked directly. Kisame's pupils dilated slightly. Uchiha Itachi's calm pupils showed shallow ripples. It's not that I can't take you. Hashumi touched his chin, his eyes wandering around Kisame and Uchiha Itachi. Are you from Akatsuki? Kisame's eyes lit up. What a big surprise for him. Uchiha Itachi's heart gradually sank. I don't recommend you to attack the Nine Tails at this time. The success rate is not high. Hashumi proposed seriously. Ding. Human malice detected plus 5,000. Cursed power converted to chakra plus 5,000. Chakra 114,130 100 million. Yo! Uchiha Itachi broke through the defense so quickly. Hashumi said, forget it, you are all here, let's try to see if it can succeed. He walked forward and noticed that Kisame and Uchiha Itachi didn't keep up, so he turned back and urged, why are you in a daze? Catch up! Hoshigaki Kisame. Uchiha Itachi. It feels weird. The brain seems to be unable to react. Hoshigaki Kisame followed behind Hashumi and asked, Who are you? Hashumi turned his head slightly and smiled at him. I thought you could guess it. He made a mouth shape. That was clearly Madara. Hoshigaki Kisame was startled, and the corners of his mouth opened unconsciously. Is there an undercover inside Konoha as expected of him? Hazumi's plan is to have no plan. He does whatever he wants with a straight face. As for what others think and how they see it, what does it have to do with him? He is just an ordinary ninja worker who works diligently to earn malice points. Oh, by the way, Sasuke is your brother, right? Hajime started to walk around Uchiha Itachi again. This man is honest. He is really contributing to the malice points. Ding! Human malice value detected plus 5000. Cursed power conversion chakra amount plus 5000. Chakra 119,130 100 million. It would be great if everyone was as sensible as Uchiha Itachi. As expected, brother control is terrible. Well, don't worry, I will help you to destroy him. Who makes us a team? Hajun Jian said with a smile. Hajun Jian did not hear the voice of the malicious value. He suppressed his doubts. As far as I know, isn't he your friend? Uchiha Itachi finally spoke. His whole body was like a piece of ice, and he was cold when he spoke. Like an air conditioner. What friend? I didn't admit it. And it's because he trusts me that it's easier for me to do it and it's more painful for him, isn't it? Just like when you slaughtered the Uchiha clan. Hajun Jian kept stabbing Uchiha Itachi in the heart. The villain in his heart was holding a knife with an evil face and stabbing Uchiha Itachi's heart into a sieve. Ding! Human malice detected plus 100,000. Cursed power converted into chakra plus 100,000. Chakra 219,130 100 million. Harumi became rich overnight. 100,000. A full 100,000. He hasn't done it yet. He just talked. Uchiha Itachi is too generous. He said he wanted to destroy Konoha, but Sarutobi Hiruzen did it, contributed 50,000 chakras to him. It can be seen that in Uchiha Itachi's heart, his younger brother is more important than anything else. Even the village that he loves so much. In this way, he can fight between the Uchiha brothers in a roundabout way. Although the risk is high, the reward is also high. This vote. He did it. Lien Jian slammed his fist lightly into his palm. Chapter 22. It's here. Hajun stopped and leaned against the door frame like a boneless person. He looked at Kisame and then at Uchiha Itachi. Hoshigaki Kisame looked at the shop with the sign of the izakaya and slowly lowered his head to look at Hajun. Are you sure Uzumaki Naruto is here? Alcohol is one of the 3 forbidden things for ninjas. No matter how you look at it, it's impossible for Uzumaki Naruto to appear here. Uchiha Itachi's murderous intention was well hidden, and even Hoshigaki Kisame beside him couldn't find it. But as the person involved, Hajun's feelings were quite clear. Of course Uzumaki Naruto can't come here by himself, but you should know who else came with Uzumaki Naruto this time. Hajun shook his head, with a hint of sarcasm in his smile. Think about it with your brain. Jiraiya, one of the 3 ninjas, must not be able to suppress his nature. Hajun's disdain was too real. Hoshigaki Kisame stretched out his hand, but he hadn't lifted the curtain of the izakaya. A big hand opened the door curtain before him, and Jiraiya and Hoshigaki Kisame looked at each other. Kisame. Jiraiya walked out, and his eyes shifted from the shark face to Uchiha Itachi's face. Rebel ninja. Seeing the forehead protector on Uchiha Itachi's head, Jiraiya sighed. Hajime raised his hand, like a primary school student complaining, their purpose is to capture the 9 tails Jinchuriki, and they are coming towards Naruto. I led them here. Jiraiya nodded and smiled, not bad. Very smart. He gave Hajime a thumbs up. Anyway, he is much more reliable than Naruto. Jiraiya couldn't help but rub Hazumi's head. Hazumi took the opportunity to run behind Jiraiya and blinked at Kisame. Kisame. He really couldn't figure out the true identity of the blue-haired kid in front of him. Since the other party can say the name Uchiha Madara, his identity is beyond doubt. But now, is it intentional to gain Konoha's trust to penetrate deeper into Konoha? This is the only explanation Kisame can think of at the moment. It seems that after this mission is over, he has to find that person to ask clearly. Uchiha Itachi is quite polite. He greeted Jiraiya first when they met. Those who don't know would think that they are normal seniors and juniors in the village. This is what Hazumi admires most about Uchiha Itachi. Although the people in the village are full of hatred for him as a traitor and feel deeply ashamed of his existence, he can still maintain his attitude after meeting. Kisame pulled out the same hata he was carrying behind him, and passed through the air, raising a cloud of dust. Seeing this, the people on the street quickly and skillfully closed the doors and windows and escaped from the back door. As one of the most prosperous streets, Tansho Street is a mixed bag of people of all kinds. Wandering samurai and ninjas mingle among them, and fights break out from time to time over trivial matters. The vendors here are used to it. Are you Jiraiya, one of the 3 legendary ninjas? Kisame's eyes flashed with fighting spirit. Yoshi. It seems you know my name, the Toad Sage. Jiraiya fiddled with his hair, put his hands on his hips, tied his lower body tightly, and acted cool regardless of the occasion. Hazumi poked his head out from behind him and reminded him seriously, "Don't act cool." Jiraiya. Ding. Human malice detected +10. Cursed power converted chakra +10. Chakra 219,140 100 million. Hazumi estimated that Jiraiya was now nagging him in his heart. Taking Naruto away is the highest order given to us by our organization Akatsuki. Today we must take Uzumaki Naruto away. Uchiha Itachi said it so vividly. Kisame felt something strange in his heart, and glanced at Mr. Itachi beside him, but did not speak. Jiraiya looked more serious than ever before. It's impossible to take Naruto away here. But you came at the right time, I will deal with you here. The tailed beast is of great importance. It is related to the survival of a village. What's more, it is the most powerful 9-tailed beast among the tailed beasts. Jiraiya will never let Akatsuki succeed. Don't interfere. A voice came from the front of the street. Looking at Sasuke running hurriedly, Hazumi fell into silence. Then, his heart began to beat wildly with excitement. Great! Sasuke's appearance is simply the finishing touch. The plan in his mind has taken shape. The one who killed this guy. It's me. Sasuke stood behind Uchiha Itachi. The flame of hatred burned in his pupils. His slender body trembled slightly. I don't know if it was fear or excitement. Uchiha Itachi, his breathing became barely audible, and his sight moved and fell on Sasuke. Jiraiya had heard about the Uchiha clan. Therefore, he was not surprised to see Sasuke's appearance at this time. I am not interested in you now. Uchiha Itachi's plain words easily aroused Sasuke's emotions. What a joke! Sasuke clenched his fists and rushed towards Uchiha Itachi. Before he got close, he was easily kicked away. His body suddenly smashed the wall. He fell in the ruins and coughed because of the smoke and dust around him. Sasuke! Renjian's figure flashed and quickly appeared beside Sasuke. He helped Sasuke up with a worried look on his face, but after noticing Uchiha Itachi's gaze, he smiled at him. Ding! Human malice detected +2000. Cursed power conversion chakra amount +2000. Chakra 221,140 100 million. Sasuke stood up again and gently pushed away Hazumi's hand that was supporting him. Hazumi, this is my own business. You can understand me, right? I live for this day. Sasuke didn't look at Hazumi, but stared at Uchiha Itachi. There was nothing in his mind. Only Uchiha Itachi's Sharingan was spinning in his mind. The other party's words on the night of the genocide were like a demonic sound in his mind. Of course I can understand you. Hazumi took a step back, but still looked at Sasuke's profile and said firmly, but as a companion, I can't ignore your injury. You live for this day, and I live to protect my companions. Sasuke, you can understand me, right? He tilted his head slightly, his blue medium-length hair scattered on his cheeks, and his heterochromatic pupils flashed with fragmented warm light. Just like every day, he is used to treating his friends with this attitude. And just like every day, no one can reject such Hazumi with a cold attitude. Sasuke pursed his lips, but said nothing more. Hazumi understood him, and he also understood Hazumi. And the feeling of having Hazumi by his side. Very warm. Very reassuring. Sasuke will not be hanging in the air all the time like before, being torn into a bloody mess by a steel wire called hatred. His feet landed on the soft ground, and someone held up a piece of reassuring land for him. Ding! Human malice detected plus 10,000. Cursed power converted chakra plus 10,000. Chakra 231,140 100 million. It seems that your hatred is not deep enough. Uchiha Itachi suddenly looked at Sasuke and said. His figure flashed and appeared behind Hazumi. Sasuke's pupils suddenly dilated, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. He ran towards Hazumi. With a puff, the kunai pierced through Hazumi's back, and blood splashed out from his chest, soaking half of his body in blood. Ding! Human malice detected plus 2,000. Chakra converted from cursed power plus 2,000. Chakra 233,140 100 million. In Sasuke's pupils, 3 megatamas slowly rotated. The wound on Hazumi's body disappeared instantly. He exerted his strength, and the powerful airflow wrapped around his whole body. With the opening of the 8 gates, his speed, chakra, and strength all rose rapidly at the same time. Bang! His fist hit Uchiha Itachi's face. The air seemed to be affected by the strong airflow, and the temperature rose. The fist that opened the 5th gate was extremely fast, and was caught by Uchiha Itachi with a normal expression. As expected, Uchiha Itachi's existence is to prove what a genius is. But, unfortunately, Hazumi is also a genius. In an instant, his fist that had lost its power suddenly burst out with a disintegrating force. A black light centered on his fist, and the surrounding space was vaguely distorted, hitting Uchiha Itachi's shoulder. Hazumi landed smoothly, with a bright light flashing in his eyes, and a faint smile on the corner of his mouth, unruly and full of wildness like a beast. Uchiha Itachi narrowed his eyes slightly, and a tingling sensation came from his throat. Cough cough cough. Uchiha Itachi covered his lips. Swallowed the blood in his mouth. Kisame, who was trying to fight Jiraiya, immediately retreated to Uchiha Itachi's side. He knew Uchiha Itachi's physical condition. "Are you okay, Mr. Itachi?" Kisame asked. Itachi shook his head and held back a cough. Itachi glanced at Sasuke from the corner of his eye, and was slightly stunned when he saw his pupils. Ding! Human malice detected plus 5,000. Cursed power converted chakra plus 5,000. Chakra 238,140 100 million. Hearing the familiar prompt tone, Hashumi raised the corners of her lips. Roar! Did he get angry when he saw that Sasuke's Sharingan evolved because of him? Is it because of Uchiha Itachi? Did you see it? Sasuke's regard for him was beyond his imagination. Once he betrayed, it would bring indelible destruction to Sasuke's spiritual world. Therefore, Uchiha Itachi had such a shocking killing intention towards him. After all, Uchiha Itachi still didn't know Hashumi's true character. The safest way is to kill all possibilities in the cradle. Killing Hashumi is the most time-saving and labor-saving way. Uchiha Itachi took a step forward. His figure was like an arrow, but this time he was not aiming at Hashumi, but at Sasuke. He easily grabbed Sasuke's neck, and his Manjiki Sharingan flashed. Sasuke's whole body stiffened, and he fell into a nightmare that he still didn't want to recall. Take advantage of his illness to kill him. Hashumi appeared behind Uchiha Itachi, using his palm as a knife, slashing at Uchiha Itachi's neck. The air was broken by this palm, forming two clearly separated air waves. Uchiha Itachi's pupils flashed blood. However, at that moment, the long blue hair fluttered in the air. Immediately afterwards, Hashumi's body was heavily kicked by someone. Get out! Naruto, who hurried over, changed his expression and stepped forward quickly. He was not fast enough, so he chose to be a meat cushion for Hashumi. Hashumi fell on Naruto, and the two dragged on the ground for at least 5 meters. Bang! Kisame was also kicked away by Jiraiya. Kisame adjusted his posture in the air and landed steadily beside Itachi. Sasuke's body slowly slid down the wall, his eyes were dull, and he was completely trapped in the illusion. Kisame glanced at Uchiha Sasuke on the ground and snorted and laughed. It's worthy of Mr. Itachi. Itachi looked at the stranger who appeared next to him out of thin air. He was completely someone who had never heard of in the ninja world. His long blue hair turned into a long braid, hanging on his chest, and the end of his hair reached a little above his knees. Except for the length of his hair, height, and age, the person in front of him was exactly the same as Hashumi. It was completely an enlarged version of the other party. Master, long time no see, did you miss me? Hashumi Maki, who was created by Hashumi Masashi, waved at him. Jiraiya looked at the figure that appeared in front of him, frowned, and looked at Hashumi Masashi, who got up from the ground. Looks exactly like the real one. Naruto raised his head and was stunned for a moment, his eyes moving back and forth between the real one and Hashumi Maki. The real one's technique can split itself into individuals and change the shape of the body at the same time, and the appearance is naturally no problem. This is the real one's plan. It is much more cost-effective for 2 people to earn malicious points together than for 1 person. The real one did not speak, his knees squatted slightly, and his fists were once again entangled by black and red lightning. His figure flashed, and he punched Hashumi Maki fiercely. When you fight with yourself, how the battle goes depends on Hashumi himself, doesn't it? Hashumi Maki showed a bright smile on his face, and the attack moves in his hands are exactly the same as Hashumi Masashi. The power is quite different. Hashumi Masashi's body hit the wall hard, blood oozing from the corners of his mouth, but the wounds in his body were healing rapidly. Ding! Human malice detected plus 5000. Chakra converted from cursed power plus 5000. Chakra 243,140 100 million. Hashumi wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth. It was really interesting. The source of this malice is Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto was gritting his teeth and staring at Hashumi Maki, who was dusting off his hands and looked extremely relaxed, with a red light all over his body. If it wasn't for the wrong occasion, Hajime would have wanted to laugh out loud. What's going on here? Kisame looked at Hajime Maki, who suddenly appeared, his face full of amusement. Uchiha Itaka's eyes also fell on Hajime Maki. Hajime Maki noticed their gazes, covered her lips with her fingers, and smiled at them. I'm sorry to make you laugh, I'm just dealing with some housework, I don't think it's disturbing you. The faces are obviously not much different, but the temperaments are very different. The man in front of him is obviously a lunatic. Chapter 23. You are not allowed to hurt Hajime. Naruto lowered his eyes, and his wildness was revealed in his pupils. A circle of red light slowly spread around his body. The chakra of the nine tails was constantly overflowing. The kind of malice and wildness that made people's hair stand on end came to his face. Hajime covered his chest, and a smile flashed in his lowered eyes. But when he opened his eyes completely, there was only worry about Naruto in his clear eyes. Naruto. Jiraiya looked serious, and he bit his fingertips. Ninjutsu summoning technique. Bang! White smoke filled the surroundings. The armored toad raised his head and caught the same hata that Kisame chopped towards Jiraiya, making a crisp collision sound. Jiraiya's hands kept making seals, ninjutsu toad mouth binding technique. The pink stomach wall instantly covered the eyes. All of them were wrapped in a completely enclosed space by the stomach wall. As if to prevent Uchiha Sasuke from getting hurt again, the stomach wall completely swallowed Sasuke. With the raised nan condensed in his hand, Naruto instantly appeared in front of Hajime Maki. Raised nan. The raised nan in Naruto's hand blasted towards Hajime Maki's chest with force. The red light overflowing from his body continued to spread. The nine tails chakra filled the space inside the stomach wall. The blood-red vertical pupils stared at Hajime Maki. The raised nan in his hand formed a powerful rotating air wave, which spread violently in Hajime Maki's chest. Hit! Jiraiya's doubts flashed across his mind. He knew the difference in strength between the real person and Naruto. Logically speaking, a ninja who could easily injure the real person would not be so weak. Ding! Human malice detected plus 2000. The amount of chakra converted from cursed power plus 2000. Chakra 245,140 100 million. Naruto's strong killing intent invisibly contributed a lot of malice to Hajime. Naruto. Suddenly, Jiraiya shouted and ran towards Naruto. In his pupils, the scene in front of him was reflected. Under the powerful air wave raised by the raised nan, the space around Hajime Maki was slightly deformed, and traces of distortion were faintly revealed. Jiraiya certainly did not doubt that this was the power of the raised nan. His first reaction was that the other party used time-space ninjutsu. Swish! A black shadow flashed in front of Naruto's eyes. The person who was no more than 1 centimeter away from him disappeared in front of him out of thin air. Naruto's pupils trembled faintly. His eyes turned back stiffly. Maki Hajime appeared behind him out of nowhere, and leisurely lifted the blue hair beside his ear. My brother and I are having a friendly conversation, why are you interfering? He played with a kunai with a special talisman paper between his slender fingers. Maki Hajime raised his eyebrows slightly, and the kunai in his hand slashed towards the aorta in Naruto's neck. No one could resist his speed, and at this moment, the real person began to move. His body suddenly shot towards Maki Hajime and Naruto. Maki Hajime seemed to be very satisfied with the real person's reaction, and let the real person come over, and his hand continued to cut Naruto's artery. Kisame and Itaki appeared in front of Jiraiya. They blocked Jiraiya's way at the same time. Jiraiya gritted his teeth, his expression was unprecedentedly solemn. 2S level rebel ninjas were already difficult enough. Halfway through, a ninja who could use Minato's flying thunder god appeared. No one knows better than Jiraiya, Minato's teacher, how terrible flying thunder god is. Puff! The kunai pierced deeply into the palm of the real person's hand. His hand tightly grasped the kunai, completely covering the sharp blade of the kunai with his flesh. Naruto! Run! The real person shouted at Naruto. Cold sweat kept oozing from his forehead. Hehe, you can't take care of yourself, brother. Hajime Maki was amused by this scene, and a bright smile appeared on his face. The other hand turned into a big knife and passed through Hajime's neck. Blood spurted out instantly. Hajime's whole body was soaked with blood. Hajime Maki chuckled and whispered gently in the real person's ear, I know you can heal the wounds of the flesh, but the pain still exists, right? I'm excited to think that I can torture you to a mental breakdown. He pulled out the big knife. The huge crack on Lien Jian's neck was exposed to Naruto. Naruto's pupils shrank to the size of a needle. His mind was filled with images of the real person being tortured and killed. Real person. Real person. The person was tortured by the other person. He wanted to kill the other person. He wanted to kill. Roar. The intense red light flashed. The entire stomach wall was scratched with hideous wounds by the violent chakra. Jiraiya distanced himself from Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame in the air. Fire style, toad oil flame bomb. In the intense firelight that rushed towards Kisame and Uchiha Itachi, Jiraiya saw Naruto, who had transformed into a half-tailed beast. The dark red-tailed beast coat was draped over him. He crouched like a beast, and there was no humanity in his eyes. The two fox tails condensed by the tailed beast chakras swung wildly. He instantly pounced on Hajime Maki. Ding! Human malice detected plus 10,000. The amount of chakra converted from cursed power plus 10,000. Chakra 255,140 100 million. Hajin Shinji was thrown away by Hajin Shinji like garbage. His body hit the wall and rolled on the ground. The soft inner wall caught him, so he didn't get hurt. That guy is so hateful, he actually did such a vicious thing. The toad also saw the scene just now. It blocked in front of Hajin Shinji, waiting for Hajin Shinji to recover. Thank you, but he is very strong, I can't let Naruto and you get hurt for me. Hajin Shinji stood up. He subconsciously touched his neck. Although it hurt, he was so happy to earn 10,000 malicious points. This really pushed Naruto hard. The tailed beast appeared. The toad did not allow the child to show off. It put its claws on the shoulders of the real person, and with a determined light in its eyes, it shouted to Jiraiya, "It's time to get serious." Jiraiya. Humph! I knew it a long time ago. Jiraiya's mouth curled up slightly, and when he opened his eyes, red lines appeared on his face in an instant, distributed under his eyes. Two little toads appeared on his left and right shoulders. Little Jiraiya, what happened? Shima asked. The situation is critical, I will explain it to you later. Jiraiya put his hands together, and Shima and Fukasaku immediately cooperated with him. Senjutsu Gomen. Oil, wind escape, and fire escape combined together, and the high temperature of thousands of degrees seemed to evaporate all the air. Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame sensed the power of this move, and their figures flashed back. The surroundings were completely filled with white steam. All their figures were swallowed up by the endless white. In the blind spot, the real person saw Hajime Maki slashing at Naruto with a palm. The speed was extremely fast, cutting through the air and the tailed beast's outer garment. The water vapor lingered around, blocking everyone's vision. The attack became difficult to capture. However, the tailed beast's intuition was terrifyingly strong. Even if the vision was blocked. But the tailed beast's intuition when facing danger was more accurate than the vision. Naruto dodged the attack with some caution. He bared his fangs and growled at Hajime Maki. The white vapor gradually dissipated. Blood flowed from the corners of Uchiha Itaka's mouth. They were wrapped in the stomach wall that could heal quickly, and there was no time to completely avoid the ninjutsu. Uchiha Itaka could only use the bone defense of Susanoo. The sequelae of overusing the Manjiki Sharingan also surged quickly. Blood and tears slid down his face. Susanoo, which faintly revealed the outline of red tendons and bones, quickly withdrew. Hoshigaki Kisame looked at Uchiha Itaka beside him. Mr. Itaki. Uchiha Itaka shook his head and suppressed the cough in his throat. Hoshigaki Kisame glanced at Jiraiya in front of him, and the two figures quickly retreated to the end of the stomach wall. However, the infinitely extended stomach wall seemed to have no end. Amaterasu. The black flame burned a big hole in the stomach wall. Jiraiya had no time to chase. There was another enemy at the moment. Swish! Naruto's tailed beast outer clothes exploded instantly. Hajime Maki's figure was completely impossible to catch. His speed was so fast that even Naruto, who was half-tailed beast, could not see it. Jiraiya saw the flying thunder god mark on Naruto's body under the tailed beast outer clothes. It was because of the flying thunder god mark that people could not attack him. Instead, they could only be forced to accept his attack. Ding! Human malice detected plus 2000. Cursed power converted to chakra plus 2000. Chakra 257,140 100 million. It's clear where this wave of malice comes from. It's Jiraiya. The best deal Hajime has ever made was with Orochimaru. One stroke is now. When Orochimaru attacked Konoha, he touched the souls of Hashirama Senju, Tobirama Senju, and Hiruzen Sarutobi, and got countless good things. There were too many treasures, so Hajime chose to start with Flying Thunder God. In Tobirama Senju's memory, there was the complete process of his development of Flying Thunder God. For a real person who already had an extraordinary understanding ability, it was like divine help. In just half a day, he mastered Flying Thunder God based on Tobirama Senju's detailed and complete memory. Now, Flying Thunder God came in handy. In a short time, the tailed beast coat was already in tatters. The speed at which the tailed beast coat healed was far behind the speed at which Flying Thunder God cut it open. The solid defense became riddled with holes at this moment. Cry! A storm of hair needles burst out from all around Jiraiya. Senjutsu 1000 hair needles. His figure also flew away like a sharp arrow. The fist was hidden in the 1000 books and drove straight into Hajime Maki's chest with great force. Swish! Realizing that the attack in front of him had failed, Jiraiya looked solemnly at Hajime Maki, who had appeared out of thin air 3 meters away. This is why Flying Thunder God is so difficult to deal with. As long as the battlefield is surrounded by Flying Thunder God's marks, he can be said to be invincible. The chakra of the 9 tails in the air became stronger again. When Jiraiya saw that the tails behind Naruto had instantly increased to 4, his eyes suddenly became solemn. Now Naruto's body can't bear the half-tailed beast transformation. His body will be burst by the 9 tails chakra, tearing muscles and becoming a cripple. Ding! Human malice detected plus 2000. Cursed power conversion chakra amount plus 2000. Chakra 259,140 100 million. Jiraiya stared at Hashimi Maki in front of him. Flying Thunder God is too difficult to deal with. Naruto is in danger. If he grows another tail, Naruto's body will be in danger. Naruto with 4 tails is faster. He clawed at Hashimi Maki's chest like a beast. The sharp nails can instantly penetrate the enemy's chest and pull out the living heart. However, facing the attack of Naruto, who has become a half-tailed beast, Hashimi Maki did not have the slightest intention of dodging. Ding! Human malice detected plus 2000. Cursed power converted chakra plus 2000. Chakra 261,140 100 million. The claw hooked. 3 deep bloodstains appeared on Hashimi Maki's chest instantly. Maki appeared behind Naruto, and the bloodstains on her chest seemed to be non-existent, revealing only her smooth and flawless chest. A smile appeared on Maki's face. A strong wind suddenly blew behind him. Senjutsu, super large raise Nan. The strong wind rolled up Maki's blue hair. He turned around, and the blue light illuminated his face. At the same time, Naruto came to his side. The tail and claws attacked Maki at the same time. Ding! Human malice detected plus 2000. Cursed power converted chakra amount plus 2000. Chakra 263,140 100 million. Ding! Human malice detected plus 2000. Cursed power converted chakra amount plus 2000. Chakra 265,140 100 million. Power surged into Hashimi's body. The smile on his face widened. Swish! His figure disappeared from the spot. The super large raise Nan landed on Naruto. Jiraiya avoided Naruto's attack, but 3 blood marks still appeared on his chest. At the same time, he was also whipped away by Naruto's tail. Little Jiraiya. Shima Sennin and Fukasaku Sennin didn't expect that the enemy this time would be so difficult. Hashimi Maki sat on the window, crossed his legs and supported his chin. Master, did you see it? They are not my opponents. The toad stood in front of Hashimi Maki, looking at Hashimi Maki vigilantly. Hashimi Maki's voice sounded faintly, seeing your companions around you get injured or even die to protect you, are you indifferent? The master stood in place, as if falling into the abyss, and his whole body was cold. His eyes swept over Jiraiya and Naruto, who had lost his mind. Hashimi Maki stretched lazily. How about this? If you kill yourself, I will promise you to let them go. Although our bloodline limit can heal most wounds, if the heart is damaged, we will still die. Hashimi Maki was talking nonsense. So, if you do it, Tool let you go today, okay? He showed an innocent smile on his face and tilted his head towards the real one. Jiraiya's voice rang out, Real one, don't believe him, he is lying to you. Jiraiya's pupils shrank. The heart that had been peaceful for a long time gave rise to an uncontrollable crazy hatred. The real one pierced his heart with the short knife and then pulled it out, and the blood in his mouth kept flowing down. The person you want to kill has always been me, is this okay? Ha 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 ha. Too cute. Maki's mouth corners lifted to an exaggerated degree. His laughter echoed in the space of the entire stomach wall for a long time. Ding! Human malice detected plus 50,000. Cursed power converted to chakra plus 50,000. Chakra 315,140 100 million. Jiraiya's eyes were red. Ding! Human malice detected plus 10 million. Cursed power converted to chakra plus 10 million. Hashin went crazy. Naruto went berserk. The tails instantly increased to 9. The stomach wall was cracked inch by inch. The ability to recover was completely lost. Chapter 24. Chakra 10315140 100 million. Harumi is about to cry. This is the first time he has been truly moved by Naruto. After such a long time, he finally sees some hope for the future of an actor. His dream is to become the greatest actor in the entire ninja world. Now he has received part of his salary. So this is what it feels like to become rich overnight. The whole person seems to have been sublimated. Sure enough, it is too wise to let the clone take action. The drama of bitterness is really a versatile one. When Hashumi was immersed in the light joy brought by the sudden wealth, the power of the nine tails almost washed away the entire street. The air was torn apart by the 9 waving tails, making a harsh explosion. Almost instantly, the space was distorted, and Naruto rushed in front of Hashumi Maki. Ding! Human malice value detected plus 2000. Cursed power converted to chakra plus 2000. Chakra 10317140 100 million. The 9 tails swept. A huge deep pit appeared on the ground. Hashumi Maki flew backwards, and just as he stabilized his body in the air, the 9 tails had already rushed in front of him again. The surrounding space had been completely distorted by the 9 tails chakra emanating from Uzumaki Naruto. Leave a way for things, so that you can meet again later. Pull it out when you meet, malicious perpetual motion machine. Hashumi Maki knew it was time to retreat. There was little point in fighting any further. Brother, see you next time. Hashumi Maki smiled and greeted the real person, and his figure disappeared instantly. He cast a wide net and carved many flying thunder god marks. 9 tails Naruto, who had lost his target, angrily aimed his attack at Jiraiya. The human rationality was completely swallowed up. All they knew was to attack and kill blindly. Jiraiya, who was already injured, was hit hard by his tail, and his body flew backwards and smashed through several walls. Jiraiya! The toad shouted anxiously while supporting Hashumi's body. What can we do? The child is in urgent need of treatment now. The 9-tailed Jinchuriki lost control again. Naruto. Hashumi controlled the healing of the wound. His play was not over yet. How could the wound heal first? As soon as he opened his mouth, blood kept flowing out. The heart, which regulates and transports blood throughout the body, was pierced and completely lost its ability to supply blood. His face was as white as snow. Naruto. His voice was a little louder. The dark red 9-tailed Naruto seemed to pause. The fox-like head moved, and the vertical pupils flashing with cold light stared at Hashumi without emotion. Hashumi staggered forward 2 steps, as if he couldn't stand steadily, his body swaying. But even so, he still stood firmly between Jiraiya and Naruto. Hashumi. Jiraiya was also covered in blood and in a mess. Hashumi stretched out his hand was full of blood. He wanted to touch Naruto, who was completely wrapped in the tailed beast chakra coat. Chakra burned his hand. He continued to go deeper as if he didn't feel any pain. However, his body couldn't hold on. His mind was black. He used up his last bit of strength to hug Naruto, who was like a beast in front of him. The skin all over his body was burned by the black and red 9-tailed chakra and smelled burnt. Hashumi couldn't hold on anymore, and his body slid down weakly. Naruto, wake up! Don't be suppressed. The black and red chakra began to fade slowly. Finally, the scarlet vertical pupils were replaced by sapphire-like pupils, and the black and red chakra silently dissipated into the air. Naruto hugged Hashumi, who was falling down. He was shaking all over, not knowing whether it was because of the pain caused by the nine tails chakra or because he couldn't accept what would happen next. Tears were like pearls that had broken off the string. Naruto asked Jiraiya, "Sexy sage, you must have a way, right? Hashumi won't die. Right?" Hashumi's hand slipped weakly from his hand. "No. Hashumi. Don't sleep. Didn't you say you would support me to become Hokage?" Naruto was too scared, he kept talking, his trembling hands trying to open Hashumi's increasingly heavy eyelids. "Don't sleep, Hashumi." Hashumi could feel the warm water drops falling on his face. Like a rain. The blood on his face was almost washed away. At this moment, Lien Jian had only one regret in his heart. That is, Kakashi, Sasuke and Sakura didn't see it. He lost at least 20 million chakras. It doesn't matter, there will be another chance. Hashumi quickly comforted himself. No matter what he thought in his heart, Hashumi didn't affect his acting skills at all. In Naruto's eyes, he slowly closed his eyes. "No. Hashumi." Naruto lost Hashumi's warmth. Lost Hashumi's smile. Lost Hashumi's voice. He lost a lot. It can be said that he lost everything. Hashumi taught him a lot, but he hadn't taught him to say goodbye. Naruto seemed to be hit by a stick, hugged Hashumi and fell to the ground. He hugged Hashumi's arm tightly. It seemed that he would be involved with him for the rest of his life. "Little Jiraiya. Are you okay? Come and see these two children." Shima Sage and Fukasaku Sage jumped to the side of Naruto and Hashumi. "This child called Hashumi has no breath and heartbeat." Shima Sage's eyes were filled with sadness. "Such a good child." Hashumi almost laughed out loud when he heard this. But he has the professional ethics of an actor. Generally he doesn't laugh. Unless he encounters a happy event that he can't hold back. Controlling his body is as easy as drinking water and eating. Naruto's body has been severely damaged. We can only see if that girl can save him, otherwise it will be difficult for him to become a ninja. Fukasaku Sage squatted beside Naruto and said to Jiraiya, "The power of the nine tails is too strong, especially since the tailed beast has reached 9 tails, and almost all the tendons and bones in Naruto's body have been broken. The reason why he was able to hold on before was all due to his will. So when the blue-haired boy named Hashumi died, Naruto couldn't hold on any longer." Jiraiya looked at Sasuke who was falling into illusion, Hashumi who was cold all over, and Naruto who was unconscious. He closed his eyes, and the guilt in his heart overwhelmed him. "Little Jiraiya. Now is not the time to blame yourself. Finding that girl is the most important thing. Otherwise, even Naruto and that Uchiha Sasuke will be in danger." Fukasaku reminded. Shima touched Hashumi's cheek gently, "This child, just bury him. Sidopu. Sidopu. Not yet." Hashumi thought in his mind. Jiraiya stared at Hashumi's lifeless face. This child. Did he die because of him? He was only 13 years old. He was a rare genius. It's not certain that he will achieve higher achievements than Minato in the future. Maybe he will be the future Hokage of Konoha. But now, he has quietly annihilated his young life here. In Konoha, there are countless of his companions and friends waiting for him to return safely. Jiraiya's hands on the floor were shaking slightly. A few uncontrollable sobs came from his throat. "Little Jiraiya." Shima Sage looked at Jiraiya's tears, and tears welled up in his eyes. "No." Fukasaku Sage's expression suddenly changed. It lay quietly on Hashumi's chest. It raised its head and said incredulously, "Is his heart beating slowly?" Shima Sage immediately lay on it and looked at Jiraiya with ecstasy. Little Jiraiya, it's true. The child's heartbeat is gradually recovering. Not only that. Fukazaku Sage saw that the wounds on the other party were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. This body, which they thought was a corpse, was showing new vitality. Jiraiya suddenly remembered that Naruto had mentioned that Hashomi's bloodline limit was related to the soul. Hashomi's wounds healed almost instantly. His skin was smooth and white, without even a scar. It was as if what had just happened had never happened. In the expectant eyes of Fukasaku and Shima, Hashomi opened his eyes. A layer of light suddenly floated in the yellow-blue and grey-blue eyes. Hey! Hashomi took a deep breath. He slowly turned his head and saw Shima and Fukasaku beside him, and then saw Jiraiya with red eyes. I thought I was dead. He saw Naruto in his peripheral vision, his expression changed, and he immediately stood up and felt Naruto's pulse. He breathed a sigh of relief when he felt that there was a pulse. Fortunately, Naruto is fine. Shima looked at him and said with emotion, "You have already died once just now. Maybe it was a miracle. The other side does not want such a pure soul to leave the world, so he was given another chance." Hashomi touched his heart, his face full of confusion. Then how can I survive? Shima Senran and Fukasaku Senran shook their heads. We don't know about this either. This was also the first time they encountered such a situation. The heart was pierced, but it could still heal. Maybe it has something to do with your blood limit. Jiraiya guessed. There was obvious fatigue on his face. Fukasaku Senran and Shima Senran had experienced a battle, and they were also exhausted. They said something to Jiraiya and disappeared. Hashomi carried the fainted Naruto and Sasuke back to the hotel. What happened to Naruto? Jiraiya explained Naruto's current situation to Hashomi, and said that the most important thing for them now was to find Tsunade. In the dead of night, Hashomi was lying on the small bed, and seeing the unconscious Naruto and Sasuke, he felt bad. Jiraiya saw that he was worried that Naruto and Sasuke couldn't sleep, so he asked about the strange ninja who appeared during the day. He is my brother, his name is Hashomi Maki. The real man said nonsense. Jiraiya had no doubt. There was no other explanation for the two people's identical appearance except brothers. I thought he was dead. Hashomi said, in our village, brothers with the same appearance are a symbol of bad luck. So, he always thought that I was redundant and he was the real one in the world. Later, when my parents passed away, he no longer concealed and attacked me. During my escape, I met Danzo-sama, who adopted me. I haven't seen him for a long time. I thought he would die silently in a place I couldn't see. I thought my blood limit was triggered by accident because my parents did not have the qualifications to be ninjas, but I didn't expect that he also had the same blood limit. And he still chased me without giving up as before. Jiraiya realized. He said, how could such a child be taught by Elder Danzo? It turns out that this child is good by nature, even if he went to the root, his nature remains unchanged. But how did Hashomi Maki learn Flying Thunder God as a forbidden technique? Flying Thunder God has always been guarded by Konoha ninjas. How could a person from another village learn it? Is it related to Orochimaru? Jiraiya remembered that Orochimaru had read all the forbidden books. That is to say, if he finds out that you are not dead, he will continue to kill you. After Jiraiya finished speaking, he found that the child beside him fell silent. It's all my fault. The room was silent for about 3 minutes. Jiraiya heard the voice of the child beside him. He originally wanted to kill me. If it weren't for me, Naruto wouldn't be hurt, and Master Jiraiya wouldn't be hurt. Jiraiya saw the tears flashing in Hashomi's eyes in the dark. He sighed silently in his heart, I'm more used to you and Naruto calling me the lecherous sage. Hashun sniffed, lecherous sage, I will definitely find Tsunade-sama and ask her to heal Naruto. Yet, I believe you. After many years, Jiraiya once again entrusted such trust to a child in Konoha. Just like he believed that Minato could take on the responsibility of Hokage. On the other side, the moment of the devil. A figure suddenly appeared in front of the fleeing Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame. What a coincidence! You are here too. Hashun Maki came out of the shop with a smile, holding a string of teriyaki meatballs in her hand, eating with relish. Ding! Human malice detected plus 2000. Cursed power conversion chakra amount plus 2000. Chakra 10319140100 million. Hashunamai Maki. What did he do? He didn't seem to provoke me, did he? So who contributed this malicious value, Uchiha Itachi or Hoshigaki Kisame? Unfortunately, you followed us on purpose. Hoshigaki Kisame grabbed Samehada with his backhand and split his jagged mouth. Why did you follow us? Hashunamai Maki touched her braid while eating teriyaki and asked, are you from the Akatsuki organization? Hoshigaki Kisame smiled and said nothing. Uchiha Itachi had a completely cold face. Don't be like this. Hashunamai Maki patted Kisame and Itachi on the shoulders, silently left the flying thunder god mark, diverted their attention and said, to be honest, I'm looking for a job now. How is your salary? If it's good, take me with you. Ding! Human malice detected plus 2000. Curse power conversion chuk pull amount plus 2000. Chakra 10321140100 million. No, these two are pure evil. They are emitting malicious value as if it is a joke. That depends on whether you have the life to join. Kisame Hoshigaki said with a smile. Ignoring his humorous face, this statement is still very oppressive. Hashumi nodded and said to himself, you can join at this level, so I should be fine. After he finished speaking, he seemed to realize that he had said something wrong, and showed an apologetic expression to the two people. I speak more directly, don't mind it. Ding! Human malicious value detected plus 2000. Cursed power conversion chakra amount plus 2000. Chakra 10323140100 million. Look! The defense is broken. Ren Jian stared at Uchiha Itachi, and then at Hoshigaki Kisame. The system is bad at this point, it can't tell who the malicious value comes from. Who of the two broke the defense? Ren Jian guessed that it should be Kisame. He tried again, and put his head close to the pale Uchiha Itachi. Hey, buddy, do you have a grudge against your brother too? Ding! Human malicious value detected plus 500. Cursed power converted chakra amount plus 500. Chakra 10323640100 million. Okay, this time it must be from Uchiha Itachi. I didn't realize that Uchiha Itachi is a good person, and his malicious value is much lower than Kisame. Sure enough, undercover agents are different from pure evil people like Hoshigaki Kisame. I think you're wrong about your brother. You need to learn from me. Destroy his spiritual world first, and then let him kill himself. How advanced? Hashunamai Maki couldn't help but share her experience of killing her brother with Uchiha Itachi. I tell you, when I join the Akatsuki organization, we will be colleagues. The brother you want to kill is the brother I want to kill. I will definitely succeed once and give him the ultimate fatal blow to his body and mind. I'm not a sickly you, I have plenty of strength and means. Hashunamai Maki blinked at Uchiha Itachi ambiguously. His expression seemed to say, leave this to me, I'll take care of it. Ding! Human malice detected plus 10,000. Cursed power converted chakra plus 10,000. Chakra 10333640 100 million. Look. Angry again. Just a few words. Hajime Maki clicked her tongue and looked at Hoshigaki Kisame. If you want to kill anyone, just tell me, I guarantee it will be successful. I'm very efficient. People who have hired me have never given me a bad review. I usually kill both the employer and the target. Then I can make more money. It's worth it. Hajime Maki raised her eyebrows and was really proud of herself. Hoshigaki Kisame suddenly felt that bringing this ninja back was also a kind of handover. Although he didn't bring back the 9 tails, he brought back a pure killing god. Chapter 25. Hajime looked up at the izakaya in front of him, then looked at Jiraiya beside him, coughed twice, and symbolically refused. Alcohol is one of the 3 forbidden things of ninjas. Is it not good for me to go in? It's not that I really think it's not good. I'm afraid it's too good, and I can't help but break my character. Jiraiya doesn't care about the 3 forbidden things of ninjas. The 3 forbidden things of ninjas are each one of them. They are almost the leaders in the 3 forbidden things. He didn't know about the 3 forbidden things of ninjas since he was a child. He only knows that God is above. Jiraiya carried Hajime on his arm and swaggered into the izakaya, his eyes like searchlights to identify people. Small. 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 Medium. Small. Medium. Large. Large. Small. Extra large. Lock. Jiraiya passed through like a gust of wind. The tipsy ladies in the izakaya screamed with their skirts flying. Ah! My skirt! Which pervert? In the corner. Tsunade's hand holding the bottle of wine suddenly trembled. What's wrong, Tsunade-sama? Shizuan asked, holding the piglet in her arms. Tsunade held her forehead. This movement reminds me of someone. Only that shameless lecher would leave a stream of beautiful women screaming wherever he went. The next second, a familiar figure appeared opposite Tsunade. Shizuan, who was sitting next to Tsunade, opened her eyes wide in surprise. Jiraiya-sama. Tsunade didn't even lift her eyelids and continued to drink. Renjian sat obediently next to Jiraiya, staring at Tsunade intently. Where did you come from, little brat? What are you looking at? Tsunade propped up her head and looked at Hajime with sleepy eyes. She was completely stunned when she saw him. Blue hair, fair skin, delicate and handsome face, and gentleness revealed when she smiled. At that moment, Tsunade almost thought she was hallucinating. But the child's heterochromia quickly sobered her up for a moment. Hello, Tsunade-sama, I am Hajime-sama. You are so beautiful, so I was distracted just now. The last sentence was a little soft, but very clear. He lowered his head slightly in embarrassment, and the blush on his ears and cheeks became more obvious against his fair skin. Shizuan's eyes softened all of a sudden. So cute. I want to rub it. How could there be such a cute boy? She always thought that men were like Jiraiya-sama and the big man who was collecting debts around him. As a result, the door to a new world was opened today. It turns out that there are boys whose smiles brighten up the whole night. And he's so sweet. Tsunade was so happy that she couldn't help laughing. No woman would be unhappy when being praised for her beauty. She stretched out her hand and hooked Hajime's chin. You're so good at talking. She waved at Hajime like teasing a child. Hajime opened her innocent and watery almond eyes and walked in front of Shizuan and Tsunade. Tsunade held him between her and Shizuan. Shizuan secretly rubbed Hajime's cheeks twice. Her eyes were shining, and her whole body was about to be steamed. So cute. The pig in Shizun's arms was about to turn into roasted pork belly, struggling desperately in Shizun's arms. Jiraiya was deformed in the twisting. Why is this boy so popular with women? Why is it Jiraiya was jealous to the point of being unrecognizable? Tsunade, have you heard about Konoha? The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen died at the hands of his disciple Orochimaru, one of the three ninjas. This news has spread throughout the ninja world. Even though Tsunade didn't pay attention to the news of the ninja world, such a major event that shook the ninja world still reached her ears. Tsunade didn't even look at Jiraiya in front of her. She stared at the wine shaking in the bottle and thought of what Orochimaru said during the day. Let her see Dan and Nawaki again. Jiraiya had long expected Tsunade's reaction, and he continued, only you can take on the current responsibility of Konoha. The granddaughter of the first Hokage Senju Hashirama, the first medical ninja in the ninja world. Only Tsunade can convince the public. I'm not interested in being a Hokage, Tsunade said, playing with the wine glass in her hand. Her eyes fell on Hazumi's blue hair, and she didn't know what she was thinking, and said, only idiots would want to be Hokage. Jiraiya looked at her, knowing the reason why Tsunade said that. No. Hazumi retorted in a small but firm voice. Tsunade sneered, grabbed Hazumi's face, and said sarcastically, you are so young, what do you know? I'm afraid that in the eyes of you kids, becoming a Hokage is just what a glorious thing. Tsunade raised her head and took a big sip of wine. Tsunade-sama, don't underestimate me. Hazumi looked at Tsunade seriously, and the stubbornness on his face made Tsunade feel familiar. Sister, don't underestimate me. It seemed a long time ago. A child also said this. Sadness spread in Tsunade's heart, bringing waves of needle-like pain. Hokage is not only a symbol of honor, but also the responsibility of the entire Konoha. You must always have the determination to devote yourself to the village. In fact, I think every ninja who sacrifices for the village deserves the title of Hokage. Those who want to become Hokage are not stupid. They all know the responsibilities of being Hokage and are ready to be heroes who devote themselves to the village. Hanuki's voice was not loud, but it was particularly powerful. Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Shizun were all particularly silent. This is the first time I've heard such a statement. Tsunade said without emotion. All the ninjas who sacrificed for the village are worthy of the title of Hokage. Who says they are not? What's the use of heroes? Tsunade lowered her eyes, and her nose was filled with sourness. Heroes can't even stay alive. This is what Tsunade-sama thinks, but they don't think so themselves. There are always some things in life that are more important than life. For example, faith and ideals. Me too. The village and my companions are more important than my life. If it is time for me to sacrifice, I will only feel that it is fortunate that it is me. Not Tsunade-sama, not Jiraiya-sama, not my companions in the village. When I think that my companions in the village will live happily and peacefully in the future, I will be happier than I am now. Hazun seemed to have thought of something, and a warm smile that made people want to cry appeared on her cheeks. Why can a child do this? Tsunade didn't understand. Maybe it was the effect of alcohol, now she wanted to vent the pain in her heart. Hazun approached Tsunade and said softly, when Hokage died, I was by his side, and I could feel that he was happy. Because he felt that he protected the village and me. I was also in pain after waking up. I felt that I was useless and failed to help Hokage. If I were more powerful, maybe Hokage would not die. But standing in front of Hokage's spirit, I suddenly realized that Hokage's eyes before he died were telling me that seeing us live happily was his determination to sacrifice his life. Hashin continued to take out Sarutobi Hiruzen to make some money. Anyway, he was dead, so what's wrong with taking him out for use? Hashin saw Tsunade's red eyes with satisfaction. He continued to add fuel to the fire. Tsunade-sama, if someone you cherish sacrificed for the village, have you ever thought that their lives actually continue to exist in your life? Hashin showed his innocent fantasy like a child. I can always feel that Hokage-sama is standing behind me, and I will continue his will and work hard to protect Konoha. Tsunade lowered her head. Hashin saw tears sliding down her cheeks, accumulating at her pointed chin, and dripping continuously. Is that so? Have the lives of Dan and Nawake emerged with her? Yes. Only she will remember them forever. Wee-view. Hashin was suddenly hugged tightly by Tsunade. Tsunade's crying came out without suppression. Hashin was almost strangled to death. Tsunade's tears completely wet the collar of his chest. So, are you here to remind me? The figures of Dan and Nawake appeared in Tsunade's mind. They gradually overlapped and became the current Hashin. Tsunade-sama, I know it will be tiring to become a Hokage, but I still selfishly beg you to go back with us. Hashin patted Tsunade's back gently as if comforting a child. Without him, who would still treat Tsunade as a child? Konoha and my injured companions all need you, Tsunade-sama. Hashin has not forgotten Naruto and Sasuke lying in the hotel, and Lee who couldn't be a ninja in Konoha Hospital. Tsunade raised her head and looked at Hashin with tears in her eyes. She wiped away her tears and said bluntly, I'm sorry, I can't heal others now. Hashin was stunned. The memory in his mind gradually revived. By the way, Tsunade seems to have some fear of blood now. These are all minor problems, and Hashin will definitely help her cure them. One big Orochimaru is enough. Jiraiya put his hand on his head, as if he was worried about him. The excitement overwhelmed Tsunade. But if Lady Tsunade can't heal them, they can't become ninjas. Hashimi muttered absent-mindedly, and tears flashed in her eyes when she looked at Tsunade again. Tsunade avoided his gaze. All night long, Hashimi stared at Tsunade with that pitiful look. Tsunade covered her head in pain. Until Jiraiya sent Hashimi to bed. Shizune also went to rest. Only Jiraiya and Tsunade were left in the izakaya. Maybe you would like to hear about the child, Jiraiya said. Tsunade was indeed very interested in Hashimi. Tell me about it. She even felt that her attitude had begun to loosen. She fiddled with the dice on the table. Hashimi has a blood limit related to the soul. Jiraiya noticed Tsunade's hand trembling. Because Kato Dan's spirit transformation technique is also related to the soul. To be honest, Jiraiya himself felt that it was too much of a coincidence. He was a child raised by Elder Danzo in the root, but he is particularly kind and tenacious. Both Kakashi and the ninjas in the village praised him highly. He is a person who can sacrifice himself for his companions without hesitation. Tsunade stared at the table. Too much alike. Ninjutsu, appearance and personality are so highly overlapped. Jiraiya told Tsunade about the battle that happened in the future. When Tsunade heard that the child stabbed the heart without hesitation, her heart couldn't help but twitch. But the strange thing is that his heart that had completely stopped beating actually miraculously resumed beating. Maybe it's fate. Jiraiya shrugged and said casually. But his heart couldn't help but think of the prophecy of the great toad sage. Jiraiya looked at Tsunade in front of him and got up and left. Back to the hotel, Hashimi was still awake. He was sitting on the ground, looking at the sleeping Naruto and Sasuke. Jiraiya knocked on his head, "Go to sleep." Hajun forced a smile and nodded. The next morning, Jiraiya brought Hajun to Tsunade's house again. Tsunade scratched her hair and gave Hajun a difficult question. If you can learn the palm fairy technique in a short time, I will reconsider this matter. Jiraiya felt that this matter was actually half successful. Even if Hajun didn't master the palm fairy technique in a short time, Tsunade would still agree to become Hokage. What Tsunade needs now is an opportunity to make her completely determined. Shizun bought a live fish on the street and was responsible for demonstrating the palm fairy technique to Hajun. Shizun is a very responsible teacher. She explained the principles of the palm fairy technique clearly and thoroughly. In less than 2 hours, Hajun completely mastered the palm fairy technique. He quickly appeared in front of Tsunade, pulling Shizun, who was completely in a state of shock. Then, he saw Orochimaru and Kabuto in front of Tsunade. Tsunade-sama. Harumi was acting again. He rushed to Tsunade and stood between her and Orochimaru. Kabuto Yakushi. Ding! Human malice detected plus 100. Chakra converted from cursed power plus 100. Chakra 10333740 100 million. Tsunade-sama. Orochimaru is the murderer who killed Hokage-sama. You can't believe what he says. Although he knew that the person in front of him was Orochimaru, one of the 3 legendary ninjas, Hajime still had no fear or hesitation and stood in front of Tsunade without hesitation. Orochimaru. Kabuto Yakushi. You didn't say that when you were in Konoha before. Ding! Human malice detected plus 1000. Chakra converted from cursed power plus 1000. Chakra 10334740 100 million. Ding! Human malice detected plus 1000. Cursed power converted chakra plus 1000. Chakra 10335740 100 million. Orochimaru and Kabuto Yakushi tacitly concealed the fact that Hajime Masashi was cooperating with them. Isn't the enemy of my enemy a friend? There may be opportunities for continued cooperation in the future. Orochimaru, Tsunade said firmly, looking at Orochimaru in front of her, I want to help you heal your hands. Orochimaru's face sank. Tsunade looked at Hajime Masashi in front of her, and a smile appeared on her lips. In a sense, I have seen the broken and rope tree. Hajime, with his back to Tsunade, blinked at Orochimaru. Don't worry, I can heal your hand. Hajime suddenly realized this when he was learning the palm fairy technique. Since his Wu-Vai transformation can change the body and kill people, it can also save people. Aren't the real treatment and Kokichi living examples? Orochimaru didn't understand what the real Hajime wanted to convey in his eyes, but he strangely smelled that the opportunity for the second cooperation seemed to be coming. Chapter 26. Why did you give such an answer? Princess Tsunade. Orochimaru glanced at Hajime. Could it be because of him? But Hajime has nothing in common with Kato-dan and Nawaki. You want to kill me? Seizing the murderous intent in Tsunade's eyes, Orochimaru said puzzledly, I told you, I could have resurrected both of them. Is there anything more important than seeing your loved ones and relatives resurrected? I want to. Tsunade suddenly interrupted Orochimaru, her voice filled with endless sadness and helplessness. Tears flowed down her beautiful and resolute face like a flood that broke through the dam, as if they would never stop flowing. I want to see them again, too. Tsunade's tone was filled with pain and desire, even if it's just a glance. As long as I can see Rope Tree and Dan again, that's enough. But I can't do it. Tsunade's voice became firm. She was telling Orochimaru and herself, they won't forgive me for meeting them in this way, and I will never forgive myself. She took a deep breath, tears flashing in her eyes. You can never destroy what they have sacrificed their lives to protect. Tsunade seemed to have returned to a long time ago. In her memory, Dan, who had always been gentle, smiled at her. Because I like the village and my companions in the village very much, I will give everything for the village. She will always remember that dusk, which was her first heartbeat for Dan. Because Konoha is the treasure left by my grandfather, as the grandson of the first Hokage who founded Konoha, I must protect Konoha. Even if it means sacrificing my own life. Rope Tree said loudly in Tsunade's memory vividly. So, how could Tsunade go against their wishes? Tears dripped onto the crystal necklace on her neck. The faces of Rope Tree and Dan gradually blurred. Instead, the face of Hashumi became clearer. She had lived for so many years, but she could not see such a simple truth as clearly as a child. She looked up at Orochimaru. Tangible things will perish one day, Orochimaru, you once said that, right? But the wool will not dissipate. Tsunade's eyes slowly fell on Hashumi's back in front of her. Dan and Rope Tree died, but Hashumi, who had never met them and did not even know about Dan and Rope Tree, completely inherited their ideas. The negotiations broke down. There is nothing we can do. Orochimaru did not care about Tsunade's words at all. If he could be moved by Tsunade's words, he would not have killed his teacher Sarutobi Hiruzen. When it comes to talking about big principles, Sarutobi Hiruzen is better than anyone else. And Orochimaru came to Tsunade for only one purpose, which was to heal his hands. He didn't care about anything else. Now that things have come to this, I can only ask you to use my fists. The signal of a battle that was about to break out came from the wind. Tsunade pulled Hashumi behind her, her figure flashed, and the walls of the entire street in front of her shattered in the blink of an eye. Come on, Orochimaru! The figures of Orochimaru and Kabuto Yakushi avoided. Orochimaru appeared 10 meters away, with the corners of his mouth raised, and his eyes were uncomfortable and cold, like a snake crawling. By the way, we haven't fought so far. Yes. Tsunade took off the coat that was in the way, and rushed towards the direction of Orochimaru. I'm going to kill you two scumbags here. Tsunade smashed the floor under her feet with a punch. The cracks quickly spread to the feet of Orochimaru and Kabuto Yakushi. The two men retreated violently and jumped lightly onto the branches of a large tree not far away. It seems that fighting in this crowded space is a bit difficult. Orochimaru looked at Kabuto Yakushi beside him. Kabuto Yakushi's lens reflected a cold light in the sun. He stared at Tsunade under the tree and nodded, "Move the battlefield." The next second, Tsunade's figure disappeared quickly. The fist mixed with terrifying force hit Orochimaru and Kabuto Yakushi. The two knew better than anyone else. Such a punch might take half of their lives. Their figures instantly ran towards the wider land in the distance. I will never let you escape. Tsunade crushed the stone in her hand and quickly chased after them. Hashumi, who was at the original place, leisurely braided one side of her blue hair and slowly chased in their direction. When Hashumi arrived, Tsunade had smashed a large hole on the ground one after another. It was completely broken. A way to destroy the ecological environment. Tsunade was slightly out of breath, and Kabuto Yakushi was not much better. The two people confronted each other in silence. I'm not good at physical skills. Kabuto Yakushi took out the soldier's ration pill from the ninja bag and swallowed it. Feeling that his physical strength was almost restored, Kabuto Yakushi made seals with both hands, and in just 3 seconds, his hands lit up with blue light. Tsunade jumped up, and the next second, the ground where she was broken by Kabuto Yakushi. A big hole. Tsunade punched Kabuto Yakushi, and when Kabuto Yakushi dodged, his hand also touched Tsunade's arm and thigh. After Tsunade landed, she quickly noticed something strange. She gritted her teeth and looked at Kabuto Yakushi in front of her. I cut off your biceps and your thigh muscles. In this way, you should not be able to use your brute force. Kabuto Yakushi's mouth corners slightly raised. He often prefers to use his brain when fighting. The effect of using the brain is obviously much better than just using brute force. Tsunade, who lost her strength, was forced to catch the agile attack of Kabuto Yakushi. The opponent's chakra scalpel was aimed at her intercostal muscles next. Hey! Hey! The intercostal muscles were cut, and her breathing suddenly became irregular. Tsunade half-knelt on the ground in a slightly embarrassed manner, staring at Kabuto Yakushi in front of her solemnly. The opponent's talent in medical ninjutsu even surpassed her when she was young. But a black shadow quickly passed in front of Kabuto Yakushi. Even though he reacted in time, he was still hit in the back of his neck. He fell to the ground and covered his neck. Even though the intercostal muscles were cut, most people would be unable to move because of difficulty breathing. You are worthy of being the most outstanding medical ninja in the ninja world. Kabuto Yakushi was about to stand up, and his limbs suddenly crawled on the ground as if they were out of control. Kabuto Yakushi's eyes widened immediately. It was his nerves. Tsunade's hand on the back of his neck just now attacked his nerves. Now his nerves are disordered. If his brain wants to move his left hand, his right foot will move involuntarily. If his brain wants to move his left foot, his right hand will move uncontrollably. In this case, it's not completely impossible. Although it's a bit difficult, don't underestimate him. Instantly, Kabuto Yakushi stood up again. The sharp edge of the kunao flashed in Tsunade's eyes. Kabuto Yakushi raised the kunao in his hand and stabbed it at Tsunade. You are afraid of blood, right? I'll show you enough. Swish! The air was torn apart by the fiercely chopped kunao, making a sharp explosion. Hazumi's hand was pierced by the kunao. He kicked Kabuto Yakushi. Kabuto Yakushi released the kunao in his hand and quickly retreated backwards. Hazumi pulled out the kunao stuck in her palm and threw it on the grass. The wound healed instantly. Tsunade's arm was splashed with Hazumi's warm blood. She trembled as she looked at the bright red blood on her arm. That most helpless rainy night seemed to reappear in front of her. Duan was soaked in blood. But no matter how hard she tried, the bleeding could not be stopped. She was obviously the strongest medical ninja in the ninja world, but she could not heal her lover no matter what. She watched Duan's body drain of blood. His blue hair was dyed red. Tsunade-sama. I will not die. My companions are still waiting for me in Konoha. So, please believe me. Hazumi turned back and looked deeply into Tsunade's eyes. His firm eyes were like a shot of cardiotonic injected into Tsunade's eyes. Hazumi looked at Kabuto Yakushi in front of him. You are not good at physical skills. Unfortunately, I am good at physical skills. A circle of blazing black and red lightning-like light covered his fist. His figure flashed, and in the blink of an eye he appeared in front of Kabuto Yakushi. Kabuto Yakushi's pupils shrank, and the space in front of him seemed to be distorted. His body was actually uncontrollably hitting the fist of Hazumi Genrin. To be more precise, it was because of the great force generated by the fist that caused the space to be distorted, and the space distortion would produce a strong gravitational force on the surrounding objects. Kabuto Yakushi knew very well that he could not dodge. But at least he had to minimize the damage. Bang! Kabuto Yakushi's body flew backwards, dragging a long trail on the grass. He spat out a mouthful of blood and almost immediately determined the injury. Broken ribs and ruptured liver. He could not continue to fight, otherwise the broken ribs would likely puncture other organs and blood vessels. The risk was too great. Lord Orochimaru. Kabuto Yakushi looked at Orochimaru. Orochimaru walked slowly to his side. I'm incapable of action, Kabuto. Kabuto Yakushi wiped a handful of blood and smiled with difficulty, it just happened to bleed. He stretched out his hand with difficulty and wiped the blood on Orochimaru's drooping dark purple arm. Orochimaru used Kabuto Yakushi's hand and blood to launch a ninjutsu, spirit summoning technique. Bang! Strong white smoke flashed. Orochimaru and Kabuto Yakushi were already standing on the top of the giant snake, towering into the clouds. Hashumi stood opposite them, as small as an ant. Kabuto Yakushi took the opportunity to spread the note in his hand on the snake's head at his feet and unfolded it. Orochimaru glanced at the content on it. I can heal your hand. Kabuto Yakushi had just fought with Hashumi Masamune, so it was self-evident who this note came from. The corners of Orochimaru's mouth curled up, and interest appeared in his eyes. He was really curious about what Hashumi-sama wanted to do. He had a hunch. Hashumi-sama would give Konoha a big surprise in the future. Lord Orochimaru, what should we do now? Kabuto Yakushi asked tentatively. The giant snake under them suddenly moved. The giant snake opened its bloody mouth and fiercely bit Hashumi on the ground. Of course, we have to see if he has the strength. Partners have to be selected, right? Orochimaru's sinister voice sounded in Kabuto Yakushi's ears. Kabuto Yakushi snorted, as expected of Lord Orochimaru. Ding! Human malice detected plus 2000. Cursed power conversion chakra plus 2000. Chakra 10337740 100 million. Ice release, magic mirror ice crystal. Bai once used a mirror made of ice to trap Hashumi. Then Hashumi can also manipulate the ice mirror to cut the giant snake. Puff! 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 The sound of flesh being cut rang out one after another. 7 ice mirrors suddenly condensed from bottom to top on the grass. The giant snake was cut into 8 pieces and twisted weakly on the ground. A trace of surprise flashed in Orochimaru's eyes. It turned out to be an ice release bloodline limit suddenly. A bright light was reflected in front of his eyes. Hashumi walked out of the mirror behind Orochimaru that did not dissipate. Orochimaru activated the summoning technique again almost instantly. Bang! Hashumi's black flash smashed through the body of the giant snake that served as a meat shield for Orochimaru. The giant snake hissed sharply, twisting its body to bite Hashumi. Hashumi's figure quickly disappeared from the spot. Appeared in the last ice mirror. The giant snake's desperate attack missed, and its huge body collapsed to the ground, turning into white smoke and disappearing. The ice mirror melted back into the ground. At this moment, Orochimaru's neck suddenly extended infinitely, and the direction was exactly Tsunade, who was suffering from hemophobia. Tsunade raised her hands dully, and Orochimaru's face in her pupils kept enlarging. The 2 giant teeth in Orochimaru's mouth, which were as sharp as snakes, flashed a sharp cold light. He bit Tsunade fiercely. Ding! Human malice detected plus 10,000. The amount of chakra converted from cursed power plus 10,000. Chakra 10347740 100 million. Orochimaru's fangs were firmly embedded in Hashumi's artery. Hashumi once again thanked Orochimaru for the reward in his heart. Hashumi. The figures of Jiraiya and Chizune appeared not far away. Orochimaru quickly retracted his neck, exchanged a glance with Kabuto Yakushi, and his figure turned into white smoke and disappeared. Hajime was difficult enough, and here comes Jiraiya. If he was in a recovered state, Orochimaru wouldn't mind playing with them. But now that his hands couldn't even perform ninjutsu, he didn't have the idea of asking for trouble. Hajime covered his neck. The blood gushing out of the aorta soaked half of Hajime's body. Hajime said that he would help Tsunade with desensitization treatment. Blood. Tsunade touched Hajime's neck, and her hand involuntarily lit up with green light. Don't die. Don't. She tried her best, and the yin seal on her forehead was also unlocked, and black lines spread all over her body. Don't bleed anymore. She cried and shouted. Did she save Hajime? Not only that. There were also broken and rope tree that she couldn't save. More importantly, there was herself. Hajime controlled the wound to heal. He knelt beside Tsunade, his cheek resting on Tsunade's hand. Tsunade-sama, thank you. Tsunade suddenly burst into tears. She held Hajime in her arms, tears streaming down her face. Tsunade, who once followed Dan and Nawaseki to death on a rainy night of war, finally came back to life at this moment. Jiraiya looked at Tsunade crying bitterly, feeling sad. Shizune wiped her tears and looked at Tsunade with heartache. Chapter 27. Tancho Street. Inside the izakaya. Hajime was still sitting between Tsunade and Shizune as they had met for the first time. Jiraiya was sitting alone opposite. Tsunade-sama, I have learned the palm immortal technique. Hajime looked at Tsunade with sparkling eyes. Tsunade was stunned and looked at Shizune, who smiled and nodded. She showed a helpless smile and rubbed Hajime's head. If Hajime hadn't said it herself, Tsunade would have forgotten about it. Originally, she made this request just to deliberately make things difficult for Hajime and give herself some buffer time. Unexpectedly, Hajime actually did it. Really? Too amazing. He is worthy of being the boy she has taken a fancy to. Tsunade. As soon as Jiraiya opened his mouth, Tsunade pinched Hajime's cheek and said to Jiraiya, from today on, don't call me Tsunade. Jiraiya looked at Tsunade in surprise. Hajime shouted in surprise, Hokage-sama. Tsunade hugged him in her arms and rubbed him well, how come you are so smart? Jiraiya was so envious of Hajime's treatment by Tsunade and Shizune that he forgot what he was about to say. Hokage-sama, what about my companions? Hajime looked at Tsunade expectantly. Tsunade had overcome her fear of blood. She looked at her hands. She was no longer the helpless Tsunade she once was. She had to cheer up. I will treat them when we return to Konoha, but... She stared at Hajime, I want you and Shizune to assist. Hajime's face went blank because of Tsunade's request, me. He looked at Shizune beside him, I can understand Sister Shizune assisting in the operation, but I don't know medical ninjutsu. Shizune held Tuntun and said to Hajime seriously, Hajime, your talent for medical ninjutsu is much better than mine. Lady Tsunade means that you should study medical ninjutsu with Lady Tsunade during this period. Hajime looked at Tsunade and nodded seriously, I will try my best. Hajime suddenly felt a cold touch on his neck. He looked down. A crystal pendant necklace strung with a black rope suddenly appeared on his neck. Hajime's pupils shrank. If he remembered correctly, this crystal necklace contained the wood escape power of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, right? Hajime has always focused on studying wood escape. Although he has all attribute chakra and the memory of Hashirama Senju awakening wood release, the development of wood release is far from as easy as other ninjutsu. Until now, Hashumi still has no clue. This necklace will undoubtedly provide a lot of help to Hashumi. For you. Can't refuse. Tsunade stretched out a finger and pressed against Hashumi's brow. Hashumi held the pendant on her neck and promised, I will not let down Tsunade-sama's trust. Tsunade certainly believes in him. It is precisely because of her belief that she gave him such an important thing. At night, in the hotel, after the afternoon's medical ninjutsu study with Tsunade, Hashumi fell asleep after washing up. Tsunade and Shizuan in the next room couldn't sleep. Hashumi's talent is too good. Shizuan sighed. Today, she has sighed more than 10 times. No matter how complicated the medical ninjutsu is, as long as the principles and processes are explained clearly, Hashumi can basically master it in one go. The second time, it was as if he had used it many times before. Harumi has both soul ninjutsu and such a high talent for medical ninjutsu, it's really like. Shizuan realized that what she said next might touch upon Tsunade-sama's sad memories, so she stopped immediately and looked cautiously at Tsunade-sama next to her. Tsunade's face was not sad, only nostalgic. She smiled and continued Shizuan's words, you don't mean to say that it really looks like the child of me and Duan, right? Shizuan laughed, and her heart was moved. Seeing Tsunade-sama come out, she was happier than anyone else. Yeah, it really looks like it. Shizuan nodded. Personality, talent, appearance, blood limit. Harumi is like a combination of Uncle Duan and Tsunade-sama. Haha, no wonder I was so happy when I saw him for the first time. Maybe he and I really have this kind of fate. Tsunade joked. In the desert, 3 figures loomed in the wind and sand. Hey, is your headquarters so far away? Hashumi Maki lay on the sand like a mummy, motionless. I'm tired and can't walk anymore, he said. Hoshigaki Kisame and Uchiha Itachi stood on each side of Hashumi Maki, staring at the dead body lying on the ground. Ding! Human malice detected plus 100. Cursed power converted to chakra plus 100. Chakra 10347840 100 million. Don't you want to join the Akatsuki organization? Kisame Hoshigaki has a headache. His partner is Mr. Itachi, who is silent but easy to communicate with. This is the first time he has encountered such an active but completely uncommunicative ninja. I want to. Kisame Hoshigaki regretted picking up Hashumi Maki a little. But now he can't get rid of him or kill him. The other party is just like a sticky candy with a bad temper. Hashumi Maki closed his eyes peacefully, with his hands folded on his lower abdomen. I'm just tired, he said. Hoshigaki Kisame, you can't join the Akatsuki organization if you are so weak. Hansuki Maki opened his eyes when he heard this, and looked at Hoshigaki Kisame with a peaceful expression on his face. How about you carry me? Ding! Human malice detected plus 500. Cursed power converted chakra plus 500. Chakra 10348340 100 million. Hoshigaki Kisame grabbed Samehata with his backhand, and his attitude was obvious. Hansuki Maki changed the target person and looked at Uchiha Itachi, who had remained silent. Brother Itachi, can you please be kind? Uchiha Itachi stared at him with dark pupils, and a blood-red light flashed in his eyes. Hansuki Maki. These two are really not worth playing with. Hansuki Maki got up, shook off the sand on his body, and continued to walk in the desert with the two of them. On the way, a wandering samurai came to rob without knowing the situation. As a result, Hashumi Maki made a camel with her bare hands. Hoshigaki Kisame and Uchiha Itachi led the way. Hashimi Maki rode the camel cyborg in the desert. Ha 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 ha. It's fun. Cyborgs are usually very irritable. Like a perpetual motion machine, they run in the desert without feeling tired. Ding! Human malice detected plus 500. Cursed power converted Chakra plus 500. Chakra 103488440 10 million. Ding! Human malice detected plus 500. Cursed power converted Chakra plus 500. Chakra 103493440 100 million. Kisame Hoshigaki and Ataki Uchiha were almost mentally broken by Hashimi Maki, who did not play by the rules. Sigh. After crossing the desert and the river, the rain village finally appeared in front of Hashimi Maki. The camel cyborg was so tired that it lost its vital signs. Hashimi Maki stretched out his hand, and the camel cyborg's head exploded, and blood splattered all over the defenseless Kisame Hoshigaki and Ataki Uchiha. Hashimi Maki himself hid far away and was not stained at all. Ding! Human malice detected plus 60. Cursed power conversion Chakra amount plus 60. Chakra 1034940 100 million. Ding! Human malice detected plus 100. Cursed power converted to Chakra plus 100. Chakra 1034950 100 million. Hashimi Maki ran into the rain. Hoshigaki Kisame and Uchiha Ataka looked down at the blood spots on their bodies, swallowed their breath, and took him to the tallest iron tower in the rain village. Hashimi Maki looked up at the iron tower, which was about 100 meters high, and asked sincerely, "Do you two usually go up the stairs?" So the Akatsuki organization is using this method to train the physical strength of its members. Hoshigaki Kisame didn't understand what the problem was. Are there other ways besides climbing stairs? You go first. Hashimi Maki waved at them with an encouraging smile on his face. In order to show his sincerity, he also made a cheering gesture. Come on! Brother Kisame! Come on! Brother Itaki! Ding! Human malice detected plus 50. Cursed power converted to Chakra plus 50. Chakra 1034955 10 million. Ding! Human malice detected plus 50. Cursed power converted to Chakra plus 50. Chakra 1034960 10 million. The figures of Hoshigaki Kisame and Uchiha Ataka disappeared in the dark stairwell. Hashimi was sitting in a small shop opposite the tower eating oden. Is he trustworthy? Inside the silent tower, walking Uchiha Ataki on the stairs suddenly spoke. Hoshigaki Kisame shrugged. This is a question for the leader to consider, isn't it? He glanced at Mr. Itaki, whose expression was unclear in the dark. How many members of their Akatsuki organization are truly trustworthy? After the brief conversation, the two remained silent until they climbed to the top of the iron tower and saw the leader standing in the rain. The mission failed. Jiraiya, one of the three ninjas, is with the 9 tails, Kisame reported. The next second, a figure appeared out of thin air beside him. The aroma of Odin filled the small space. Hashimi Maki was so smart. He gave the opportunity to exercise and climb the stairs to Kisame and Ataki, and he only needed to use the flying thunder god mark on them to climb up. Whoosh! Faster than riding a rocket. Ding! Human malice detected plus 50. Cursed power converted to Chakra plus 50. Chakra 1034965 10 million. Ding! Human malice detected plus 50. Cursed power converted to Chakra plus 50. Chakra 1034970 10 million. It seems that Hoshigaki Kisame and Uchiha Itachi have discovered the reason why they asked the two of them to come up first. Wow! Hasame Maki walked towards Tend with shining eyes. You are the boss of Akatsuki organization, right? I'm not here to break you up, I'm here to join your family. Hasame Maki looked at Tend sincerely. She kept chewing Odin in her mouth. Odin is so delicious. Ding! Human malice detected plus 2000. Cursed power converted to chakra plus 2000. Chakra 1035170010 million. What is this, a gift for meeting? Hasame Maki blinked. The fierce flames reflected in his eyes. Wow! Young people don't follow martial ethics. Ding! Human malice detected plus 2000. Cursive power conversion chakra amount plus 2000. Chakra 10353700 million. Bang! The blazing red light expanded violently. An extremely huge momentum spread out. After the explosion subsided, Hasame Maki's figure disappeared at the original place. Suddenly Zionin looked behind her. Hasame Maki, who was spinning with his fingers hooked on the kunao, smiled brightly at her. Starting the fight right away is just what I want. Let's fight each other to our heart's content. Hasame Maki said. Countless exploding talismans surrounded him in an instant. Exploding talismans exploded all over his body. The huge destructive force shattered the top of the iron tower. Countless steel fragments shot towards Hasame Maki at high speed like bullets. Ding! Human malice detected plus 2000. Cursed power converted chakra plus 2000. Chakra 10355700 million. Needle-like holes appeared on his body, and a lot of blood splashed out. In the sight of Konan and others, Hasame Maki's body was blasted with holes by the exploding talismans. However, the wounds healed in an instant. The speed was so fast that they couldn't react. It's my turn to fight back now. Harumi Maki's pupils flashed with strange excitement. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. His violent explosion was so fast that even the afterimage disappeared. The air was broken, making a numbing sound of shattering. The fist wrapped in black and red lightning fell mercilessly on Konan's chest. Puff! The speed was so fast that Konan couldn't react at all. She fell to the ground like a kite with a broken string. Ding! Human malice detected plus 2000. Cursed power converted chakra amount plus 2000. Chakra 10357700 million. The sky around Hasame Maki has been occupied by detonating tags. Violent explosions continued to be heard in the air. Mushroom clouds continued to bloom over the rain village. A powerful impact hit Hasame Maki. The round sphere wrapped Hasame Maki up like a baby, dissolving most of the attack power. The wings formed by white paper spread out behind Zionin, and her falling figure suddenly stopped and slowly rose. Suddenly, her pupils dilated, and a sound came from behind her. A wave of nausea. Hasame Maki appeared behind her out of thin air, with a happy smile on her lips. Bang! Under the powerful force of the black flash, Konan's body flew backwards like a cannonball. This time, she could no longer condense a paper clone, and her body smashed through the houses on the streets of Rain Village. Her body kept rolling on the ground, never stopping. Ding! Human malice value detected plus 10,000. Cursed power converted chakra amount plus 10,000. Chakra 10367700 million. Hasame Maki curled her lips and smiled, tilted her head, and her provocative eyes fell on Tiandao. With a malice value of 10,000, Nagato only cares about Konan like this. Tianyan of 10,000 things. Bang! Hajime Maki's body flew uncontrollably towards Tend. His shoulder was pierced by the black stick. Ding! Human malice detected plus 2000. Cursed power converted to Chakra plus 2000. Chakra 10369700 100 million. Hajime Maki covered the black stick in Tend's hand, and the other hand turned into a long sword, unexpectedly piercing Tend's shoulder as well. Shinra Tensei. Hajime Maki's body was repelled again. The next second, his body disappeared again at a very fast speed. He appeared inexplicably beside Tend. The distance between him and Tend's shoulder was not even 1 centimeter. Who asked Tend to hold the black stick in his hand? The Flying Thunder God seal was not easy to be discovered. What's more, Tend's black stick was completely black. How could you find a ghost like this? Hajime Maki suddenly turned into a sea urchin. The 2-meter-long countless spikes easily stabbed Tiendao into a sieve. Hajime Maki was trying the rogue fighting style brought by changing his body for the first time. Although it was very san-reducing, it was really fun to fight. There was a kind of beauty that didn't care about the life and death of the opponent and the spectators. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Hoshigaki Kisame, who was watching the battle, looked at the sea urchin that stabbed the leader into a sieve in the distance and asked sincerely. In his cognition, Mr. Itake was knowledgeable and should know. Hoshigaki Kisame only got silence. A series of thoughts flashed through Uchiha Itake's mind. He had indeed never seen a ninjutsu that could change the body into a weapon at will, but he had heard of the ninjutsu that Hajime Maki had used before, the forbidden technique of Konoha's 4th generation Hokage Minato Namikaze that shocked the ninja world, Flying Thunder God. Ding! Human malice detected plus 2000. Cursive force conversion chakra amount plus 2000. Chakra 10371700 100 million. A huge shadow enlarged in Hajime Maki's retina at an extremely fast speed. The huge split dog bit down at Hajime Maki. Cry! A sharp explosion sounded in the air. Hajime Maki's hands turned into 2 long whips, cutting the split dog into several pieces. Boom! A missile followed from behind Hajime Maki. The air exploded again. Hajime Maki's body shrank rapidly, lying on the wall like a sticky slime. The missile missed and hit the vast sea in the distance. The wind and waves rolled. Ding! Human malice detected plus 2000. Chakra converted from cursed power plus 2000. Chakra 10373700 1 billion. Slime Renjian Maki returned to his original state. He stretched on the spot and looked at the 6 paths of pain that all appeared in the distance. Ah, no, the 5 paths of pain. The heavenly path had been pierced by him. Only after becoming a real person did I know how fun the real person's fighting style is. You passed the test. Shuradeo said. Renjian Maki stared at his bald head and was eager to try. Can't you continue to fight? It's fun. Ding! Human malice detected plus 1000. Chakra converted from cursed power plus 1000. Chakra 10374700 100 million. Hajime Maki walked up to the injured Konan. Konan's face was pale, and beads of sweat hung on his forehead. He was being supported by the animal at this time. When Hajime Maki walked up to him, Pain stared at him intently. Remember to give me a raise. Hajime Maki put his hand on Konan's face. Konan's whole body was suddenly illuminated by the blue flames. Wrap. After the fire went out, all the wounds on Konan's body had healed. She looked at Hajime Maki in shock. Ha, are you mesmerized by me? Hajime Maki lay on her shoulder, lifted her hair with her fingers, and winked at her ambiguously. Ding! Human malice detected plus 100. Cursed power converted chakra amount plus 100. Chakra 10374800 100 million. Hajime Maki was happy. Chapter 28. Operating Room. Cold white light shines down. Tsunade wears a mask and a medical ninja uniform, her eyes are calm and her hands are not shaking at all. Shizune and Hajime stand beside Tsunade, following her instructions to help. Logically speaking, Naruto and Lee's injuries can be cured by using Wuivai transformation. However, this method is too shocking, and the most important point is that the injury becomes free of cost. He doesn't want to be a beast of burden. There is only one person in the world who can heal instantly. Hajime should use medical ninjutsu on others. Naruto's operation took 8 hours to complete. As soon as Naruto's operation was over, Tsunade took Hajime and Shizune to start Lee's operation. It took more than 5 hours again. When Hajime came out, he saw a group of people standing in front of the operating room door. Might Guy immediately stepped forward and asked, "Hokage-sama, was Lee's operation successful?" Before entering the operating room, Tsunade told them the risks and success rate of the operation in advance. Lee's success rate is slightly higher than Naruto's, 60%. Tsunade nodded and took off her mask. Very successful, the body can be completely restored to its previous state, but before that, we must ensure that the body is fully recovered. Might Guy bowed, "Thank you so much, Hokage-sama." Tsunade shook her head, "If you want to thank someone, thank Hajime." Originally, this operation almost failed, and he showed his talent as a medical ninja. Lee's illness lasted longer than Naruto's. During the operation, Hajime found that Lee's bones had atrophied and could not be connected. He made some adjustments, and Tsunade, as the first medical ninja in the ninja world, of course found the subtle difference. Hajime explained that he used chakra to stimulate the vitality of Lee's cells. There are too many secrets in the human body, and even Tsunade has many unsolved mysteries. She reluctantly accepted Hajime's statement. Unlike Hajime, Tsunade and Shizune are completely insensitive to fatigue. As soon as the two of them left the operating room, they hurried to rest. Hajime still had time to stay and deal with the group of ninjas who were worried about Naruto and Xiao Li. "Teacher Kai, let me tell you about Xiao Li's precautions for recuperation. First of all, diet." Might Guy couldn't listen at all. His eyes were full of tears of emotion flashing constantly. Hajime did it. He really invited Tsunade back, and also helped Xiao Li completely heal his body. "Teacher Guy," Renjian said faintly when he found that Might Guy was not listening at all. He looked at Might Guy, who was so moved that he was about to lift him up high, and shook his head helplessly. "Forget it, I will keep an eye on Xiao Li." "Well, there is also Naruto. Naruto has more things to pay attention to. Leave Naruto to me." Renjian felt that it was not reliable to instruct Kakashi, who was wandering in outer space in front of him. Sakura, who only thought about Sasuke, was not reliable either. Jiraiya disappeared as soon as he returned to the village, so there was no need to count on him. So, in the end, Renjian had to rely on himself. But it didn't matter, as long as Naruto gave enough rewards in the end. From the previous point of view, Naruto was a potential stock. The malicious value he contributed was simply amazing. "Sakura, Sasuke is under the special illusion of the Uchiha clan." Hajime explained to Sakura, whose face was full of worry, "We can't interfere with this illusion." We can only wait for Sasuke to come out of it himself, or the illusion has a time limit. Hajun didn't know Uchiha Ataka yet. He could only stimulate Uchiha Sasuke at most. If he really asked him to beat his brother to death, wouldn't he go crazy and create a world with Sasuke? After finding that Sakura's expression became more worried after his explanation, Hajun sighed. Sakura, believe in Sasuke, okay, he is much stronger than you think. Although Sasuke looks very fragile, he is really strong mentally. Sakura reluctantly nodded, and she suddenly stopped. Hajun, it must have been hard along the way. Hajun did not deny it, but said to Sakura, no matter how hard it is, the moment you see everyone's smile, there is only happiness. Sakura bit her lower lip tightly, lowered her head, and her eyes suddenly turned red. She took a deep breath and turned around pretending to be calm. Then I'll go back first. I'll make soup for Hajime tomorrow. After saying that, she hurried forward, tears completely out of control. She felt bad for Hajime's hard work, but Hajime was happy for their smiles. Hajime was indeed hard. He had to deal with Danzo, whose dream of becoming Hokage was shattered. Root. The atmosphere was heavier than ever. Hajime walked into the room at this moment. Danzo, who was sitting at the top, looked at him. Cat face and dog face stood on both sides of Danzo. There were 2 rows of root ninjas standing neatly below. Hajime actually saw an acquaintance. Ding! Human malice detected plus 5,000. Chakra converted from cursed power plus 5,000. Chakra 10379800 100 million. Sai was not wearing a mask. Seeing Hajime, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and a strange light flashed in his pupils. Jiraiya and Tsunade trust you very much. Danzo said this out of the blue. There was not even an opening statement. Straight to the point. Hajime nodded and admitted, I took the initiative to gain their trust. Rather than them trusting him all at once. Danzo should not think that his contribution and hard work can be erased with just a few words. He worked very hard. You did a good job. It was hard to tell whether Danzo's words were sincere praise or sarcastic. Hajime took it as a sincere praise, nodded, acknowledged Danzo's praise without any modesty, and flattered Danzo, you taught me well. So no matter what happened, it was not Hajime's fault alone, but Shimura Danzo, who was Hajime's compass, was the culprit. He was just an ignorant boy who was deceived by Shimura Danzo. It was really difficult for Danzo to remain calm about the fact that he was pushed down when he was about to become Hokage. He stared at Hajime in front of him. It's not that easy to be a Hokage. Hajime nodded. Although this was true, what's the point of telling him? He is not a Hokage. Danzo continued, Tsunade is too young and easily impulsive. It's inevitable that she will make mistakes and fail to handle Konoha's internal affairs. But when these mistakes pile up, it's a dereliction of duty as a Hokage. Hajime successfully received Danzo's signal. I understand. It's finally time for him, a root ninja, to exert his strength. As long as it can contribute to his future plans, what's the harm? He is willing. Uzumaki Naruto is the 9 tails and can't be moved for the time being. Let's start with Uchiha Sasuke. As Orochimaru's former partner in Konoha, Danzo is familiar with some of Orochimaru's methods. Doesn't Orochimaru want Uchiha Sasuke's body? Then give him a hand. Danzo said coldly, with the dark light flashing in his eyes. Uchiha Sasuke, the orphan of the Uchiha clan, defected and followed Orochimaru, the traitor who killed the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Moreover, this incident happened just when the 5th Hokage had just returned to the village to take office. It is indeed hard not to think too much. Of course, this incident did not shake Tsunade's position in the eyes of the people as the granddaughter of the first Hokage, but as time went by, she made more and more mistakes, and it was inevitable that she would be criticized and lose the support of the people. And the people of Konoha have always been a group that is easily incited. Danzo is well aware of the way public opinion kills people. Okay. I will make Uchiha Sasuke think about defecting as soon as possible and put it into action. Hajime just needs an opportunity to meet Orochimaru. Then he can make another profit. Hajime's plan took shape again. Don't reveal your identity, Danzo reminded. Hajime's identity in Tsunade and Team 7 is very important now. For so many years, Hajime-sensei has been the best chess piece that Danzo has planted himself. Now is the time for this chess piece to officially play a role. Yes. It's not time for self-destruction yet. Hajime cherishes the vest he wears more than anyone else. Also, you are already a Chunin, Shimura Danzo said. Hajime, yes. Although I don't know what happened, who would complain about too much good things? Hajime. Hajime was stopped by someone as soon as he came out of the dark room. Sai stood in the dark, staring at him intently. Do you remember me, Hajime? Hajime. It's not been 2 years since we last met, and he is not suffering from Alzheimer's disease. Hajime was too lazy to pay attention to him when he was sick. Hajun, you are still as hypocritical as ever. Sai cursed softly, the smile on his face was like a mask, and his voice was like a poisonous snake entwined in Hajun's ears, but it doesn't matter, we are all hypocritical, only we are real companions. You are sick. Hajun turned and left. Ding! Human malice detected plus 1000. Cursed power converted chakra amount plus 1000. Chakra 10380800 million. Hajunami. Hajunami had just come out of the route and arrived on the streets of Konoha when he was caught by Tsunade. Hokage-sama. Hajunami looked at Tsunade with a smile. Tsunade hooked his neck and walked towards the barbecue restaurant. Where have you been? I turned the Hokage building and the hospital upside down but couldn't find you. Hajunami was very honest. I went back to the route. Tsunade almost forgot that Hajunami was still the son of Shimura Danzo. Can't we really snatch Hajunami from Danzo? Moreover, Danzo's ambition. Don't worry, Hokage-sama, I know my father is not suitable to be Hokage, and every time I go back, I just deal with him. Hajunami was so honest that Tsunade felt terrified. She quickly covered Hajume's mouth and threatened, don't say such things in front of Danzo. Hajime nodded obediently, yet. Tsunade hugged Hajime and sat down in the barbecue restaurant. Looking at Hajime, who was addicted to eating meat, Tsunade was full of worries. This child is too easy to entrust and trust to others, but it has become a weakness for others to take advantage of. No, Hajime is her choice for the next Hokage. She has to train Hajime from now on. The next day, Hajime, who had just received the Chunin uniform, was arranged by Tsunade to join the Anbu and began to perform tasks. The mission level is all above B level. Logically speaking, for Hajime, a ninja who had just been promoted to Chunin, it was a bit too hasty, but it was beyond everyone's expectations. Hajume's first single B-level mission was completed quite well. Tsunade, who recommended Hajime to perform high-level tasks, was very proud. The day when Hajume's mission report was submitted, Sakura ran to the Hokage building to inform Hajime that Naruto and Sasuke had both woken up. As for Xiao Li, he woke up the day after the operation, but he couldn't move and stayed in bed to eat nutritious meals. Hashimi must go to see Naruto and Sasuke. I don't know who put Naruto, who was seriously injured physically, and Sasuke, who was seriously injured mentally, in the same ward. Hashimi heard Naruto's shouting before he opened the door. Hashimi! Hashimi just opened the door. His eyes went dark. Naruto hung on him like an octopus. He is worthy of being the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, with this amazing physical self-healing power. Naruto! Come down quickly! Sakura was so dizzy from the torture of Naruto who never stopped. However, when she looked at Naruto, she found that Naruto's face was full of tears. What happened? Sakura looked at Hashimi's usual gentle smile, and vaguely realized that something terrible had happened when she didn't know. Woo. Naruto couldn't stop crying, and was held by Hashimi like a statue on the bed, and he was still sobbing. I knew it. Hashimi, you will be fine. Naruto sniffed. If Hashimi died. Pa. Hashimi will not die. Hashimi will stay with him for the rest of his life. Sakura felt like she was falling into an ice cellar when she heard what Naruto said. Is Hashimi in danger? What happened? Sasuke, who had been silent all the time, suddenly looked directly at Hashimi, and his voice was full of Sasuke's usual aggressiveness. Nothing. Hashin cleverly changed the subject, and said as if to show off, by the way, I became a Chunin. What? It was super easy to divert Naruto's attention. He pointed at himself and looked at Hashin with great expectation. What about me, Hashin? Hashin's eyes dodged. Congratulations Naruto for becoming a genin. Naruto was distraught. What's there to congratulate? I can't go on missions with Hashin in the future. Hashin's level has risen, which means that his mission level will also change. In the 2 years since Naruto graduated from the ninja school, he has learned a lot of common sense. It doesn't matter. Hashin looked at Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura, and said seriously, the three of us are making progress, aren't we? We will all become more and more powerful. Take your time, don't rush. For fear of not stimulating Sasuke's sensitive nerves, Hashin deliberately added the last sentence. Sasuke, who was once again beaten by Uchiha Itachi, had no time and no desire to take it slow with them. Sasuke now had only one goal. That was to become stronger. Get stronger quickly. Get stronger and stronger. And he, who was performing boring genin tasks in the village, could not improve his strength quickly. Lien saw Sasuke in the corner of his eye. Jiraiya was relieved when he saw the clenched fists of the assistant. On the other side, Tsunade and Jiraiya were drinking in the izakaya. Jiraiya had a clue from Tsunade's behavior during this period. Do you want to train Hashimi to be the next one? Tsunade raised her eyebrows in disbelief. He is very suitable, isn't he? He has the ability. Jiraiya certainly knew that he cared about Hashimi's own wishes. I heard from Kakashi that he doesn't seem to want to be Hokage. After Tsunade returned to the village, Jiraiya met Kakashi when he went to the memorial. Kakashi asked about Hashimi, and Jiraiya told Kakashi everything that happened on the way. The two talked about Hashimi for a long time. Jiraiya learned that Hashimi himself had no obsession with Hokage. I don't want to be Hokage either. Tsunade shrugged, her eyes became more serious. I will feel more at ease if I hand over Konoha to Hashimi. Hashimi is an excellent successor that she has witnessed with her own eyes. Since Tsunade said so, Jiraiya no longer discussed this topic in a tactless manner. Chapter 29. The night was dark. The moon hid in the dark clouds. Outside the land of rain, between the low mountains, Kisame came to a cliff alone. He carried same hata on his back and walked slowly up the winding mountain road. A dark cave appeared halfway up the mountain. Kisame arrived at his destination and stopped. The dark clouds dispersed and the moon came out. He stood in the moonlight. The cave that the moonlight could not shine into was pitch black. A blood-red Sharingan suddenly appeared in the mountain that could swallow all the darkness. Master Hashumi, do you know him? Kisame's voice broke through the silent night. He stared at the figure in the cave. Master Hashumi. The voice of the person in the cave was hoarse and low, but the tone was slightly raised. Kisame, who couldn't figure out what the other party meant, waited quietly. Then, silence spread. Kisame couldn't hold back. Don't you know him, but he knows you. Kisame uttered the name. Uchiha Madara. The masked man walked out of the cave, bathed in the moonlight. He wore the same Akatsuki robe as Kisame, and his face was covered by a yellow vortex mask, revealing only a scarlet Sharingan. The masked man stared at Kisame. Really? Kisame nodded, his eyes seemed to be watching a good show. I thought he was your ambush in Konoha. The masked man snorted coldly. Maybe it wasn't his ambush in Konoha, but the real Uchiha Madara's ambush in Konoha. In addition to Black Zetsu, the opponent has other chess pieces hidden in the dark. Hashumi Masahiro has a brother named Hashumi Maki, who joined the Akatsuki organization and is a. Kisame thought of the other party's bad character and the Akatsuki organization that he had recently disturbed, and tried to organize words to describe Hashumi Maki, a complete weirdo. Although there are many monsters in the Akatsuki organization, their monsters are different from Hashumi Maki's monsters. Hashumi Maki is a monster that is completely confusing and unpredictable. Such a bad character is so powerful that it is terrifying. The other party has now become a bully in the Akatsuki organization. Because of Hashumi Maki's special healing ability and extremely strong combat strength, the leader is very tolerant of Hashumi Maki. In short, Hashumi Maki is basically hated by everyone in the Akatsuki organization. But because he can't beat him, he is still forced to accept his humiliation. The masked man didn't speak, he was thinking. These two people who suddenly appeared must not be that simple. There was a wave of fluctuations in the air in front of Kisame. Uchiha Madara has disappeared in front of Kisame. Kisame raised his eyebrows, hoping to know more useful information about Hashumi Maki and Hashumi Masato next time he comes. It was a dark and windy night. Hashumi was sitting in front of the window reviewing his work of harvesting malice. There was no way, his cursed spirit physique did not need sleep at all. The biggest wave of malice now was the 10 million contributed by Naruto. But this trick would not be as effective as it was this time if it was used in front of Naruto. But this trick could be used in front of Sakura, Sasuke, Kakashi, Tsunade, and others. As the protagonists, Sakura and Sasuke should contribute about the same amount of malice as Naruto. After this trick is used up, there are still a few tricks to harvest a large wave. When Hashumi was thinking, a person appeared out of thin air behind him. Hashumi. Has anyone told Uchiha Obito that it is very impolite to suddenly appear behind someone? This behavior must be condemned. Master Hashumi. Uchiha Obito stared at Hashumi's head. Since Uchiha Obito was rude, he would not be polite either. Uchiha Obito. On how a name can break the defense of brother deep affection. Brother deep affection travels around the world, relying on the name of Uchiha Madara to cheat and deceive. This careless act, the mask was exposed and the person under the mask was actually an older child. How could brother deep affection not be angry? Obito's hand chopped towards Hashumi's neck. The move was quite cruel. The kind of cruelty that left no way out. But Hashumi has now developed a disgusting fighting method. So, when Obito's palm chopped down, a row of 10-centimeter spikes immediately grew on his neck. He would chop down if he had the ability. If he didn't poke his hand full of blood holes, he would not be called Master Hashumi. Why are you in such a hurry to kill me? Hasami, who had disgusted Obito, asked calmly. He looked at Obito, who withdrew his hand and also took back the spikes on his neck. We are not enemies. Unless you want to betray Madara. The best thing that Hashumi is good at is to pull the dead out and talk nonsense. Anyway, they are all dead. Again, what's wrong with letting him squeeze some corpse oil? Uchiha Madara crawled out of the coffin during the Fourth War. By then, it's still unclear who will be the grandson and who will be the grandfather between him and Uchiha Madara. He's not afraid of a dick. You ask him what to do with Black Zetsu, he'll have to wait until Black Zetsu shows up and continues to fool around. He controls the plot line and he's God. What is he afraid of with his real body? Just do whatever he wants. He bet that until this moment, Obito was 60% sure that he was Uchiha Madara's chess piece, who was lying in wait in Konoha and monitoring him. Ding! Human malice detected plus 5,000. Chakra converted from cursed power plus 5,000. Chakra 10385800 million. When Uchiha Madara died, you were probably not born yet. Obito certainly wouldn't trust the child in front of him with his words. Trust he and Madara were just cooperating. What trust was there? What the eyes see is not necessarily true. Hashumi's body instantly shrunk, turning into a boy of 16 or 17. Under Obito's one-eyed gaze, his body shrank rapidly again, turned into the appearance of a 3-year-old child. Little Hashumi climbed onto the table, sat on it, swung his legs, and made a face at Obito. Slightly. Ding! Human malice detected plus 100. Chakra converted from cursed power plus 100. Chakra 10385900 100 million. It can be seen that Uchiha Obito was disgusted by his change. The Moon Eye project is of great importance. How hard is it for you to be alone? Hashumi returned to his original state. He looked at Obito in front of him with a loving look full of concern and heartache. It is because Madara understands you that he asked me to help. Ding! Human malice detected plus 500. Cursed power converted to Chakra plus 500. Chakra 10386400 100 million. Consideration help just surveillance. Obito stared coldly at Hashumi Makoto, whose smile made him feel uncomfortable from the bottom of his heart. I have heard a little about your story from Madara. I know you are an orphan who was raised by your grandmother. You had poor grades in school and were the last in the class. The girl you had a crush on was killed by your good brother. Ren Jian sighed and talked incessantly. Ding! Human malice detected plus 100. Cursed power converted Chakra plus 100. Chakra 10386500 100 million. Ding! Human malice detected plus 500. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 500. Chakra 10387000 100 million. Ding! Human malice detected plus 3000. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 3000. Chakra 10390000 100 million. Silence. Listen to the sound of deep affection's defense being broken. Don't worry, we have the same goal, and we are all working hard for the smooth implementation of the Moon Eye project. Hashumi-sensei looked at Obito with a compassionate look that showed him care for left-behind children, mentally retarded children, lickers, and clowns. While looking at Obito, Hajime had another wild idea in his mind. The appearance of Uchiha Obito did inspire Hajime's creative inspiration. How can you anger Uchiha Obito using Nohara Rin's face to stir up trouble in the ninja world? How can you anger Uchiha Madara during the Fourth World War using Uchiha Izuna's face to appear in the Fourth World War? How can you anger Kaka West wandering around with Uchiha Obito's face? Thinking about it, there are too many people who can take advantage of him. Hajime can definitely set up a resurrectionist alliance to earn him malicious points. How can he be so smart? But before the resurrectionist alliance is established, he has to improve his strength. Otherwise, it will be easy for someone to kill him at the base camp. After all, this resurrectionist alliance can absorb hatred points very well. Hajime sighed, he really played too conservatively before. Hajime thought when taking the exam, Uchiha Obito suddenly disappeared in front of him. Hajime explained that Uchiha Obito's disappearance was that his fragile heart and sensitive nerves were hurt by him. He urgently needed to find a place to heal. But today, Uchiha Obito's appearance did provide Hajime with an excellent idea. This point should be praised by Hajime, who contributed inspiration. When Hajime finished washing and was about to go to bed, he suddenly found that there was a huge green plant in the single apartment he bought. He pulled the green plant out. Then he successfully met the first pitcher plant in the ninja world and the first filial son in the ninja world, Black Zetsu. Hajime blinked and was stunned for only a second. The next second, he gently caressed the head of the pitcher plant. "Brother, brother, I finally found you." The pitcher plant cracked. The confused face of Black Zetsu was revealed. Ding! Non-human malicious value detected plus 1000. Cursed power converted to chakra plus 1000. Chakra 10391000 100 million. Where have you been all these years? Do you still remember saving your mother? Harumi took everyone by surprise and won by surprise. A set of combos made Black Zetsu confused and speechless. Who are you? It took Black Zetsu a long time to come back to his senses from his brainstorm and asked stutteringly. Harumi's eyes were full of tears, and he stretched out his hand and held Black Zetsu's face. "I'm your brother. Harumi Masamune." "Ah, no, my real name is Otsutsuki Masamune." "Have you forgotten your brother?" Harumi sniffed. Tears and snot dripped on Black Zetsu's head. Hajime seemed to recall something, and suddenly said, "No, I was born earlier than you. It's normal that you don't know me, but brother has been looking for you for so long." Brother thought, "You." He didn't say it, but it seemed like he said it. "Mom, brother, Otsutsuki." Black Zetsu stared at Hajime in front of him in doubt. Who is the person in front of him? How did he know about his mother and Otsutsuki? Black Zetsu's mind was in a mess. Hajime kindly pulled Black Zetsu to sit down at the desk. He looked like he was going to have a long talk with Black Zetsu all night. Black Zetsu now completely forgot why he came to find Hajime. For the first time, the concepts of relatives and brother appeared in his head, full of conspiracies. So much so that his brain seemed to have a fever, and it was all burned into paste. Hajime sat opposite Black Zetsu, lying as easily as breathing. "You came to the ninja world when your mother was sealed, and I was born a year earlier than you. When my mother was sealed, I was no match for Yui and Hamura, so I could only hide quietly. But I saw my mother give birth to you, but you disappeared before I could find you. At that time, I was afraid of being discovered by Yui and Hamura, so I could only hide everywhere and never had a chance to find you. And I have been looking for a way to unlock the seal. Now I have a plan, which is to use Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Obito to collect the tailed beasts and the Samsara Eye and open the infinite moon reading. Hashomi's eyes flashed with determination. Black Zetsu. The life experience of Otsutsuki Masamune seems to be exactly the same as his. Hashomi glanced at Black Zetsu, and his body gradually changed. The long blue hair was gradually replaced by long silver-white hair, which was as long as his ankles. The two horns on the head made Black Zetsu feel familiar, and the pupils were still heterochromatic, but the face was very similar to Kagaya Otsutsuki. Although our appearance is similar to humans, we know better than anyone that we are not human. Hashun said to the pitcher plant, "We have no gender, no physiological needs, we are like Mother, a higher existence above humans." Black Zetsu seemed to find no reason not to believe the brother in front of him. Except for the brother, there is no one else in the world who knows the sealed mother and the story of 1,000 years ago. Moreover, as the brother said, they are indeed not human, they have no gender. The plan is already progressing steadily, and Mother will be reunited with us soon. Hashun looked at the moon in the sky, his eyes flashing with a strange light. When he turned his head to look at Black Zetsu, he was extremely moved. "It's great to see you, brother." Black Zetsu looked deeply at his brother in front of him. "Not good." Black Zetsu's grass head was suddenly hugged by Hashun. A solemn look flashed across his face. Black Zetsu subconsciously asked what's wrong. Harumi grabbed Black Zetsu's hair tightly like a nervous person. "Harumi Maki." "And Hashumi Maki?" "No." He shook his head again, and his 10 fingers were about to be inserted into Black Zetsu's head. The malicious value did not increase. It seems that Black Zetsu has a high tolerance for brother. He is not Hashumi Maki. He is Otsutsuki Maki. That's not right. He is not Otsutsuki Maki. He is Otsutsuki Masato. Black Zetsu finally remembered what he was here for. Harumi Maki, who suddenly joined the Akatsuki organization, made it curious. And it heard the conversation between Kisame and Obito. It realized that something was wrong, and then followed Obito to find it. It appeared after Obito left, but it didn't expect that things were completely different from what it imagined. "Brother, Hashumi Maki is a split body of my consciousness. Over 1,000 years, my will has split, and Hashumi Maki was born. It exists to kill me and stop the Moon Eye project. We must kill Hashumi Maki." The real man's pupils dilated, bloodshot eyes. He held Black Zetsu's head tightly, as if he could crush Black Zetsu's head as long as Black Zetsu refused. "I will, brother." Ding! Half-human malice detected plus 1 million. Cursed power converted chakra plus 1 million. Chakra 11391000 100 million. Hashumi Maki received Black Zetsu's malice towards Hashumi Maki. He released his hand holding Black Zetsu's head, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. His whisper was full of paranoia. "Remember, brother, anyone who prevents us from unlocking our mother's seal must die." Chapter 30. The next day. Early in the morning, Hashumi came to the Hokage's office to take up his duties with a refreshed spirit. There were no external missions today, and his main job was to stay by Tsunade's side and obey her orders at any time. Tsunade was very quiet when processing documents, and generally did not have any other instructions. Hashumi took advantage of the time of days to sort out his tasks in his mind. The latest mission was to assist Sasuke in his defection. By the way, he cooperated with Orochimaru to help him heal his hands. As for the reward for helping Orochimaru, he wanted Hashirama Senju's cells. Orochimaru conducted human experiments in Konoha and implanted Hashirama Senju's cells into the bodies of Danzo and Yamato. He did not believe that Orochimaru would not take away the precious experimental materials, Hashirama Senju's cells, after defecting from Konoha. Hashirama could transform his own and other people's bodies at will. After Hashirama Senju's cells entered his body, he could quickly change the rejection reaction that occurred. Not only that, when the cells of Senju Hashirama enter his body, he will transform his own cells in the same way according to the characteristics of Senju Hashirama's cells. In this case, wood release blood is easy to obtain. But the same wood release has a very different power in the hands of Senju Hashirama and Yamato. In the final analysis, it is closely related to the physique and the amount of chakra. In terms of physical strength, Senju Hashirama cannot compare with Hashirama. But as for chakra, Hashirama is far from enough now. Therefore, earning chakra is always the first priority. Establishing the Resurrectionist Alliance must be done after awakening wood release. With the help of the malicious value received by the Resurrectionist Alliance, chakra is enhanced and the upper limit of wood release is increased. Hashirama Maki is mainly responsible for absorbing malicious value on the surface, and at the same time, through the opportunity of healing the members of the Akatsuki organization, he touches their souls and plunders powerful ninjutsu for development. Everything is going on in an orderly manner as Hashirama Maki planned. And what he needs to do now is to move forward steadily according to his plan. Harumi, Tsunade handed a scroll from the Hokage's desk to Hashirama. This jutsu is very suitable for you, maybe you can learn it. Harumi came back to his senses, and he took the scroll handed to him by Tsunade with some doubts, opened it, and saw the big word spiritualization technique. Harumi's pupils were slightly dilated in shock. Isn't this the famous ninjutsu of Kato Dan? It is also a forbidden technique that Konoha has banned. Hokage, Harumi just spoke, and Tsunade seemed to have expected what he would say, interrupted him in advance, with a serious look on her face. The previous user of the spiritualization technique used it to protect Konoha and became famous in the ninja world. I believe you can do as well as him. Tsunade believes that if Dan is still alive, Hashirama might become Dan's disciple. Dan must like him very much. It can make the spiritualization technique play its power again in the hands of people who are suitable for it. Dan will be very happy. Hashirama clenched the scroll in his hand, and a light flashed through his eyes. I will definitely do it. I didn't expect Tsunade to send such a big surprise. Hashirama couldn't help but smile. Tsunade is really a potential stock. Hearing Hashirama's words, Tsunade curled her lips slightly. Of course she believed Hashirama. No one in the whole Konoha is more suitable for practicing the spirit transformation technique than the real one. Hashirama had thought about the spirit transformation technique a long time ago. It's a pity that Kato Dan died too early. Impure world reincarnation is a matter of the Fourth War. Hashirama really has no chance to touch Kato Dan's soul. The spirit transformation technique is an S-level soul ninjutsu that can make the caster's soul leave the body. In other words, the caster is transformed into a living soul. It can ignore the distance and shuttle and kill the enemy, and can also control the opponent's body and enter the spiritual world of others. It can be said to be a ninjutsu with the same bug as Flying Thunder God. The spiritualization technique can not only separate one's spirit from the body, turn it into a spirit, and possess the enemy, causing the enemy's spirit to collapse from the inside and die. Moreover, the spirit can also sense the souls of other people. No matter how far away they are or whether they know the other party's location in advance, they can reach the other party's body after turning into a spirit. Many things can be done based on the situation and the user's thoughts, such as transmitting information or confirming the life and death of the other party, and it can also be used to provide chakra for the other party. Because of the spiritualization technique, Kato Dan became famous in the ninja world during the war and made great contributions to Konoha. The physique and technique of Hajime Masashi are integrated with the spiritualization technique, and there is no flaw in him. The body is immortal, the soul is strong, and after mastering the spiritualization technique, his soul can also hide in other people's bodies and change other people's bodies. In other words, after mastering the spiritualization technique, the bodies of all people in the ninja world can become Hajime Masashi's body. As long as his soul enters another person's body, his technique can transform that person's body into his own. After get off work, Hajime walked on the streets of Konoha, humming a little tune in a good mood. The days are getting more and more promising. Hajime. A familiar voice came from behind Hajime. He turned around and saw that it was Sasuke. After Sasuke and Naruto recovered from their injuries, they continued to perform the tasks of genin. Hajime also has his own tasks, and they don't have much time to get together now. Most of the time, it was Naruto who took Hajime out to eat ramen. Sakura would bring Hajime her homemade meals from time to time. And Sasuke's introverted personality also led to the fact that Hajime and Sasuke could be counted on one hand when they were alone. Sasuke, is the mission completed? Since she met Sasuke, Hajime would help him. After seeing Sasuke nod, he raised the scroll in his hand towards Sasuke. I have learned another very powerful ninjutsu. I will treat you to barbecue. Sasuke paused, slightly tightened his fists hanging on both sides of his thighs, looked at Hajime's expectant eyes, and still suppressed the urgency in his heart and nodded, okay. Hajime and Sasuke entered the Akimichi chain barbecue restaurant. Sasuke, are you in a bad mood recently? The meat sizzled on the grill. The meat aroma kept drilling into Hajime's nose. Hajime was concentrating on grilling meat and asked casually. Sasuke raised his eyes and looked at Hajime. Hajime caught his gaze, with a tiny light flashing in his eyes, and smiled at Sasuke, with a smile as gentle as ever. After waking up from the hospital, Sasuke sensitively guessed from Naruto's reaction to Hajime that something very important had happened after he fell into a coma. So, he took advantage of the absence of Sakura and Hajime to force Naruto to tell what happened after he fell into a coma. Naruto was reluctant to tell it at first, but it was too easy for Sasuke to get information from Naruto. Through his trickery, Sasuke got a shocking news from Naruto. Hajime was almost killed by his brother Hajime Maki. When he got this answer, Sasuke even had a secret joy in his heart. It turned out that he and Hajime were the same. In Team 7 and in the entire Konoha, only the two of them could fully understand each other. Their lives and destinies resonated with each other. This was destined from the beginning. From Kakashi, Sasuke got a more accurate picture of the whole process. Hajime's brother set the goal of killing Hajime. How absurd! How sad! The people who brought them the pain that could not be healed were often the ones closest to them. After learning everything from Kakashi, Sasuke was filled with grief for Hajime's uncontrollable feelings towards him. Hajime, do you hate him? Sasuke asked instead of answering. He stared at Hajime closely, not missing any slight changes in Hajime's expression. Hearing his question, Hajime's hand holding the food stiffened for a moment. He blinked and smiled a little weakly. The moment he heard Naruto, I hated him. Sasuke looked at Hajime, who had become a little fragile, and an almost cruel impulse rose in his heart. He wants to kill you all the time and make you suffer. Don't you want revenge? Kill him. Seeing the pain and struggle on Hajime's face, Sasuke's heart also suffered, but he wanted to continue this emotional massacre like a self-abuse. Hajime couldn't answer. Sasuke had to get an answer from him. His hand tightly clasped Hazumi's hand that wanted to retract. I won't let him hurt the people I cherish. To Sasuke, Hazumi's answer seemed like a weak surrender and retreat. But when he really kills the people you cherish, it's too late. Sasuke retracted his hand and stared at Hazumi coldly. Looking at Hazumi, he seemed to see his former self. But unlike himself, Hazumi now has not completely experienced the taste of losing everything. Therefore, Hazumi still has illusions about the so-called brother. I want to kill him, I want to now, but I'm not strong enough. Sasuke clenched his fist, the veins on the back of his hand burst out, and the flames of hatred burned in his black eyes. Hazumi is getting stronger, Naruto is getting stronger, even Sakura is making progress, only he is still stagnant. The task of playing house for children is not suitable for him. At this rate of growth, how long will he have to wait? Maybe he will never get revenge. Just like last time, facing Uchiha Itachi, he didn't even have the power to protect the important people around him. Hazumi, whether it's you or me, we must become stronger, strong enough to kill them first. Sasuke was immersed in the nightmare of revenge. Therefore, he didn't know that while eating barbecue, Hazumi looked at him with satisfaction. Sasuke's ideological awareness was so high that Hazumi didn't need to spend too much effort on him. Sasuke could figure it out by himself. It should be time for Sasuke to leave Konoha. After eating barbecue, Hazumi and Sasuke said goodbye to each other at the intersection. However, Hazumi did not go home directly, but followed Sasuke silently. He watched Sasuke return to the Uchiha clan alone, quietly packed his luggage, and put the heavy backpack on his back. Night gradually fell, and the shadows on the ground gradually increased. The Sound Ninja Quartet quietly appeared beside Sasuke. Sasuke did not hesitate, looked back at the Uchiha clan, and resolutely followed them to leave and walked towards the gate of Konoha village. Seeing that Sasuke was not surprised at the appearance of the Sound Four, he knew that the Sound Four must have come to see Sasuke before. The moon tonight was particularly round and bright. Hazumi stood on the only way to the gate of Konoha. The sound of footsteps came slowly. Sasuke's figure slowly came from a distance. Seeing Hazumi not far away, Sasuke stopped. The Sound Four frowned beside him, as if they were dissatisfied with the sudden obstacle. Are you leaving? Sasuke, Hazumi looked at him, and the sadness in his eyes was clearly visible in the moonlight. Yes, my path is destined to be different from yours. I thought I could go on like you, but I am still determined to take revenge. Sasuke looked at Hazumi and said very calmly. These words had been lingering in his mind for a long time, and he was particularly calm when he said them. What made him make up his mind completely was the appearance of Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi once again made him realize how weak he was. Once again, he felt the pain of watching the people he cherished being hurt in front of him but being unable to do anything. Sasuke was ready to be stopped by Hazumi. But to his surprise, Hazumi did not stop him. He smiled at Sasuke, his eyes full of understanding. Sasuke, I fully respect your decision. As you said, everyone has his own path, and needs to make a choice that suits him. And you, just firmly embarked on the path you have chosen, which does not mean that we are no longer companions, right? We are still the United Team 7. Hazumi's words seemed to have a kind of magic, making Sasuke's departure seem like a temporary journey. Sasuke, no matter when and where, Naruto, Sakura, Kakashi and I will be waiting for your return in Konoha. Hazun waved goodbye to him. Ah, of course, it is not ruled out that Sasuke is back and he is gone. After all, Hajun is busy with work in the ninja world, especially in the future. No one can predict the future. Hajun should first say something nice to Sasuke. What Sasuke can't accept, in addition to his weakness in front of Uchiha Itachi, is that he is always the object of protection in front of Hajun. He also wants to use his own strength to protect Hajun. Sasuke clenched his fists and walked into the gate of Konoha under the moonlight. Hajun looked at his back, crossed his arms and pursed his lips. The root ninja appeared beside Hajime, who yawned and informed him, Uchiha Sasuke has confirmed to defect with Orochimaru. Witness Hajime of Team 7 was attacked by Uchiha Sasuke and fell into a coma. He was found on a bench 23 meters away from the main gate of Konoha. The time of discovery is 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Hajime looked at the root ninja, spread this news after 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. After the root ninja nodded, his figure disappeared into the night. Hajime stretched his body, sat down on the bench, and crossed his legs. After the news of Sasuke's defection was publicized tomorrow, Naruto will definitely find Tsunade and ask to go and take Sasuke back. Tsunade also knows the importance of the only descendant of Uchiha to Konoha, and will definitely agree to Naruto's plan to take back Sasuke at the first time. Hajime can also be a member of the recapture plan and operate his own plan in the dark. Chapter 31. Ah! The morning mist brought a chill that instantly sobered people up. Gang Zisha yawned while holding a thick stack of documents, blinked his eyes, and squeezed out the sleepiness. It's already 8 o'clock in the morning. Kamizuki Izumo walked beside Gang Zisha, holding a document taller than him. He half peeked out from behind the document and looked at the rising sun in the distance. Kamizuki Izumo suddenly saw a familiar figure out of the corner of his eye. What's going on? Gang Zisha asked when he noticed that Kamizuki Izumo had stopped. Shinayu Izumo recognized Hajime Mahito lying on the stone bench. He freed one hand to shake Hajime's shoulder. Hey, Hajime, wake up, you'll catch a cold if you sleep here. Hajime suddenly opened his eyes, and he subconsciously reached out and grabbed the arm of Shinayu Izumo in front of him. Sasuke. Seeing this, Gang Zisha's eyes became slightly more serious. Hajime, what happened? Hajime's out-of-focus pupils gradually recovered, and his eyes fell on the Konoha goalkeeper in front of him, and he pursed his lips. Last night, Sasuke left Konoha with the ninjas of the Sound Village. His head drooped deeply. Disappointment and sadness were beyond words. Gang Zisha and Shinayu Izumo looked at each other, and their expressions became serious. In the Hokage's office, the clock on the wall pointed to the number 9. The atmosphere in the office was particularly depressing. Tsunade supported her forehead, frowning deeply. In her mind, she kept recalling what Orochimaru had said to her when they met alone. I will take what I want, and at the same time, I will completely destroy Konoha next time. These were the original words Orochimaru had said. It was obvious what Orochimaru wanted, which was Uchiha Sasuke. Tsunade bit her lower lip and couldn't help but smash the table with a palm. Orochimaru, that bastard. Shikamaru, the only second chunin in the office, trembled and took a step back. He was most afraid of violent women. Because his mother was the same. Shikamaru glanced at Hajime beside him and found that Hajime was hanging her head at this time, and was particularly depressed. Shikamaru frowned. Not good. Tsunade-sama. The door of the Hokage's office was suddenly knocked open by Shizuan. Shizuan shouted anxiously, now the news that Uchiha Sasuke defected with Orochimaru has spread in Konoha. What? Tsunade punched the wall next to her. Fortunately, her strength was restrained this time, and only spider-web-like cracks appeared on the surface of the wall. Anger filled her pupils. How could this happen? Hajun looked up in astonishment. Izumo and Zaitetsu hurriedly said, "Hokage-sama, when we found Hajun, there was no one around, and Hajun was not awake. After knowing the truth, we immediately went to the Hokage's office to report the matter. There is no way that a fourth person knew about the whole process." Baka. Tsunade looked at Izumo and Zaitetsu, who was eager to explain, "Of course I am not doubting Hajun and you, I am doubting that all this was planned in advance." What made Tsunade more worried was that someone in Konoha contacted Orochimaru. This. How is it possible? Zaitetsu murmured. Why is it impossible? Tsunade glanced at Zaitetsu and sat back on the chair. It was not difficult for someone familiar with Uchiha Sasuke to use his desire for revenge to trick Uchiha Sasuke into defecting from Konoha. "Hokage-sama, what should we do now?" Shizune asked worriedly. The village is now all discussing the only descendant of the Uchiha clan defecting from Konoha. It just so happens that Tsunade, a descendant of the Senju clan, is still in power in the village, which is very detrimental to Tsunade-sama's reputation. "Shikamaru, next I will give you your first mission after becoming a Chunin," Tsunade formally said to Shikamaru. Shikamaru looked at Hajime beside him. All the ninjas in the village knew that Tsunade-sama trusted and favored Hajime. At this time, did she actually bypass Hajime and give the task to him bring back Uchiha Sasuke? This mission is not only extremely urgent, but it may also become very difficult. Tsunade reminded, because Orochimaru's men are likely to lead Sasuke, fighting may be unavoidable along the way. Shikamaru was confused. This kind of mission sounds like it should be matched with a Jonin, right? He, a Chunin, can't do much. Shikamaru showed his helplessness on his face, and Tsunade explained, "It happened suddenly. The Jonin in the village have already accepted the mission and left Konoha between 7 and 8 o'clock. There are no Jonin who can be dispatched, so I asked you to come." Shikamaru glanced at Hajime, who was particularly silent from beginning to end, and said to the Hokage, "The master said, but in terms of strength, Hajime should be more suitable to be the captain of this mission, right?" Tsunade pinched her eyebrows tiredly, her tone full of anger. "You can tell by looking at this guy now. He is a person who will be completely soft-hearted towards his companions. How can the mission be completed if he is persuaded by Uchiha Sasuke in a few words?" Tsunade is satisfied with Hajime in every way. Hajime has advantages all over, but there is only one most fatal weakness of soft-heartedness. How could Hajime's strength be easily attacked by Uchiha Sasuke? There is only one possibility: Hajime has never thought of guarding against Uchiha Sasuke. It is even possible that when Uchiha Sasuke attacked him, he thought that the two were practicing. Tsunade gets angry when she thinks of it. How can the child raised by Danzo be as soft as a bun? Shikamaru? It is not unfounded for Hokage to have such worries. Shikamaru had personally witnessed how Hajime treated the remaining 3 members of Team 7 like children. "Shikamaru, within 30 minutes from now, gather as many genin as you can who you think are excellent and leave the village." Hajime and Shikamaru walked out of the Hokage's office together. Hajime stared at Shikamaru expectantly. Her watery almond eyes were full of pleading. The words "take me with you" were written all over her kitten face. Shikamaru forced himself to harden his heart and turn his face away, pretending not to see Hajime's request. After all, Uchiha Sasuke was still very charming. If he kidnapped Hajime, how would he explain to the Hokage no? Shikamaru closed his eyes and refused firmly. Hajime walked beside him in despair, and assured him, "You are the captain, I will listen to you, and the situation you are worried about will never happen. Although he didn't know what Shikamaru was worried about, it would never be wrong to promise in advance. Shikamaru raised his chin and shook his head firmly, no. Hajime moved from beside Shikamaru to in front of Shikamaru, blocking Shikamaru's way. I promise to listen to you. I will do whatever you say. Shikamaru narrowed his eyes, really? Hajime nodded. I lied to you. Shikamaru really didn't want to give up such a helper as Hajime. If Hajime was there, the success rate of this mission would be very high, but the premise was that Hajime could really put aside personal feelings and obey the command. Okay. Shikamaru reluctantly agreed. He turned around and glanced at the Hokage building behind him, and prayed countless times in his heart that Hajime must not fail at the critical moment. Otherwise he would be miserable. The remaining 3 people were soon found. They are Naruto, Koji, and Inyazuka Kaiba. Upon hearing the news that Sasuke was deceived, Naruto could not help cursing almost instantly, that bastard. What is he thinking? Knowing that Hajime failed to stop him and was knocked unconscious by Sasuke's sneak attack, Naruto stared at Hajime dimly. Hajime is also a fool. Hajime pretended not to hear, and decided in his heart that he would switch vests and beat Naruto up later. Next, I will make a battle plan. Shikamaru became more serious, and his eyes swept across Inyazuka Kaiba and Naruto, who were very dissatisfied in front of him, and reminded, if we don't listen carefully, we may die. Inyazuka Kaiba and Naruto's faces changed. Since this is a rescue operation, we are the pursuit party, which means it is easy for the enemy to get the upper hand. First of all, the most important leader, the pioneer scout, let you be responsible for it, Kaiba. You and Akamaru are more familiar with the terrain, and can track Sasuke's scent. In order to make up for the disadvantage that a column is easily attacked by the enemy in front, I will follow Kaiba. According to the situation, I can not only give him orders in time, but also use gestures to command the team members behind. Then there is Naruto in the middle, followed by Koji, Shinji, who has strong attack power, can accumulate strength and give the enemy a fatal blow when something happens in front. As for the most important rear, it can only be entrusted to the strongest Hajime. That means the safety of the entire team will be handed over to you, Hajime. Shikamaru looked at Hajime and said. Hajime nodded. Don't worry, I will never let you get into trouble. He promised solemnly. Shikamaru's mouth twitched, and he corrected, it's us who will be safe. Don't always put your own safety aside. This really makes us worry. Naruto, Koji, and Inyazuka Kaiba stared at Hajime in agreement. I understand. After Hajime finished speaking, Naruto and the other 4 nodded and moved their eyes away from Hajime. Their figures quickly jumped onto the branches and ran forward under the leadership of Inyazuka Kaiba. Hajime looked at the 4 people in front of him and smiled gently. Let him leave these fledgling genin with a deep and unforgettable memory. There is a smell of blood nearby. Inyazuka Kaiba's voice came from the front. Naruto and the others immediately became alert. The speed of moving forward slowed down significantly. Bang! 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 5 detonating tags exploded around Hajime and the others at the same time. Be careful! Dodge! Shikamaru shouted. In the dense forest, fierce flames flickered, and countless debris and gravel were lifted up by the air waves and flew around. 5 figures suddenly landed from the smoke and dust around Hajime and the others. Ding! Human malice value detected plus 2000. Cursive force conversion chakra amount plus 2000. Chakra 11393000 100 million. A fist as big as a sandbag came through the air and hit Lien Jian's front. Lien Jian slightly turned his head to avoid it, grabbed the opponent's arm with his right hand and pulled it hard, and the fist wrapped in black and red lightning instantly pierced the body of the sound ninja in front of him. Cough! Sakon and Yukon spit out blood mixed with minced meat, and their faces were still confused and unbelievable. How could someone's heart be shattered so easily by a punch? He couldn't figure it out until Sakon and Yukon fell down and stopped breathing. Ding! Human malice value detected plus 2000. Cursive force conversion chakra amount plus 2000. Chakra 11395000 100 million. A strange flute sounded. 3 huge summoned beasts appeared behind Taewia. Her eyes stared at Hajime fiercely. Hajime's figure flashed, and his palm fell on her face. Taewia was stunned. So fast! Suddenly, a big bag bulged on her cheek, and the whole person began to deform at a speed visible to the naked eye. The 3 summoned beasts lost their chakra support and completely turned into white smoke and disappeared. Taewia, who turned into a giant lizard, lost her mind and completely transformed into a beast that only knew how to attack her companions, biting towards Jirobo, who was closest to her. Taewia! You crazy woman! Jirobo was bitten on the arm by a huge lizard. He punched the lizard away, and the lizard quickly got up from the ground and pounced on him. Earth escape, return of the earth and land. The erected stone slab blocked the lizard's flight. Jirobo breathed a sigh of relief, and the next second, a hand was placed on his shoulder. Jirobo's hair stood on end. He saw Hajime's smiling face from the corner of his eye. Then, his whole body turned into a big bear. The big bear and the lizard quickly pounced on Kidomaru. Kidomaru was caught off guard and was thrown to the ground by the 2 of them. The sharp teeth of the lizard and the wild bear kept tearing Kidomaru's flesh and blood. Ah! Kidomaru struggled and screamed, "What are you doing?" The spider web shot out from his hand, briefly trapped the lizard and the wild bear. Kidomaru stared at Hajime vigilantly. He knew it was this ninja from Konoha who did it. His eyes suddenly blurred. The next second, Kidomaru turned into a python. The lizard, wild bear, and giant python quickly shrank in Hajime's hands and turned into toys the size of a finger, which Hajime put into the ninja tool bag. Hajime looked up and found that Shikamaru and the other 4 were staring at him intently. "Do you want them? I can give them to you." Hajime generously took out the miniature animal toys from the ninja tool bag and handed them to the 4 of them. The 4 people stepped back at the same time, shaking their heads like rattles in fear. "Hajime, if anyone makes you unhappy in the future, will you turn them into beasts?" Inyazuka Kaiba felt that Hajime was much more terrifying than he had imagined. Although Hajime felt safe as a companion, what if he became an enemy one day? Inyazuka Kaiba felt strange when he realized his own thoughts. Hajime is not Sasuke. How could he become an enemy? Inyazuka Kaiba felt that this idea was definitely not his own, and he knocked on Akamaru's head on the ground. "Don't let your imagination run wild." Akamaru barked twice. "I didn't expect it to be so easy." Shikamaru wiped the cold sweat from his head and looked at Hajime beside him. It was a good thing that Hajime was brought along. Otherwise, with their strength, they would have been skinned alive if they had met the 4 Odanin just now. However, Sasuke is where is it? Naruto looked around. Shikamaru's eyes were fixed on the strange barrel. "No way." Naruto knocked on the barrel after noticing Shikamaru's gaze. "Naruto." Naruto seemed to have heard Hajime's voice. His eyes were soon stained with blood red. A knife cut across his chest, and the blood splashed into his eyes. The incident made everyone stunned. Hajime's figure flashed, and he quickly grabbed Naruto. Naruto. Hashun's hands were shaking. His hands quickly lit up with green chakra. The wound on Naruto's chest was too deep and the healing speed was very slow. Now it was just barely stopping the bleeding. Bang! Inyazuka Kaiba, who rushed forward, was kicked away by the person who came. Inyazuka Kaiba's body flew backwards at an astonishing speed and broke dozens of trees. Inyazuka Kaiba fell to the ground. His ribs seemed to be completely broken and he couldn't say a word. A mouthful of blood and minced meat spurted out of his mouth uncontrollably. Shikamaru stared at the figure in front of him. The other party was wearing a familiar green vest, his long silver-white hair was in a ponytail, he had a white armband with a red triangle on his left shoulder, and he held a special chakra short knife. The outfit and the forehead protector clearly announced the identity of the person who came, a Konoha ninja. "Why aren't you a Konoha ninja? We are also Konoha ninjas," Shikamaru said immediately. Delaying time and judging the specific situation. "See if there is still room for turning around." "Ah, of course I know you are Konoha's ninjas," the silver-haired ninja said with a smile. His smile seemed very approachable, and he was completely different from his fierce attack. "But I'm sorry, my mission is to kill you." The silver-haired ninja's eyes flashed with sincere apology. Shikamaru, who noticed this, suddenly felt his hair stand on end. Puff! A white light flashed through Shikamaru's eyes. 2 deep blood marks were cut on the chest of Koji, who was standing in front of him. Ding! Human malice detected plus 5,000. Cursed power conversion chakra amount plus 5,000. Chakra 11400000 100 million. Koji. Shikamaru looked at the fallen Chuji in front of him, and the shadow under his feet quickly spread towards him. However, the opponent's speed was too fast. In the blink of an eye, the dazzling white light had already arrived in front of him. Swish! The silver-purple lightning pierced the back of the silver-haired ninja. The silver-haired ninja was forced to put away his sword, and when he turned around, the chakra short sword in his hand actually split the raikiri in Hashomi's hand and accurately pierced Hashomi's chest. Hashomi! Ding! Human malice detected plus 10,000. Chakra converted from cursed power plus 10,000. Chakra 11410000 100 million. The silver-white blade light flashed violently. The majestic sword intent merged into an airtight net in the air and fell on Hashomi's body. Shikamaru's eyes almost completely turned blood red. Hashomi's blood was splattered all around. Hashomi's body was covered with wounds. There was no intact skin or flesh. Ding! Human malice detected plus 1 million. Chakra converted from cursed power plus 1 million. Chakra 12410000 100 million. Shikamaru was shaking all over. Don't hurt Hashomi. Don't treat Hashomi like this. Chapter 32. Hashomi is very gentle. He is very gentle to everyone in Konoha village. Hashomi is very patient. He will answer seriously questions that others think are completely irrelevant. Hashomi is very meticulous. He will often remember many details that are easily overlooked for others. When you get along with him, everyone will feel happy to be taken care of, cared for, and loved. So, don't treat Hashomi like this. Don't treat him like this. Shikamaru, who is the calmest, lost his mind. His shadow seemed to lose control and rushed towards the silver-haired ninja. The silver-haired ninja retreated and distanced himself from Shikamaru. However, the black shadow soon caught up and wrapped around the ankle of the silver-haired ninja. It seemed that he was tired of such interference. The silver-haired ninja raised his hand suddenly. Bang! The silver knife light burst around Shikamaru. Shikamaru heard the sound of his heart beating violently. The sound of blood bursting out of his body became extremely clear. In his body, the blood vessels in his body seemed to explode instantly. Shikamaru did not feel any pain. But this was not good. This meant that death was approaching too fast. The brain had completely lost any ability to react. Was he going to die? This short life ended here. He clearly just wanted to live an ordinary and simple life, but it seemed difficult. Because there were too many things in life that were difficult to give up, he was willing to sacrifice his life for it. Green chakra surrounded Shikamaru's whole body. The intense pain from countless wounds all over his body rushed towards Shikamaru. Shikamaru's face turned pale, but he could feel that his wounds were slowly recovering. His eyes flashed with the reflection of Hazumi's bloody face. Hazumi stared at him intently and lowered his voice, "Take them away." Thousands of thoughts flashed through Shikamaru's mind in an instant. In the end, only one was left. Hazumi is going to sacrifice himself to hold back the ninja in front of him. If he stands in an absolutely calm position, this is the only hopeful way at the moment. But how can Shikamaru do it? How can he do it? How can he live on the corpses of his companions? Hey! The silver knife light exploded, like a ferocious beast, biting Hazumi's neck. Hazumi clenched his teeth, and the blood from the corner of his mouth dripped onto Shikamaru's cheek. He clamped the silver-haired ninja's hand that stabbed the short knife into his neck with one hand, and the other hand turned into a 1-meter-long sharp blade, instantly piercing the opponent's shoulder. Go! Hazumi looked at Shikamaru for the last time. At least his sacrifice should not be in vain. That look made Shikamaru cold all over. Is this what his father once said? As a brain, sometimes you will face a choice that is more difficult than life and death. On one side is correctness, and on the other side is emotion. The balance is swaying, you can't hesitate for a moment. Otherwise, you will lose both sides. His mind was blank. Shikamaru seemed to have lost his soul. He could only act mechanically. He stood up, picked up Naruto, Koji, and Inyazuka Kaiba, and continued to move towards Konoha. He didn't dare to look back, and blood and tears flowed all the way. The whole person seemed to be split in half alive. One half was carrying his companions and running towards Konoha, while the other half had died with Hazumi. Ding! Human malice detected plus 5 million. Cursed power converted chakra plus 5 million. Chakra 17410000100 million. Shikamaru and the others were no longer visible. Renjian threw the knife stuck in his neck to the ground, and his wounds healed instantly. He praised himself in front of him, good acting skills. The silver-haired ninja smiled slightly, and the gentle cowardice suddenly overflowed, no. Renjian looked disgusted, shut up. Silver-haired ninja. Renjian walked to the wooden barrel. Poor Sasuke, how could such a big body curl up in such a small wooden barrel? Orochimaru was too stingy and didn't even know to change a bigger wooden barrel for Sasuke. Renjian threw the wooden barrel to the silver-haired ninja. Let's go, give a gift to Orochimaru. Isn't it right? Renjian took 2 steps forward, then stopped at the dense jungle in front of him. I killed all the Otonin, so how can I find Orochimaru? The silver-haired ninja slightly widened his eyes, smiling, yes. Cry. The air was cut, making a sharp burst. A grey bone spur went towards Hazumi, chopped fiercely. Hazumi shook his hands, and the airflow was like a hurricane. At this moment, Kagaya Kimimaro felt the opponent's fist tearing a scar in the space. The sudden surge of power poured towards him. Kagaya Kimimaro actually felt a slight sense of suffocation. However, when it was no more than 1 centimeter away from Kagaya Kimimiro's chest, the black and red light went out. Hashiomi stared at Kimimaro in front of him and explained, "We are going to send Suzuki to Orochimaru and treat his hands by the way." Hashiomi pointed to the wooden barrel in the hands of the silver-haired ninja. Kimimaro took the wooden barrel containing Suzuki from the silver-haired ninja. "Lead us," Hashiomi ordered. Kimimaro looked at the Konoha forward guards on Hashiomi and the silver-haired ninja's heads, and the coldness in his eyes did not dissipate. Tisk! Hashion's hand quickly rested on Kimimiro's shoulder, with a strong sense of vigilance. The intense blue flames enveloped Kimimiro's whole body, as if he was burning. After a moment, after the blue flames went out, Kimimaro froze in place. His illness healed. Kimimaro looked at Hashion in disbelief. "Don't waste time, maybe Konoha's reinforcements will arrive later." Hashion glanced at Kimimaro. After this hearty treatment, Kimimaro was convinced that Hashion could heal Orochimaru's hands, and he quickly led the way with a wooden barrel on his back. Tianziguo. Otogakuer. Accompanied by the dust, Hashion and the other two appeared at an underground entrance. "It's right here," Kimimaro said, walked down the stairs, and his figure disappeared into the darkness. Hashion and the silver-haired ninja followed his footsteps. The underground base of Orochimaru was built very large, and every room was exactly the same, which could easily cause visual fatigue. After walking around for an unknown amount of time, Kimimaro stopped in front of a door. The door suddenly opened from the inside. Hashiomi saw the face of Kabuto Yakushi. Seeing Hashiomi, Kabuto Yakushi smiled, "You're here." Kabuto Yakushi's tone was so familiar that it seemed that Hashiomi had some kind of relationship with him. Hashiomi ignored him, passed by him, and entered the room. Kabuto Yakushi, who was completely ignored by Hashiomi, smiled even more. Hashiomi saw Orochimaru lying on the bed, who looked like he was dying. His already pale face was now completely pale. Those who didn't know would have thought he had been dead for a long time. When Orochimaru saw the ninja who followed Hashiomi in, the smile on his face suddenly disappeared. His pupils shrank, and his eyes licked the silver-haired ninja's body inch by inch. "It's not the impure world reincarnation," Orochimaru quickly judged it. "Hitaki Sakumo was resurrected. How could this be possible?" Kimimaro handed the barrel to Kabuto Yakushi, who left the room holding the barrel. Kimimaro walked in front of Orochimaru and knelt on one knee. "Lord Orochimaru, my disease has been cured." Orochimaru was shocked by the news for 3 seconds, and then he laughed in a low voice, his voice hoarse, as if he was sawing wood. "Ha ha ha ha! It seems that your attainments in medical ninjutsu are not even comparable to Tsunade." Orochimaru had carefully studied Kimimiro's body. His disease was a rare blood disease, which could not be cured at all. And according to Kimimaro, the members of the Kagaya clan had been affected by the blood disease for thousands of years and died prematurely. Orochimaru was very sure that Tsunade was helpless against the blood-stain disease. But now, Kimimaro actually told him that someone had cured the blood-stain disease. Then there was hope for his hands. Orochimaru stared at Hashiomi with burning eyes. "I want the cells of Hashirama Senju." Hashiomi got straight to the point and stated his request. Orochimaru smiled coldly, "You are really asking for too much." Hashiomi sneered, "You can also refuse." Of course, Orochimaru could not refuse. For his hands, he would exchange anything. Orochimaru kindly reminded, "Not everyone can bear the cells of Hashirama Senju. Most people will die because they can't bear it. But it has nothing to do with him. As long as Hashiomi can cure his hands first, what does it matter if Hashiomi dies? This is not your problem." Hashumi must make a quick decision. Konoha's support will definitely come soon. The real show will start later. His hands covered Orochimaru's hands. The blue flames ignited again. Orochimaru's dead muscles and meridians were rapidly activated. A strong vitality was surging in his hands. In just a moment, Orochimaru's dark purple shrunken hands faded and returned to their previous appearance. The blue flames went out. Orochimaru looked at his hands, breathing heavily. He rolled off the bed. He took Hashumi into his laboratory. He would not regret it. Hashumi had shown him the value of cooperation. Why not continue such a partnership? A tube of crystal clear green solution was shaking in the syringe. Hashumi stretched out his arm. The silver-haired ninja protected him. The needle tip pierced Hashumi's skin. The green solution slowly disappeared into the syringe and all merged into Hashumi's body. At the same time, Hashumi could clearly feel the difference in Senju Hashirama's cells. The activity was too strong. As soon as it entered the body, it rushed around in his body recklessly, smashing other cells. Hashumi instantly saw the characteristics of Hashirama Senju's cells. The activity of Hashirama Senju's cells is 1,000 times that of ordinary human cells. The rate of cell self-renewal is also 1,000 times that of ordinary human cells. And the multidirectional differentiation potential is also extremely strong. Multidirectional differentiation potential refers to the ability of cells to differentiate into many different types of cells, which has great potential in cell replacement therapy. Through specific induction conditions, stem cells can differentiate into multiple cell types such as cardiomyocytes, nerve cells, and liver cells, which are used to treat diseases caused by cell damage or death. The strong multidirectional differentiation potential is an important reason why Hashirama Senju's body has a strong self-healing ability. The strong stability and plasticity of cells will enable cells to remain stable under certain conditions, not prone to malignant transformation, and also undergo phenotypic and functional changes when stimulated by external factors to adapt to environmental changes. Hashumi instantly regulated the cells in his body, and the wood release chakra contained in the cells of Senju Hashirama was easily analyzed by Hashumi. At the same time, his body was renewing cells and breeding wood release chakra at a speed of 1,000 times and 10,000 times. This series of processes seemed extremely long, but in fact it did not take more than 10 minutes. Hashumi quickly renewed the cells in his body. Now each of his cells contains wood release chakra. The source of chakra is the ability of body cells plus mental power. If Hashumi's chakra is large enough, he can play the same powerful wood release ninjutsu as Senju Hashirama's wood release, and even develop a more powerful wood release. Orochimaru looked at Hashumi's calm face, and it seemed that nothing happened to Senju Hashirama's cells in his body. At least from the outside, they saw nothing. Hashumi's expression did not change from beginning to end. The same is true for the body. Orochimaru thought of the curse seal he had planted on Hashumi Masamune, but it had no effect at all. Hashumi Masamune's body hides too many secrets. Orochimaru took the opportunity to say, "I want to study your body." Hashumi was not surprised that Orochimaru had such an idea, and he politely refused, "No." Ding! Human malice detected plus 1000. Cursed power converted to chakra plus 1000. Chakra 174110000 million. Orochimaru regretfully put down the empty syringe in his hand. Hashumi and the silver-haired ninja left Orochimaru's secret base. Shikamaru. Naruto. What happened to you? Izumo and Katetsu, who were on duty, saw Shikamaru covered in blood from a distance at the gate. He dragged his companion who was completely seriously injured and unconscious by himself. Shikamaru's pupils seemed to be soaked in blood. The whites of his eyes were stained red with blood. As soon as he lost his strength, Naruto and the others fell to the ground, but Shikamaru had no strength left. Now the only thing that supported him to go on was a belief. Save Renjian! Save Renjian! His voice was hoarse, and a strong smell of blood rose up as soon as he opened his mouth. Izumo and Zaitetsu immediately realized the seriousness of the matter. Izumo carried Shikamaru on his back and took him to the Hokage's office. The remaining 3 seriously injured people were sent to Konoha Hospital by Zaitetsu. Hokage's office. Might Guy and Kakashi had just handed over the task when the door of the Hokage's office was knocked open. Kakashi raised his eyebrows. Who would come to the Hokage's office with such a big scene? Izumo carried Shikamaru, who was covered in blood, on his back. When Naruto came in, Tsunade's pupils shrank and she stood up suddenly. Shikamaru! Shikamaru held his breath, speaking clearly and calmly in a terrifying tone. We encountered a silver-haired Konoha ninja with a short sword halfway through the mission. He seriously injured us. Hajime held him back, and I brought Naruto and the others back for help. Tsunade's heart suddenly fell into the abyss. Kakashi frowned. Konoha ninja. How could a Konoha ninja attack Hajime and the others? Long silver hair, braided into a braid, with extremely high swordsmanship. Hajime is no match for him. Almost as soon as Shikamaru's words fell, Tsunade had a name in her mind based on his description. Hatake Sakumo. Impossible. Kakashi denied. His father had been dead for more than 20 years. How could he be resurrected? Kakashi, Kai, you go and rescue Hajime immediately. Tsunade gave the order. After the voices of Guy and Kakashi disappeared, Tsunade realized that her hands were shaking. She knew better than anyone that if it was really Hatake Sakumo, Hajime would not be alive. No. Tsunade's voice trembled, and she supported her head. No. Chapter 33. Kakashi. Might Guy stopped and looked at Kakashi beside him with concern. 10 meters in front of the two of them, a familiar figure was standing there. Even Might Guy felt that he looked particularly familiar, not to mention Kakashi. Kakashi had a blank expression on his face, but a closer look revealed his trembling fingertips and trembling pupils. As if he had noticed someone coming from behind, he turned around and revealed a familiar face that Kakashi had buried deep in his memory. That was the face of the man called Father. Ding! Human malice detected plus 10,000. Cursed chakra conversion plus 10,000. Chakra 1742100001 billion. Hatake Sakumo smiled gently at Kakashi. Long time no see, Kakashi, you have grown up. The smile completely overlapped with the smile on the face of the tall and gentle father in Kakashi's memory. Ding! Human malice detected plus 10,000. Cursive power conversion chakra amount plus 10,000. Chakra 17431000 million. No one knows better than Kakashi that his father is dead. So no matter how similar the person in front of him is, he will never believe it. Don't pretend, you are not him. Kakashi said coldly. Might Guy glanced around and didn't see Hajime. His heart sank, his eyebrows lowered, and he asked, where is Hajime? Where is he? Ding! Human malice detected plus 10,000. Cursive force converted to chakra plus 10,000. Chakra 1744100001 billion. Pretending to be a dead person to fight. Might Guy couldn't stand the fact that someone was actually desecrating the dead like this. And Hajime? Where is Hajime? Hatake Sakumo heard Might Guy's question and thought for a moment. Hajime? Is that the kid with blue hair? Kakashi and Might Guy's hearts tightened at the same time. He's above you, didn't you notice? Hatake Sakumo's smile deepened, and he pointed above Kakashi and Might Guy. Plop! It's raining. No. Kakashi smelled a strong smell of blood. For some reason, at this moment, he was scared. He didn't dare to look up. Ding! Human malice detected plus 1 million. Cursed chakra conversion plus 1 million. Chakra 18441000 100 million. Might Guy's body quickly rushed towards Hatake Sakumo, and the blue steam formed a hurricane on his body surface. He was like a blue meteor. Might Guy's eyes were red. How dare this man treat Hashimi like this? Treating his extremely diligent and serious disciple. He absolutely cannot tolerate it. Absolutely not. Ding! Human malice detected plus 2000. Cursed chakra conversion plus 2000. Chakra 18443000 100 million. Hatake Sakumo's figure flashed, and Might Guy's body hit the ground directly. Boom! The ground was like a huge dent made by a missile. Might Guy's body jumped out of the dent. He gritted his teeth and was furious. His body was like steel. His body was not injured at all by such a horrible attack, nor was it affected at all. Hatake Sakumo did not expect that the scene just now would directly stimulate Might Guy to open his door. If he had not laid the Flying Thunder God seal in this forest in advance, he would not have been able to avoid Might Guy's direct distortion of the speed of space. Kakashi looked up. Blood was still dripping. Above his head was a scene like hell on earth. Hashimi's body was hung on the highest branch. His body was covered with dense knife wounds. There was a pool of blood on the countless leaves under him. The green leaves that could not bear it tilted slightly. The blood dripped onto Kakashi's body. Hashimi was as pale as paper. His eyes were tightly closed. Even though he had lost consciousness, his body was still trembling slightly because of the pain. For the first time, Kakashi hated the Sharingan for being able to observe so carefully. The countless wounds seemed to have fallen on his body. His spirit was being tortured thousands of times. The Sharingan was burning and sore. It was as if a red iron ball was embedded in his eye socket. His brain was burned by the high-temperature burning pain. Ding! Human malice detected plus 5 million. Cursive power converted to chakra plus 5 million. Chakra 2344300 100 million. The moment Hatake Sakumo dodged Might Guy's attack, a strange sound came from behind him. Might Guy's figure attacked him from behind at a very fast speed. His fist had not yet completely reached Hatake Sakumo. The white air wave that suddenly burst out from his fist formed a huge tiger head. Daytime tiger! Roaring wildly, the white tiger bit towards Hatake Sakumo. Ding! Human malice detected plus 2000. Cursive power converted to chakra plus 2000. Chakra 2344500 100 million. Hatake Sakumo stretched out his hand suddenly, and the short knife drew countless dazzling blade lights in the air. His figure retreated violently. At the same time, the power of the day tiger was also offset by most of it. Zzz. The sound of lightning and thunder that made people's scalps numb sounded from behind Hatake Sakumo. He turned slightly, and Kakashi appeared behind him, with hatred on his face, and his right hand covered with lightning swung towards Hatake Sakumo. Ding! Human malice detected plus 2000. Cursed power conversion chakra amount plus 2000. Chakra 2344700 100 million. Puff! Hatake Sakumo reacted, but did not resist or escape. His head was easily cut off by Kakashi's lightning. A large amount of blood spurted out, revealing the bright red muscle tissue. Kakashi was covered in blood. He blinked. The blood that spurted into his eyes fell from his eye sockets. At the moment when Hatake Sakumo's neck was cut off, he clearly heard Hatake Sakumo's voice. The familiar voice with relief and emotion echoed in his ears. Kakashi, you really grew up. I can die in your hands and get rid of his control. It's great. Hatake Sakumo's body quickly melted. It seeped into the ground like a stream of water, without leaving any trace. Ding! Human malice detected plus 5 million. Cursed power conversion chakra amount plus 5 million. Chakra 28447000 100 million. Kakashi fell to his knees as if exhausted. Control, who is it who is behind all this? How could they fool the dead like this? Kakashi's fingers dug deep into the ground. Blood oozed from his fingertips. Might Guy carried Hashimi on his back. Hashimi's wounds were slowly healing. Ding! Human malice detected plus 10,000. Cursed power converted chakra plus 10,000. Chakra 28457000 10 million. Might Guy knew Hashimi had a strong recovery ability. But after they arrived, Hashimi still had wounds on her body. This means Might Guy's eyes were red. The other party had been torturing Hashimi. Whenever Hashimi's wound heals, a new wound will be created on his body. Warm tears fell on Hashimi's eyelids. Hiss! Might Guy carried Hashimi on his back, but he stumbled when he stood up. Severe pain came from all over his body. This is the sequelae of opening the shock gate. Teacher Kai. Hashimi's weak voice came. Might Guy sniffed and forced a smile. Great. Hashimi, don't be afraid. Teacher Kai will take you back to Konoha now. Hashimi lay on his back, and hot tears fell on Might Guy's back. Teacher Kai, you are injured. Might Guy's tears suddenly flowed like a torrent. He spent a lot of effort to restrain himself from trembling. Hashimi, this little injury is nothing to the teacher. Hashimi subconsciously read out Shikamaru's name. Might Guy immediately said, don't worry. Hashimi, they are all safe. Hashimi breathed a sigh of relief, and his consciousness immediately sank into darkness, still saying, I'm sorry, Teacher Guy. Compared with the psychological pain, the physical pain is nothing. Might Guy has never wanted to turn back time so much to stop this mission. Kakashi was exhausted, both physically and mentally. He gently touched Hashimi's forehead, and said to Might Guy, let me do it, your body. Might Guy shook his head, will is always stronger than the body. He and Hashimi both firmly believe in this. Hashimi can hold on until he and Kakashi come. Then he can also hold on until he brings Hashimi back to Konoha. As Hashimi's teacher, he can't be weak and give up. Konoha Hospital. Tsunade sat in front of Hashimi's bed, gently stroking Hashimi's pale cheek. Tears suddenly fell. Tsunade blinked and quickly wiped away the tears. Might Guy went to treat the injuries. Kakashi's external injuries were minor. He quickly treated them and walked into the ward. Tsunade sniffed and immediately forced back the tears. Is it Hatake Sakumo? Tsunade asked. There was still an uncontrollable slight tremor in her voice. Kakashi wanted to deny it in various ways. But he knew very well that the other party did not use the transformation technique. Yes, but he was controlled. Thinking of the last words that Hatake Sakumo said before he disappeared, Kakashi said, Tsunade looked solemn, resurrecting the dead, controlling the dead. Who is it? Kakashi shook his head and thought of another key point. The method of resurrection is not the impure world reincarnation, it seems to be a real physical resurrection. Tsunade pursed her lips. Real physical resurrection, how is this possible? This matter is of great importance. If the other party can resurrect Hatake Sakumo, they can resurrect other ninjas. They know nothing about the enemy hiding in the dark. But they have to face the possibility of fighting with the relatives of the strong at all times. Tsunade took a deep breath. I will let Jiraiya investigate this matter. If there is any information, I will inform you as soon as possible. After all, Kakashi is the first victim of this matter. The object of resurrection is his biological father. Yes. Kakashi looked at Hajime on the bed and said to Tsunade, Hokage-sama, let Hajime take a rest for a while. Tsunade smiled bitterly, I know. She was too anxious to help Hajime grow up, but she forgot that everyone has their own fixed growth process. When Kakashi and Tsunade walked out of the ward, they saw Shikamaru outside the door. Go in and see him, Tsunade said to Shikamaru. Shikamaru's face was tense, he was nervous. After making the decision, facing Hajime again, his mind was full of Hajime's last look. Is he really qualified to visit Hajime after abandoning Hajime? Kakashi patted Shikamaru on the shoulder, don't think too much, Hajime will be very happy if he knows you come to see him. Shikamaru stood outside the door alone. Kakashi and Hokage-sama had been gone for a long time. But he still didn't have the courage to open this door. He knew Hajime wouldn't blame him. But he couldn't get over it. He was afraid of seeing Hajime's eyes. Shikamaru. Sakura, who was carrying 2 thermos bottles, saw Shikamaru wandering at the door of Hajime's ward. Why don't you go in? Sakura didn't know what happened. She only knew that Hajime was seriously injured again in this mission. Shikamaru looked at Sakura's red eyes, which were obviously from crying, and avoided Sakura's sight. You go in first. Sakura thought Shikamaru was weird, but she didn't say much and pushed the door to enter the ward. Sakura skillfully placed the thermos bottle on the table in the ward, then replaced the flowers in the vase on the table with fresh lilies, and slightly opened the window. The breeze blew slowly, lifting the curtains. Sakura pinched the quilt for Hajime. She noticed the obvious gaze, looked up, and found that Hajime had woken up. Sakura. Hajime raised the corners of her mouth in a good mood. A great harvest, a great harvest. It was difficult for him to control the corners of his mouth. Sakura couldn't help but smile. She raised the table on the bed and opened the incubator. This is papaya squid soup, which replenishes blood and nourishes chi. In addition to the soup, the table was also filled with salmon soba noodles, shrimp cakes, soy sauce meatballs, and plum pickled tomatoes. Sakura watched Hajime eat with big mouthfuls, and her heart was full of satisfaction and happiness. Hajime could sit in front of her safely and healthily for the rest of his life, eating the food she made with big mouthfuls, and she was very satisfied. Sakura, I'm sorry that I couldn't bring Sasuke back, Hajime said halfway through eating, suddenly lowering his head. Sakura laughed and shook her head with red eyes. It's okay, as long as Hajime and Naruto can come back safely. If Hajime and Naruto are in danger of their lives because of this mission, then Sakura will never forgive them in her life. Myself. Sasuke. Sakura blinked, tears quietly slipped down, with relief in her eyes. Sasuke has his own way to go, I know. Holding Hajime's hand, she asked with a smile, as long as each of us is safe, Team 7 will never break up, right? Hajime also nodded with tears in her eyes, yes. After Hajime finished eating, Sakura packed up her things. Before leaving, she told Hajime the news that Shikamaru was outside the door. Hajime was stunned for a moment, and soon figured out what Shikamaru was afraid of. After Sakura left, Hajime did a whole set of stretching exercises on the bed. Then he got out of bed with renewed energy and came to the door of the ward, and he opened the door at once. Shikamaru outside the door was so scared that his eyes were as round as eggs. Hajime. Shikamaru's muscles were tense. But his eyes began to wander, and he just didn't look at Hajime. You won't. You feel sorry for me, right? Hajime guessed it right. Shikamaru became more and more stiff. Hajime touched his chin and thought deeply for a while. How about this? To make it up to me, you can treat me to barbecue for 3 years. Shikamaru, 3.3 years. Hajime, a lot. Shikamaru, no, not much. Guilt and self-blame dissipated in a wonderful way. Was it because of Hajime's forgiveness? No, it was not forgiveness. Shikamaru knew that Hajime was not angry at all. Hajime just realized his psychology and asked to treat him to barbecue in order to make him feel better. Chapter 34. No. Hokage-sama. I will definitely find Sasuke back. Naruto was thrown out of the Hokage's office by Tsunade for the 23rd time. He sat down at the door of the Hokage's office, his arms crossed over his chest, sulking. How could he give up on bringing Sasuke back? No matter what happens, he will bring Sasuke back. Naruto. Hajime walked up the stairs and saw Naruto at the door of the Hokage's office at a glance. Ah! Hajime! Hajime! Naruto rushed over like a calf and hung on Hajime. Hajime, are you well? By the way, what happened after I fell into a coma? Why don't you want to say it? Naruto got angry when he thought about it. The mission to bring back Sasuke ended inexplicably. He woke up in the hospital. Others besides him were also injured. However, when he was about to find Hajime, he was stopped by Kakashi. Kakashi was hesitant to explain the reason and wanted to ask Shikamaru for clarification, but Shikamaru always changed the subject. Very annoying. He recovered. Nothing, it's just that the mission failed and everyone was injured, so we had to terminate the mission. Hajime answered Naruto's questions one by one. Hajime, do we really ignore that bastard Sasuke? Naruto pouted. Although he kept calling him a bastard, he actually cared about Sasuke. Hajime sighed, Naruto, this is the path Sasuke chose himself. Even if we find Sasuke, he won't come back with us. Naruto paused. He had never considered whether Sasuke was willing to come back with them. He thought that as long as he brought Sasuke back, it would be fine. He subconsciously ignored Sasuke's wishes. But. Naruto wanted to say something else. The closed office door in front of him opened. Tsunade pulled Naruto off Hajime by the collar, and then threw him out in a shot-put posture. Tsunade patted the non-existent dust on her hands and carried Hajime into the Hokage's office. Tsunade moved a stack of documents to Hajime's desk. Help the teacher share some of the burden. Tsunade sat on her chair and gave Hajime a pen. Hajime. He was reluctant. Tsunade looked at him with a smile, and the pen in her hand twisted and deformed. Hajime. I do. Tsunade nodded with satisfaction. The documents she handed to Hajime were all selected by Shizuan, some simple grading tasks. For example, assigning ninjas to D-level commissions in the village. Tasks that do not require any technical content, such as helping to walk the dog. Hashumi directly arranged the newly graduated genin to carry out the task. Naruto almost hit Jiraiya when he flew out. Jiraiya moved away in disdain, letting Naruto fall headfirst into the soil. Naruto pulled his head out, shook off the weeds and dirt on his head, and stared at Jiraiya in front of him. Jiraiya knew who had done it when he saw the force and speed of Naruto's fall. "Didn't I tell you not to interfere with the Hokage's work?" Jiraiya scratched his feet. Naruto put his hands on his hips and said angrily, "Are you just going to leave Sasuke alone?" Jiraiya pursed his lips and saw through everything. "You're talking as if you can do it. Can you bring Sasuke back from Orochimaru? Even if you bring him back, can you guarantee that Sasuke won't run away again?" Naruto was speechless, and his blue pupils gradually dimmed, "But we can't just give up like this." Jiraiya looked at him like this and rubbed his furry head softly. "Not chasing Sasuke back now doesn't mean giving up. With your current strength, even if you find Orochimaru, you can't take Sasuke away, and the most important thing is whether Sasuke is willing to go with you. Naruto, you have to have the strength to convince others, instead of always relying on Hashumi." Jiraiya didn't know about Uchiha Sasuke, but he had heard a little about what happened to the Uchiha clan back then. It's completely impossible to persuade Uchiha Sasuke to let go of his hatred. And as long as Hashumi is by Naruto's side, Naruto can't really grow up. Depend on Hashumi. Naruto repeated Jiraiya's words absent-mindedly. It seemed that he had indeed been protected by Hashumi all along. It was precisely because of Hashumi's unlimited tolerance and protection that he could be so unscrupulous. "Sexy Immortal, what happened in this mission after I fell into a coma?" Naruto asked seriously. He always felt that things were not that simple. Everyone's attitude of concealing things has proved everything. Jiraiya was silent for a moment. When he returned to Konoha, he heard about the tragic situation from Kakashi. Kakashi's mental damage was serious, and he still couldn't suppress his emotions when he told the story. Jiraiya felt a chill in his heart when he heard it at that time. Not to mention Naruto. "Naruto, what you need most now is to improve your strength. You have the 9 tails in your body, and the dangers you will face in the future will only increase. So, if you want to not rely on Hashumi, you have to practice well." Jiraiya changed the subject and solemnly warned Naruto. Naruto clenched his fists. "I will." Jiraiya planned to take Naruto to practice, and by the way, find out the information about the manipulator behind Hatake Sakumo that Akatsuki and Kakashi encountered during this mission. Tsunade supported his decision. First, Naruto, the annoying guy who pestered her all day, could be dragged away. Second, Konoha really needed information about Akatsuki and the people who manipulated the dead. Naruto thought that the training was to be done in the village, but he didn't expect that he would have to leave the village. And it is very likely to be in years. Naruto immediately couldn't bear to leave. "Sexy Sage, let's take Hashumi with us." In the ramen restaurant, Naruto suggested to Jiraiya. Jiraiya shook his head. "No. Tsunade will kill him." Naruto's face wrinkled up all of a sudden, and he complained in a low voice, "Sexy Sage can't even do this." Jiraiya's forehead veins jumped. "Take Hashumi with you, and your training will become a game." Naruto. That night, Naruto held his little pillow and knocked on Hashumi's door. When Hashumi opened the door and saw Naruto, his face was full of undisguised surprise. "Naruto, why are you here?" Naruto held the pillow and said in a heavy voice, "Hashumi, I will follow the sage to leave Konoha and go out to practice tomorrow morning." The reluctance in his eyes was about to overflow. Hashumi's reaction was completely different from what Naruto had imagined. Hashumi was very happy for him. "That's great. Naruto will definitely become very powerful next time he comes back. This was not the answer Naruto wanted. He cried and said, "Won't you be reluctant to let me go, Hashime? Hashime." If Naruto really couldn't bear to let him go, Hashime could send his clones to hunt him down every day. I will be reluctant, but when I think about seeing a different Naruto the next time we meet, reluctance turns into anticipation. Who is Hashime, the first performing artist in the ninja world? There is no question he can't answer. His perfect answer successfully appeased Naruto and gave him a shot of stimulant. Next time we meet, I will definitely become super handsome. Naruto walked into Hashime's room happily, then put his pillow next to Hashime's pillow, lay down as if he was back home, and patted the empty space beside him. "Hashun, come up quickly." Naruto opened his eyes wide and lay on the bed looking at Hashun expectantly. Hashun, unable to bear to look, lay down stiffly. It was the first time that Naruto slept in the same bed with someone else, and he was a little uncontrollably excited. He sniffed, "Hashun, you smell so good." Hashun punched Naruto's head. Naruto closed his eyes and fell asleep. Hashun breathed a sigh of relief and closed his eyes. In the morning, Naruto woke up with a headache. He covered his head with a blank look. When did he fall asleep last night? Why didn't he remember, and why did his head hurt so much? Naruto looked at Hashun, who was sleeping soundly beside him, and tiptoed out of bed. He took a last look at Hashun and left the room. Weavyu. Naruto left Konoha with Jiraiya, with a look of reluctance on his face. 3 years later. In the dense forest, a blue figure suddenly shot out. The fist wrapped in black and red lightning hit out violently, and the power was almost as terrifying as a cannonball. Boom! The air was pierced by the huge fist. The attack instantly came to the ninja. It easily penetrated the defense that the ninja was proud of and hit his chest. The terrifying force poured out wantonly. The ninja's chest was blown into a huge hole by this punch. Blood and flesh splattered, and a large amount of blood spurted out of his mouth and nose. Life disappeared in his eyes in an instant. His body fell stiffly. Having completed the task, Hashime put the ninja's body into the seal scroll. His figure quickly jumped onto the tree branch and headed towards Konoha. At this time, Konoha. In the Hokage's office, Naruto was chattering and asking Tsunade all kinds of questions, making Tsunade's temples throb. "Hokage-sama, where is Hashime? Where did Hashime go? Oh! You must have asked him to go on a mission again. You just know how to exploit Hashime all day long. Sakura, do you think I have become more handsome? As ugly as before? Ah, impossible! Absolutely impossible! I want to ask Hashime. Hokage-sama, when will Hashime come back? Can he come back earlier? He must not know that I am back in Konoha today. Otherwise, Hashime will definitely come to pick me up. Hashime is the best to me. Don't you think so, Sakura? I don't know. Anyway, Hashime has been eating barbecue with Shikamaru every day for the past 3 years, rain or shine. Ah, impossible! This is absolutely impossible. Naruto collapsed and supported his head, unwilling to believe this fact. For the past 3 years, Hashime has been eating barbecue with Shikamaru every day, rain or shine. Hashime has been eating barbecue with Shikamaru every day, rain or shine. Eat barbecue together, rain or shine. Rain or shine. Sakura's words kept playing in Naruto's mind. Until Hokage-sama. A figure appeared at the window, flipped into the office lightly, and handed the scroll to Tsunade. Long blue hair floated in front of Naruto's eyes. The ninja in the Anbu uniform had a fox mask on his face and a flame-like tattoo on his right arm. He was tall and had long legs, and his smooth and graceful muscle lines were wrapped in a black body-shaping suit. Tsunade nodded, without even checking the results of Hajome's mission. In the past 3 years, Hajome has not failed in any of his missions, and has been promoted from Chunin to Jonin. Sakura glanced at Naruto, who had become inexplicably quiet since Hajome appeared, and raised her eyebrows. Wasn't she excited and screaming just now that he has seen the real person? Why is he silent? Hajime of course saw Naruto in the office. He turned around, took off the mask on his face, and smiled at Naruto. Welcome back, Naruto. The shyness in his heart disappeared in an instant. Seeing the familiar gentle smile, Naruto's eyes lit up. He rushed up and hung on Hajime with his hands and feet. Hajime, Hajime, have you missed me? Do you miss me so much? But you must not miss you as much as I do. What the hell is going on? Hajime was full of black lines. Also, you have to treat me to barbecue. I want to eat barbecue. Naruto shouted. No problem. Hajime has saved a huge sum of money in the past 3 years of missions. In addition, the meal money for the past 3 years was contracted by Shikamaru, so the mission commission he received was equivalent to pure income, without expenditure. Just as Naruto was about to pull Hajime out of the office, Hajime suddenly thought of something and turned to Tsunade and reported solemnly, Hokage-sama, I met a ninja during my mission. Tsunade knew Hajime would not suddenly talk about something irrelevant, so she looked a little serious. That ninja is very similar to the first generation Hokage, and he also knows wood release. Hajime looked worried. I wonder if it will be the same as the Konoha ninja we met in the mission 3 years ago. Naruto's eyes darkened. During the 3 years of training, the lustful sage had told him what happened 3 years ago. Naruto clenched his fists. He would never forgive these people. The table broke in half. Tsunade's forehead veins jumped and her face was gloomy. The enemy hiding in the dark actually reached out to Grandpa. Ding! Human malice detected plus 50,000. Cursed power conversion chakra amount plus 50,000. Chakra 28550000100 million. Just hearing about it has contributed 50,000 malicious points. If you see it with your own eyes, I'm afraid the malicious points will be higher. Controlling the first Hokage Senju Hashirama, who personally founded Konoha, to destroy Konoha, will definitely earn a lot of malicious points. Speaking of this, I have obtained some information about the resurrection of ninjas in the past 3 years. Jiraiya's figure appeared in the window. This organization is a mercenary group established on the black market. The members seem to be some resurrected ninjas who have only started activities in the past 3 years. Among them, Hatake Sakumo should be the first member to start activities. There is no specific information about the leader of the organization and the number of members, but now the other party's gimmick on the black market is the god of ninja world Senju Hashirama. Jiraiya glanced at Tsunade's face and continued said, the members of this organization seem to act purely for money. Tsunade gritted her teeth, asshole. Chapter 35. Boom. The floor beneath his feet exploded. Rubble and dirt scattered everywhere, dust flying everywhere. Hajime dodged Sakura's brute force attack lightly in the air, with a smile on his face. On the branches in the distance, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Kakashi were watching Hajime and the other two fighting seriously. In order to test the learning results of Naruto and Sakura in the past 3 years, Kakashi proposed to organize a battle between the three of them. Of course, in view of the disparity in strength and the sense of oppression Hajime had always brought to Naruto and Sakura, the two began to plan to form an alliance to deal with Hajime at the beginning of the battle. Hajime and Sakura were both learning ninjutsu from Tsunade, but Hajime's means of attack were not limited to monotonous strange force attacks. From the beginning of the battle to now, Hajime has not started to fight back formally, and it is easy for him to avoid the overwhelming attacks of Sakura and Naruto. Renjian hasn't shown his true strength yet. Jiraiya watched the battle and sighed while touching his chin. Humph! Tsunade snorted with pride and raised her eyebrows. I can't even see how strong Renjian is now. Kakashi nodded. After all, Renjian is a ninja who grew up in battle. He is extremely talented and grows up almost 10 times faster than others. The ruins that were shattered by Sakura's punch suddenly made a noise. Under Renjian's feet, Naruto hit underground at some point, and his fist hit Renjian from bottom to top. Renjian showed a playful smile at the corner of his mouth, and his figure easily avoided it. One hand grabbed Naruto's wrist, and at the same time, the other hand attacked Naruto's chest. Naruto didn't feel any pain at all. Renjian's hand seemed to be just on his chest. The next moment, Naruto suddenly felt his body begin to stiffen. He couldn't move. Naruto looked down and saw a thick layer of ice spreading rapidly from his chest, covering Naruto's entire body inch by inch except for his neck. He became an ice sculpture with only his head moving. Frozen Naruto's eyes lit up, and he kept saying to Hajime, "Great! Hajime! This is too great!" Jiraiya covered his face. "At least we are fighting. Don't be completely immersed in praising the enemy." Sakura, Naruto's fighting partner, was full of black lines. Naruto is too unreliable. Sakura went behind Hajime without anyone noticing. The fist emanated extremely terrifying power fluctuations. Wherever the fist passed, bursts of explosions were heard in the air. Bang! The fist hit Hajime's palm hard. Sakura's pupils dilated. "Wow, Sakura! You're too cruel!" Naruto's heart suddenly tightened when he saw this scene. Will Hajime be injured? Kakashi's expression tightened, and a hand was immediately placed on his shoulder. Tsunade had a faint smile on her face, and her eyes were full of confidence. "Kakashi, don't underestimate Hajime." Kakashi looked carefully. He found that Hajime's palm was covered with a thin layer of ice. But Sakura's strength to smash the entire ground into pieces did not cause any damage to the seemingly fragile ice. On the contrary, Sakura's arm was quickly covered by ice. The ice eroded her body silently. Unlike Naruto's erosion from the outside to the inside, Sakura was eroded from the inside to the outside. The water content in the human body is about 60–70%. If the water content in the human body is controlled, then a person's life and death can be easily controlled. Hajime's inaction transformation provided him with extremely beneficial help in developing ninjutsu and bloodstains. In these 3 years, he has developed the ice escape to a new level. At first, he mobilized the water molecules in the opponent's body by touching the human body, thus freezing the enemy from the inside out. Later, Hajime began to increase the difficulty, abandoning the prerequisite of touching the human body, and changed it to touching the ice condensed by his chakra to be frozen from the inside out. It seems that the winner has been decided. Jiraiya crossed his chest and was not surprised at this outcome. He would be surprised if Naruto and Sakura won. Tsunade's eyes flashed. It's only been a short time since the beginning, and the winner has been decided. I really want to see how much Hajime has grown now. After saying this, Tsunade and Jiraiya looked at each other, and sparks flashed in their eyes. Then, they both looked at Kakashi at the same time. Kakashi immediately had a bad premonition in his heart. It won't be. It's him just as you imagine. The next second, Kakashi found himself being lifted up. His left and right arms were lifted up by Lord Hokage and Lord Jiraiya. The three of them stood opposite Hajime. Yoshi, Hajime, let's have a friendly exchange. Jiraiya winked at Hajime. Naruto, who could only move his head flexibly, ah. If the three of you come together, you're bullying. Jiraiya patted Naruto's head, and then together with Tsunade, lifted the ice sculptures of Naruto and Sakura to a distance where they could not affect the battle. Kakashi had no fighting spirit. He did not want to join this battle. Lord Jiraiya and Lord Hokage might be curious about the outcome of this battle. But he was not at all. Because when Hajime just joined Team 7, he could beat himself to vomit blood with his move called Black Flash. Now he must be even more powerful. Hajun, show your full strength. Tsunade looked at Hajun with high morale. Full strength Flying Thunder God and would release Hajun was afraid that the battle would end in a second. Tsunade and Jiraiya didn't even feel like participating. Straight punch. Tsunade's punch came through the air. Sakura was Tsunade's apprentice. Although the two had the same moves, the effects were completely different. Apart from other things, Tsunade, who had experienced the war era, was much more difficult to deal with than Sakura in terms of combat experience and skills. Hajun dodged, but Tsunade's next move soon appeared. Hook. Whip kick. Side kick. Hajun could hardly see a piece of intact ground around him. Tsunade's attack was dazzling. Hajun's already terrifying speed increased again. Green mist emanated from his body. The air seemed to be broken by his body. A circle of white air waves as terrifying as supersonic speed vaguely appeared around his body. A distance of more than 10 meters was crossed in 1 second. His fist collided directly with Tsunade's fist. His black flash was not an ordinary black flash. It was the 2.0 version of Black Flash he developed after integrating Tsunade's strange power. The space between Hajime and Tsunade seemed to have turned into a crumpled paper. Tsunade sensed the terrifying power of this attack. She quickly bit her finger, summoning technique. A slug as tall as 2 people blocked Tsunade. The slug that endured this powerful attack quickly dispersed like a stream of water, humming and groaning to avoid Hajime. The next second, Tsunade's elbow attacked Hajime's head with a great force. Bang! Contrary to Tsunade's expectation, Hajime did not dodge, but quickly condensed into an ice mirror to block his side. Tsunade suddenly opened her eyes wide. The ice mirror that bore her fatal blow not only did not break, but was swallowing her arm. An extremely strong gravitational force came from the inside of the ice mirror, constantly sucking Tsunade into the ice mirror. After mastering the secret technique of the ice escape magic mirror, Hajime realized how much Bai wasted this ability. Since he could shuttle inside the ice mirror could also be used as a cage to completely trap the enemy inside. Fire escape toad oil flame bomb. The air heated up instantly. The huge power of the fire escape poured out. The wind escape contained in the fire escape increased the fire. The attack range of the ninjutsu is extremely wide. Not only Hajime was included. His ice mirror and Tsunade were both within the range of the attack. Although the ice mirror is a secret technique of ice escape, the mirror surface is always formed by ice escape. The nemesis of ice is fire. Although the ice mirror is not afraid of strong power attacks, it will still melt uncontrollably under the scorching of flames. Water escape water array wall. A high-speed rotating water wall like a waterfall surrounded Hajime. The two offset each other, and the air was filled with violent white smoke. In this thick white smoke that made it difficult to see the human figure, Hajime heard the familiar sound of thunder and lightning. It was Kakashi's Reikari. Hajime judged instantly. Wind attribute clash thunder attribute. Super large jade rays Nan. The huge rays Nan erupted a strong hurricane. Hajime's rays Nan does not need to be shaken forward, and can be cast instantly. This is the point that Kakashi's Reikari cannot catch up with him. Kakashi thought it was not good. The next second, he felt his body like a leaf falling in the wind, and flew backwards with the spread of the airflow. The situation was deadlocked again. Kakashi, Jiraiya and Tsunade surrounded Hajime from 3 different directions. Even though Naruto was far away from the battlefield, he did not stop. Hajime. Defeat him. They. Come on. Hajime. Jiraiya complained, I should have blocked Naruto's mouth earlier. Tsunade looked at Hajime with pride and satisfaction in her eyes. At the age of 16, Hajime is not at a disadvantage under the joint attack of her, Jiraiya and Kakashi. Hajime will definitely be stronger in the future. Sand Village. The vast desert at night is always echoing with the sound of fierce wind. The starry night sky is very close to people. It seems that you can pick the stars with your hands. The little girl by the window pointed at the stars in the sky with her finger, and suddenly a shadow passed in front of her eyes. Mom, there is a big bird. The girl turned her head and said to her mother, who was already sleepy. The mother wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes because of sleepiness, and did not take her daughter's words seriously. Okay, it's late, it's time to go to bed. The girl was carried to bed by her mother, but she was still thinking about the big bird that just flashed by. There seemed to be someone on the back of the big bird. The girl sank into a dream with such doubts. Hajime Maki stood on the back of the giant bird made of white clay, and could see the entire sand village. He looked at Deidara standing in front of him, and stretched out his hand. Please make one for me to play with. I also want to try the feeling of throwing bombs randomly. Ding! Human malice detected plus 1000. Cursed power converted chakra amount plus 1000. Chakra 28551000 100 million. Deidara glanced at Hasimaki, who insisted on following behind him, and his heart was full of dissatisfaction. It was obviously his and Scorpion's mission. What did this guy mean by following? I really don't know what the leader is thinking. This guy is too indulgent. Xiao di, what's wrong? Don't you understand what people are saying? Hasamimaki pulled Deidara's hair worriedly. Ding! Human malice detected plus 2000. Cursed power converted to chakra plus 2000. Chakra 28553000 100 million. Deidara gritted his teeth, veins popping on his forehead. Hasamimaki saw Deidara's stingy look and reached out to take out Deidara's bag of explosive clay. If he doesn't give it to her, he can do it himself and have enough food and clothing. Ding! Human malice detected plus 2000. Cursed power converted to chakra plus 2000. Chakra 28555000 100 million. Deidara stared at Hasamimaki. Can you please stop bothering me? Hajime Makoto blinked in grievance. I just think your explosion is very cool. I want to play with it myself. Deidara was strangely comforted by this sentence. He generously gave his bag of clay. Take it. It seems that he misunderstood Hajime Maki. He didn't expect Hajime Maki to have a good understanding of the art of explosion. Hajime Maki, who got the explosive clay, started throwing thunder in all directions of Sand Village at will. Bang! Intense flames ignited. Mushroom clouds appeared in the sky above Sand Village that made people unable to react. Ding! Human malice detected plus 2000. Cursed power converted chakra amount plus 2000. Chakra 28557000100 million. Ding. Human malice detected plus 500. Cursed power converted chakra amount plus 500. Chakra 28557500100 million. Ding. Human malice detected plus 200. Cursed power converted to chakra plus 200. Chakra 28557700100 million. The sleeping sand village fell into panic in an instant. Bits and pieces of malice continued to emerge in the sky of Hajime Maki. In the middle of the panicked village, a red figure suddenly rose from the roof of a high place. Countless sands floated around him. The bombs dropped by Hajime Maki were wrapped in the yellow sand. Lord Kazekage! Lord Kazekage is here! We are saved! Gaara, who was once hated and feared by the village, has now become the guardian of Sand Village. Gaara's eyes swept across the three of them and finally stopped at Hajime Maki. Hajime Maki has a face exactly like Hajime Maki. Who are you? Gaara asked coldly. Who will answer him honestly? Countless small birds flew out of Deidara's hands. Bang! 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 One explosion after another continued. The fierce flames spread and enveloped the entire sand village. Gaara wanted to protect such a large area of sand village, but it was impossible for him alone. There were too few talents in the sand village. Cover the Kazekage! Kankuro was the only ninja who reacted, and he immediately ordered the ninjas around him. Weapons were lifted to the ground. Whoosh! 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 A dense rain of arrows shot towards Hajime Maki and others in the sky. At the same time, Gaara's sand quickly surrounded them. Don't make a move! Deidara shouted. Let me deal with them. Deidara showed an excited smile. The next second, the sky was filled with his dense detonating clay. Boom! A huge mushroom cloud bloomed in the entire desert. The sand village, which would have been destroyed like a dead tree under such a powerful force, was not hurt at all. Hajime Maki saw Gaara on the ground. His absolute defense was completely shattered. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and he half knelt on the ground. With his own strength, he protected the entire sand village under his body. Gaara now is like a caged bird in the sand village. Here, Gaara will never be able to exert his true strength. An idea lit up in Hajime Maki's mind. Got it. Chapter 36. Hey! A roar came, Deidara's eyes widened, tightly grasped Hajime Maki's hand, his eyes flashing with anger and dissatisfaction. Hajime Maki! Didn't I say that no one is allowed to interfere? The one tail is mine. Hajime Maki held several shurikens engraved with the flying thunder god's mark in his hands. After being scolded and grabbed by Deidara's wrist, his eyes were still as calm as water, without any ripples. Facing Deidara's questioning, he just smiled slightly and said indifferently, "Oh. So what?" Realizing the meaning of Hajime Maki's words, Deidara's face became more and more gloomy. He gritted his teeth and stared at Hajime Maki, saying word by word, "I said, the one tail is my prey, no one can take it away." As he said, he shook Hajime Maki's hand away with force. Hajime Maki's hand paused in the air for a moment, and then slowly fell down. He tilted his head slightly, still with a faint smile on his lips, but his eyes revealed an indescribable indifference. His eyes were like a sharp sword, piercing straight at Deidara, and Deidara suddenly felt a chill rising from his spine. Snap! Suddenly, Hajime Maki's hand swung out at a very fast speed and landed heavily on Deidara's face. This blow seemed light, but in fact it contained great power, hitting Deodara's head suddenly to one side. His cheeks suddenly became red and swollen, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Deodara widened his eyes in astonishment, not expecting Hajime Maki to suddenly attack. He covered his face and looked at Hajime Maki in disbelief, with a strong sense of humiliation in his heart. This lunatic! He actually dared to hit him. He actually dared. Deodara was so angry that his whole body was about to smoke. Hajime Maki stood there quietly, looking at Deodara expressionlessly. Deodara wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and a hint of ferocity flashed in his eyes. I don't like naughty children. As Hajime Maki finished speaking, he gently stroked the half of Deodara's cheek that he had injured, and his behavior was gentle, as if he felt distressed. However, the next second, bang! Deodara's entire right arm exploded, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. But in just 1 minute, his exploded right arm healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and it was as good as new. Ding! Human malice detected plus 10,000. Cursed power converted chakra amount plus 10,000. Chakra 2856770 100 million. Hajime Maki's mouth corners widened. He patted Deodara's very elastic cheek. So good. Madman. Deodara's pupils shrank to pinpoints, and his body was almost uncontrollably unable to move. Ding! Human malice detected plus 10,000. Cursed power converted to chakra plus 10,000. Chakra 2857770 100 million. Countless shurikens engraved with the flying thunder god mark fell like raindrops, covering the entire ground of the sand village. At this moment, Hajime Maki's figure suddenly disappeared from everyone's sight, as if he had never existed. His movements were as fast as lightning and unpredictable. Snap! 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 A crisp sound came from the air. That was the sound of his palm gently falling on people's cheeks. However, these seemingly simple touches did not seem to cause obvious damage. Is this really the case? Before everyone could be puzzled for more than 3 seconds, a terrifying scene happened. The ninjas of the sand village who were touched by him underwent amazing changes in just 3 seconds. Their bodies gradually twisted and deformed, their faces became hideous and terrifying, and they completely lost their minds. These once familiar companions turned into terrible monsters in the blink of an eye and began to attack everything around them frantically. Their eyes were full of bloodshot, and they roared in a low voice, rushing around the village aimlessly. The sand village instantly fell into chaos and panic, and the villagers fled everywhere to avoid this sudden disaster. Ding! Human malice value detected plus 10,000. Cursed power conversion chakra amount plus 10,000. Chakra 2858770 100 million. Ding! Human malice value detected plus 5,000. Cursed power conversion chakra amount plus 5,000. Chakra 2859270 100 million. Ding! Human malice detected plus 3,000. Chakra converted from cursed power plus 3,000. Chakra pull 2859570 100 million. Ding! The system prompt sound kept ringing in Hajime's mind. Hajime Maki's feet shook. The sand on the ground tightly bound his feet. In the distance, Gaara stared at him intently. Sandfall funeral. Swish! At this moment, Hajime Maki's figure disappeared without a trace. Gaara's attack missed. Hajime Maki's figure instantly returned to Asuka. Next, you have to fight hard. Hajime Maki smiled slightly, and the small shadow in his hand twisted and squirmed violently. Countless cyborgs were born in his hands. The next moment, almost endless cyborgs fell from his hands in an instant. Like a group of demons dancing wildly, they rushed madly towards the crowd of Sand Village. Ding! Human malice detected plus 1 million. Cursed power converted to chakra plus 1 million. Chakra 30 million 10 million. Breakthrough. Chakra finally reached the 30 million mark. But Gaara's love for the village is obviously not enough. This should be changed to Konoha. Now Hashimi Maki's malice value is estimated to break 50 million in an instant. Ah! Yuki! What are you doing? It's me. Why are you attacking your fellow villagers? Countless screams of terror were heard. The entire sand village fell into chaos, and the fleeing villagers and ninjas ran around, but they could not escape the attacks of those terrifying cyborgs. The cyborgs pounced on their compatriots like hungry wolves, knocking them to the ground mercilessly, and the blood stained the ground red. No! Don't kill me, a young ninja shouted desperately, but his voice was soon drowned out by the screams. What the hell is going on? Open your eyes and look. We are all ninjas from the sand village. An older ninja stared at the scene in disbelief. Hashimi Maki stood on a high place, watching the massacre below indifferently. Okay, Zayadai, go and deal with Gaara. Hashimi Maki touched Deidara's head and said gently. Ding! Human malice detected plus 5,000. Cursed power converted chakra amount plus 5,000. Chakra 3000500 100 million. Deidara felt a chill in his heart. But the exhausted Jinkraki below made him uncontrollably excited again. There was a fanatical light in his eyes. He quickly flew in the direction of Gaara. The detonating clay in Deidara's hand attacked Gaara again. Gaara was already in danger, his body was bruised and battered by Deidara's clay bomb, and blood was constantly pouring out of the wound. His eyes became dim. The sand village was dead silent, and the ground was full of mutilated and silent corpses. The cyborg exuded a foul and bloody smell, his eyes flashed with strange light, and a low roar came out of his mouth, which made people shudder. Gaara closed his eyes and decisively gave an order, they are no longer our companions, kill them. Following Gaara's order, the Anbu of the sand village emerged one after another. They rushed towards the cyborg without hesitation. Bang! With a loud bang, the whole ground began to tremble. Gaara completely lost consciousness, and his body fell limply to the ground. At the same time, the clay bird quickly wrapped Gaara tightly with its tail, then spread its wings and flew away. In this hell-like sand village, Kankuro's voice resounded through the sky, immediately asked Konoha for help. Hokage-sama! Something bad is going to happen. Shizuan anxiously stopped the fight between Hashimi and Tsunade, Jiraiya and Kakashi. Tsunade saw Shizuan so panicked, and hurriedly stopped and asked, "What's wrong? What happened?" Shizuan panted and replied in a heavy tone, "News came from Sand Village that the 5th generation Kazekage was taken away by the Akatsuki organization." Tsunade's face became solemn when she heard the news. However, the worst situation is still to come. Shizuan continued, "And Sand Village has suffered great damage, and the number of casualties accounts for 10% of the village's population." When Shizuan received the message of help from Sand Village, her heart instant lithe moment sank to the bottom. Every word on the message seemed to be stained with blood, which made her heart sink. "What?" Tsunade widened her eyes and shouted in shock. She realized the seriousness of the situation and immediately ordered Shizuan, "Immediately summon the Jonin who are still in Konoha and hold an emergency meeting." Then, Tsunade turned her eyes to Hashimi and Naruto and Sakura who had been freed from their restraints by Hashimi. She said solemnly, "You come too." "Yes. Yes. Yes." Hokage's office. Tsunade looked at the office with no extra people in it with a frown on her face. "Hokage-sama, all the other jonin in the village have gone on missions," Shizuan said embarrassedly. Tsunade sighed and could only focus her eyes on Kakashi, Hajime, Naruto, and Sakura. As for Jiraiya, I don't know when he slipped away again. This mission is urgent, and we can't wait for other jonin to return to the village. Kakashi, Hajime, and Naruto, all three of you have fought with people from the Akatsuki organization. I'm sending you to the Sand Village to carry out the mission now," Tsunade ordered. "Yes." After receiving the mission, Kakashi's team immediately set off and headed towards the Sand Village at the fastest speed. Their figures passed by like a gust of wind, constantly running towards the direction of the Sand Village. On the way, Kakashi suddenly thought of something, looked at Hajime, and reminded him in a serious tone, "Hajime, you may meet acquaintances on this mission." Before leaving Konoha, Jiraiya found Kakashi privately and told him an important message. Among the ninja team that attacked the Sand Village this time, Hajime's brother Hajime Maki is very likely to be there. The massacre in the Sand Village was also planned by the other party. Jiraiya specifically told Kakashi that if he met Hajime's brother, he must not confront him head-on. The most important thing is to evacuate the scene as soon as possible. Because a similar situation happened a few years ago, Hajime almost died, and Naruto was in a state of rampage. Kakashi knew the seriousness of the situation, so he did not dare to take it lightly. To be honest, Kakashi felt unprecedented pressure. He was worried that he could not protect Hajime, and he was even more afraid that the tragedy of that year would happen again. But no matter what, he would do his best. Hajime was stunned, and he quickly realized who the acquaintance in Kakashi's words was referring to. "Well, I know." Hajime lowered his eyes and nodded. As soon as he finished speaking, Naruto's voice came from his side. "Okay. It would be great if Hajime Maki was here too. I must defeat him." The scene many years ago is still a nightmare that Naruto cannot forget. The man named Hajime Maki had brought great disaster and pain to Hajime, and his ever-present death threat to Hajime made Naruto feel extremely angry and uneasy. He couldn't stand the thought that there was someone who was always trying to kill Hajime. Naruto looked ahead firmly and made up his mind. Protecting Hajime had become the strongest desire in his heart. "This time, I will never let him hurt Hajime again." Naruto made up his mind secretly, with a firm light flashing in his eyes, and clenched his fists tightly. Kakashi also reminded, "Naruto, you can't use the power of the tailed beast." This is also what Jiraiya told him. Naruto looked embarrassed. Sakura's eyes moved back and forth between Hajime and Naruto. "Hajime Maki, a name similar to Hajime. Is he Hajime's relative? But why did Naruto say he wanted to kill him?" Sakura buried her doubts in her heart. She believed that when she arrived at the Sand Village and rescued Gaara, the doubts that troubled her would naturally be solved. The 3-day journey was compressed into 2 days by Hajime and the others. 2 days later, they arrived at the Sand Village. All they saw was a ruin. Ding! Human malice detected plus 5,000. Cursed power converted to chakra plus 5,000. Chakra 300100000 100 million. Ding! Human malice detected plus 10,000. Cursed power converted to chakra plus 10,000. Chakra 300200000 100 million. Ding! Human malice detected plus 3,000. Cursed power converted to chakra plus 3,000. Chakra 30023000 100 million. As soon as Hashumi appeared at the gate of Sand Village, he was immediately surrounded by a group of Sand Village ninjas. Their eyes were filled with deep hatred, staring at Hashumi closely. The ninjutsu and hidden weapons in their hands were ready, and they would launch an attack as soon as they were ordered. "Hey! What are you doing?" Naruto quickly rushed forward and stood in front of Hashumi, frowning and loudly questioning the Sand Village ninjas in front of him. Sakura also hurried forward, took out a scroll with the Hokage mark from her arms, and threw it to the Sand Village ninjas. "We are Konoha's ninjas, this is the document of our Hokage." Sakura's voice was firm and powerful. However, the Sand Village ninjas did not relax their vigilance because of this. One of the ninjas pointed at Hashumi and said angrily, "Why is he here?" Another ninja then shouted, "Is this planned by you Konoha? Or is your Konoha involved with the Akatsuki organization?" A ninja who looked like the leader stood up and said with gritted teeth, "He is the culprit who caused countless casualties in our Sand Village." Chapter 37. Between the Land of Fire and the Land of Rain, there is a small country called the Land of Rivers. This country has no ninja village, and in times of war, it often chooses to rely on big countries for survival. Unlike the vast land and rich resources of the Land of Fire, this country is covered by water and mountains without vegetation, and is short of resources. At this time, in the Land of Fields, under a red rock protruding from the water surface that can be seen everywhere in the Land of Fields, the boulder at the entrance of the red rock suddenly rose slowly. The light slowly shot in from the cave entrance. The vast cave inside the red rock was revealed. The entire huge red rock was hollowed out from the inside. A colorful shadow had been waiting for a long time. He stared at the figure gradually appearing in the light at the entrance of the cave. Deidara and Scorpion walked into the cave, put Gaara on the ground, and looked at the colorful shadow. The colorful shadow glanced at Gaara on the ground and nodded. Suddenly, a hand passed through the colorful shadow. A pair of special dark blue eyes with circular patterns stared at Hashumi Maki. Hashumi Maki's hands were curiously moving back and forth on the colorful phantom. Ding! Human malice detected plus 1000. Chakra converted from cursed power plus 1000. Chakra 300410001 billion. How magical! Chief, what kind of ninjutsu is this? Hashumi Maki poked the samsara eye on the face of the colorful phantom again. Just like before, the finger pierced through the samsara eye. The person in front of him was really just a shadow. Ding! Human malice detected plus 1000. Chakra converted from cursed power plus 1000. Chakra 300420000 100 million. He's really annoying. How can the leader tolerate him? Deidara and Sasori stood in the corner. Deidara couldn't help but whisper in Sasori's ear. Sasori said calmly, "His ability is very useful to the organization, so the leader will choose to tolerate him." Everyone in the Akatsuki organization has a different personality. In the Akatsuki organization, the strong have the right to throw a tantrum. The colorful phantom ignored Hashumi Maki who poked holes in him. His eyes didn't change at all, and he made a seal of the summoning technique with both hands. White smoke filled behind him. The huge and strange golem showed a hideous appearance in the white smoke. "Okay, let's gather." The colorful phantom's voice fell. Several colorful phantoms appeared on the 10 huge fingers of the golem at the same time. Deidara and Sasori jumped onto the only 2 empty fingers. Deidara glanced at Hashumi Maki who was standing there, and then looked at the colorful shadow of the leader. "Where is Hashumi Maki?" The leader glanced down, and Hashimi Maki was waving at him with a smile. "Let him do whatever he wants," the leader said. The corners of Deidara's mouth twitched. Why didn't he tell him to do whatever he wanted? Ding! Human malice detected plus 500. Cursed power converted chakra amount plus 500. Chakra 300425001 100 million. Sealing technique Phantom Dragon 9 sealings. I'm sorry for what happened in the Sand Village." Hashomi's apology hadn't been finished yet, and he was interrupted by the indignant Naruto. Naruto jumped out and pointed at the group of Sand Village ninjas who showed their hatred for Hashomi without hiding it. "We have said it all. We are the ninjas from Konoha who came to help. But you actually slandered us. That person just looks like Hashomi, but it doesn't mean they are the same person. Do you think you are the only ones hurt by that person? Hashomi is also a victim. Why should Hashomi apologize? What that person did has nothing to do with you." Naruto held Hashomi's shoulders and said loudly. He would never let Hashomi suffer the consequences of that person's actions. Why? Wasn't Hashomi almost killed by that person? Sakura sighed and calmly went forward to negotiate with the ninjas from Sand Village. "You should have seen the documents of Lord Hokage. We can't lie to you." Sakura saw that they were skeptical. She understood that hatred could not be put down so easily. She continued to explain, "The ninja who attacked your village is called Hashomi Maki. He and Hashomi Makoto of our village are brothers, but the other party is a traitor. You can't blame innocent people for the wrong things done by the traitor, right?" Sakura looked at the Sand Village ninja in front of her. "As far as I know, you also have traitors in your Sand Village, right? That ninja is also in the team of this attack. Could it be that you will blame the other party's relatives?" The Sand Village ninja was speechless. They could only stare at Hashomi, who was protected by Naruto. In fact, if you calm down and observe carefully, you can still clearly notice the difference between the two people. The blue-haired ninja who attacked them had longer hair and was taller. His face always had a contempt and arrogance that looked superior and amused the world. The ninja in front of him had more childish eyebrows and eyes, and there was no sharpness between his eyebrows that could cut people. Instead, he looked very gentle and had a good temper. Sand Village ninja. The ninjas from the hidden village let them pass with a stiff face. Naruto snorted heavily when he passed by them. Hashomi was bullied, and he just couldn't get over it. It was worse than being bullied himself. Kakashi didn't care. Naruto was just a little angry, so what? Didn't the Sand Village also lose their temper at the underage children in their Konoha village? They walked towards the Sand Village's medical room. "I heard that Kankuro was poisoned and is now at the end of his strength." Konoha White Fang. As soon as he stepped into the medical room, a strong wind suddenly hit Kakashi. Kakashi's dead fish eyes widened. What's going on with this Sand Village? Hashomi reacted very quickly. He stood in front of Kakashi and easily resolved the opponent's attack. Then, an old voice came from in front of them. "Old sister, you are dazzled, he is not Konoha White Fang." Cho withdrew her hand and stared at Kakashi behind Hashomi. Kakashi smiled awkwardly. Cho snorted coldly, "It's not Konoha White Fang, but it has a close relationship with Konoha White Fang." Hey! What's wrong with you? Naruto couldn't stand it anymore. "We are here to help the Sand Village. As soon as we entered the gate, our companions were slandered by you. Now you are attacking Teacher Kakashi. What kind of reason is this?" Ebizo, the only calm person at the scene, looked at Hashomi and then at Kakashi. He knew what was going on and explained, "Please allow me to apologize for their recklessness. Your companion looks too similar to the ninja who attacked us, and Konoha White Fang has some past hatred with my sister. But don't worry, we are allies now. Ebizo said. Don't hit a smiling person. Naruto snorted. Not good. Cho. Kankuro's condition is even worse. Temari ran out and grabbed Chiyo's hand. Sakura looked at Hajime, who was also looking at her. Sakura, your medical ninjutsu is excellent, I believe you can do it, right? Sakura can indeed do it. She just felt that Hajime was around, and Hajime's medical ninjutsu was far better than hers, and might be more suitable to treat Kankuro. Sakura, go ahead. Hajime waved at her. Yet. A light appeared in Sakura's eyes. She tied her hair up short and followed Cho, Temari, and Ebizo into the treatment room. Hajime, Naruto, and Kakashi sat on the public seats in the corridor. Kakashi-sensei, who is the Konoha White Fang that the old lady mentioned? Naruto looked at Kakashi curiously. Kakashi was stunned, as if he didn't expect Naruto to ask this. He curved his eyes and said, "It's my father, and it was also the last time." Kakashi's words were interrupted by Hajime. Hajime turned Naruto's head to look at Kakashi and said seriously, "Kakashi-sensei's father, Hatake Sakumo, is a very good jonin in Konoha. He has the title of Konoha White Fang on the battlefield. Konoha White Fang was once a strong candidate for the 4th Hokage. It's amazing." Hajime rubbed Naruto's head. Naruto narrowed his eyes and nodded continuously, "Great! Great!" Kakashi looked at Hajime, supporting his head helplessly. He originally wanted to tell Naruto that the ninja who attacked them 3 years ago was his father, but was stopped by Hajime. He knew what Hajime was thinking. It was really too gentle. Elder Cho. Suddenly, a ninja from the sand village ran in from outside, with anxiety on his face. "Wait!" Naruto stopped him and explained, "Kankuro is being treated inside, and you will disturb Sakura if you break in like this. But there are more injured ninjas in the sand village who need treatment." The ninja shouted at Naruto. "I'll go." Hajime stood up and smiled at the ninja in front of him. "I am the disciple of the 5th Hokage of Konoha, and also a medical ninja." But you... The ninja didn't dare to look at his too familiar face. This questioning attitude immediately ignited Naruto's anger. "Hajin is kind enough to help, what's your attitude?" Hajin rubbed Naruto's head soothingly, and said to the sand village ninja in front of him, "Saving people is important, are you sure you want to waste time with me here?" The sand village ninja gritted his teeth, "Okay, then you come with me, trouble." The last 3 words were so quiet that they almost didn't hear them. Naruto followed Hajin, "I'll go with you. In case they bully you." Due to limited resources, the injured ninjas in the entire sand village were lying on stretchers on the ground. There were very few medical ninjas, only 3 of them. And the medical ninjutsu was not very good. "Ah! Don't come over! Don't get close to me!" Suddenly, an injured ninja next to Hajin widened his bloodshot eyes and waved his hands at Hajin, his eyes full of fear. "Calm down! He is not the same person who attacked you." Naruto helped Hajime hold him down. Hajime took the opportunity to use the palm immortal technique. The wounds on the ninjas healed quickly. The ninjas looked at him in doubt, their bodies trembling constantly, but they were not as timid as they were at the beginning. Hajime's participation greatly improved the efficiency of treatment. Many ninjas who were originally judged to be unsalvageable by the medical ninjas of the Sand Village due to excessive blood loss were also saved by him. Not to mention the other ninjas of the Sand Village, at least 3 medical ninjas have been completely impressed by Hajime's superb medical ninjutsu. Not to mention that during the treatment process, Hajime generously guided their medical ninjutsu. When all the wounded were almost cured, Hajime wiped the sweat from his forehead, stood up, and planned to go and see the progress of Sakura. That Hajime was suddenly called. Naruto turned around with him. The wounded on the ground looked around. Thank you. Hajime was stunned and smiled at him. It's okay, I'm glad to save you. The wounded looked at the smile on his face and felt a warm feeling rising from the bottom of their hearts. Just like the yellow-haired Konoha ninja said, how could they confuse two completely different people? These are obviously two people who are completely different. On the way to the medical room, Hajime could always feel Naruto staring at him. Naruto, why are you looking at me? Hajime asked with a smile. Naruto scratched the back of his head and rarely showed an embarrassed smile. I just think Hajime is so powerful. So handsome. In short, he is the most powerful person I have ever seen. Not only is he powerful, gentle, and kind, but he also has a strong charm. Anyone who has come into contact with him seems unable to hate him. Anyway, Hajime is someone Naruto thinks is super handsome, and Naruto can't find more adjectives. Really? Hajime couldn't help but curl his lips and patted Naruto's shoulder. Naruto is also very powerful now. The way he stood in front of me before was super manly. Kakashi saw Hajime and Naruto, who seemed to be floating up beside him. He was silent for a moment, and asked in an affirmative tone, Hajime, are you praising Naruto again? Hajime. He pulled Naruto, who was floating up down. Hajime, Kakashi teacher. Sakura came out, her short hair tied up had not been put down, and she looked heroic. She looked at Hajime and nodded, with expectation in her eyes. I have cleared all the toxins in Kankuro's body. Hajime understood the expectation in Sakura's eyes, stretched out her hand and gently pressed Sakura's head. Great! You are worthy of being Sakura. After getting the compliment she wanted, Sakura immediately smiled brightly. Of course. I am Tsunade-sama's disciple. Your junior sister. Kakashi. Does Sakura really still remember that the person she likes is Sasuke? Kakashi was skeptical about this. Since Kankuro's poison has been cured, let's go to save Gaara without further ado. Kakashi said. I'll go with you. Cho came over. She lowered her eyes and said slowly, among the members of the Akatsuki organization who kidnapped Gaara, there is my grandson. I'll go with you. Ebizo's eyes were nostalgic. Old sister. He understood that this trip might be a farewell forever. Cho smiled, with pride in her sadness. He is a very good puppeteer. I am the only one who knows him best. Temari Tsurugi came out of the treatment room and handed a piece of cloth to Kakashi. This is what Kankuro caught from the puppeteer of the Akatsuki organization. Kakashi nodded. Great, this way we can track the other party. Summoning technique. Parker walked out of the white smoke with his tail shaking. He sniffed the smell on the fragment and nodded to Kakashi. Let's go. Kakashi said. Chapter 38. The process of extracting the tail and sealing it is long and takes 3 days and 3 nights. The enemy is approaching our gathering place. Ze received the message from the clone, and its voice sounded immediately. Enemy. Deidara was curious. Who is coming? If it is a Jinkriki, he will be very excited. Ze's colorful phantom nodded. Yes, and he is a master of a considerable level. His name seems to be Might Guy. Who is he? The leader looked at Ze. Ze did not answer. Konoha's Jonin, good at physical skills. Itaka's voice sounded very strong. It's best not to underestimate him. He reminded again. So it's that rare beast. Kisame remembered. Isn't Might Guy the ninja who jumped in front of him and kicked him when he and Mr. Itaki attacked Konoha last time? Speaking of which, he is quite interested in that Konoha rare beast. Use that technique. The seal in front of us cannot be interrupted, and we must send someone out to delay the enemy. Under the premise that their main body cannot move and they have to continue to seal, using that ninjutsu can stop them. Although the strength is not as good as the main body, it is enough to deal with them. Let me go, I have a little personal grudge against him. Kisame said. The leader nodded, that ninjutsu is only suitable for you with abundant chakra. Hajime, the leader glanced around, but did not see the figure of Hajime Maki on the ground. Where did Hajime Maki go? He frowned, but a hint of blue flashed in his peripheral vision. Looking closely, there was a figure lying on the head of the outer path demon statue, and the hand had already curiously touched the rotating eyeball of the outer path demon statue. The leader was silent for a second, and ordered, Hajun, you go with Kisame. Hajun Maki jumped up, full of energy, okay. Anyway, I have nothing to do. Tianziguo. Parker was leading the Might Guy team, who came to support under the order of the Hokage, to run towards the Red Rock. Just waiting to meet up with Kakashi's team in front of the Red Rock. Parker's nose moved, smelling a strange smell, and this smell was constantly approaching them. Someone is coming in our direction. Might Guy looked at Niji behind him. Niji nodded, and veins spread on both sides of his cheeks, white eyes. At this moment, in Niji's eyes, all the scenery and people were clearly visible. The two figures in front could not escape his sharp eyes. Suddenly, a familiar figure came into view, and Niji stopped involuntarily, his pupils constricted. Ninkai. Noticing Nishi's strange expression, Might Guy led Lee, Tenten and others to stop in surprise and turn to look at Nishi. What kind of scene could make Nishi, who is always calm and composed, show such an expression? Everyone was full of doubts. Ninkai, what did you see? Might Guy's eyes were solemn. However, there was no need to wait for Nishi's answer, the person who shocked him had already appeared in front of them. Parker's eyes widened, looking at the figure in front of him in disbelief. Hajime Maki stretched his body and looked at the person in front of him boredly. Not seeing the figure he wanted to see inside, he suddenly lost the desire to fight. Ah, so boring, leave them to you, Kisame. If you can't even deal with them, don't blame me for calling you fathead fish in the future. Hajime Maki yawned uninterested. Ding! Human malice value detected plus 500. Cursed power converted chakra amount plus 500. Chakra 300430000 100 million. Kisame pulled out same hata from his back and looked at Might Guy with provocation in his eyes. Hajime! Xiao Li shouted absent-mindedly. The person in front of him actually looks exactly like Hajime. This name made Hajime Maki's eyebrows raise. He narrowed his eyes and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. We shouldn't have met before. Hajime Maki seemed to have thought of something interesting, and the whole person became lively again, in stark contrast to the listless look just now. He took 2 steps forward and pointed at his face. So, you know my brother. Brother. So the person in front of him is Hajime's brother. Xiao Li nodded happily. Yes. Yes. We are good friends with Lien Jian. Hello, brother. Hey. Xiao Li. Tian's face changed and he quickly stopped him. She looked at Hajime Maki fiercely, her eyes full of vigilance and suspicion. But Xiao Li beside her was completely unaware of the seriousness of the situation. Tian sighed secretly, wondering why Xiao Li was so tactless. The man in front of him was wearing the uniform of the Akatsuki organization, which meant that the other party was definitely not a good person. Ha 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 ha. Hajime Maki suddenly laughed, and the sound echoed in the vast wasteland. He laughed so hard that he even laughed out tears. You are so cute. Hajime Maki finally stopped laughing and praised. There was a hint of ridicule in his tone, but it inexplicably made Tianatian's hair stand on his back. There was a sense of danger coming. Hajime Maki turned to look at Kisame beside him, with a cruel smile on his lips. Puffhead fish, the guy called Beast is left to you. As for these three good friends of my brother, let me personally send them off for the last time. Thinking that killing these three people would make the real person painful, Hajime Maki couldn't help but chuckle, and the laughter echoed in the air, making people shudder. It's a pity that the real person is not here, otherwise he would have witnessed the tragic scene of you being killed by me. How desperate it would be. Hajime Maki's eyes flashed with a cold light, as if he had seen the real person crying bitterly. Suddenly, his expression softened, and he said with a hint of pampering, "But it doesn't matter, I feel sorry for the real person the most. After killing you, I will immediately send the real person to reunite with you." As he said, he gently wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, as if he was deeply moved by his own words. He took a deep breath, raised his head, and looked at the endless blue sky, revealing a complex emotion in his eyes. How can there be a brother like me who cares about his younger brother? The real person is so lucky. His voice was full of emotion and helplessness, as if he was proud of his behavior, but also hiding a trace of unspeakable sadness. Ding! Human malice detected plus 1000. Cursed power conversion chakra amount plus 1000. Chakra 300440000 100 million. Kisame couldn't stand it and said, "Stop saying these disgusting words." Kisame missed the life when Mr. Itaka was his partner. Mr. Itaka never talked trash and was very polite. Politeness that was incompatible with the Akatsuki organization. In comparison, the one next to him was simply rotten. Except for the leader, no one in the entire Akatsuki organization should want to see him. Hey! What are you talking about? Aren't you the real brother? Xiao Li shouted in confusion. Why did he say these inexplicable words that people still couldn't understand? Boom! A figure appeared out of thin air in front of Xiao Li. Hajime Maki looked down at him. Xiao Li's pupils shrank into needles, and he had no time to react at all. The next second, his body flew high up, and then fell heavily on the ground. Cough cough. Xiao Li felt a sharp pain in his chest. As soon as he opened his mouth, a mouthful of blood spurted out. Li. Ding. Human malice value detected plus 10,000. Cursed power conversion chakra amount plus 10,000. Chakra 300540000 100 million. Ding. Human malice value detected plus 10,000. Cursed power converted to chakra plus 10,000. Chakra 300640000 100 million. Ding. Human malice detected plus 10,000. Cursed power converted to chakra plus 10,000. Chakra 300740000 100 million. What's the point? These three people are so excited. If they really abuse them later, their malice will explode. Sure enough, this trip was not in vain. Hajime Maki stretched and did a few stretching exercises leisurely on the spot. Might Guy's body suddenly burst out with powerful energy, and a large amount of blue steam madly overflowed from his body. Swish! His figure flashed, as fast as lightning, and he attacked Hajime Maki. Your opponent is me. Kisame appeared in front of Might Guy, grinning, and same hada slashed at Might Guy head-on. Harumi Maki didn't look back, but smiled slightly at Tenten and Niji who helped Lee up. He reached into the ninja tool bag hanging on his leg and took out a dozen cyborgs. Just in time to clean up the garbage in the ninja bag. When the finger-sized cyborgs fell from his hands, they instantly turned into extremely huge beasts. The cyborgs stood in front of him, opened their huge mouths and roared at Xiao Li and the other two. What is this? Ten was a girl, and when she saw the hideous cyborgs, her brows twisted together. I remember that real people also have such abilities. Be careful. As soon as Niji finished speaking, the sharp claws of the wild bear were in sight. Return to the sky. Tenten and Xiao Li were extremely alert. They had seen Hashomi's strength, and Hashomi's strength was the strongest among the new generation of Konoha. So what about Hashomi's brother's strength? To be honest, the three of them had a bad feeling in their hearts. Until now, Hashomi's brother had not taken action himself, and just using these monsters had wasted a lot of their physical strength and chakra. Xiao Li took a deep breath and increased his speed to the fastest. Hwalalalal. An invisible wind seemed to blow around him. His physical strength and function were suddenly improved to a terrifying level. The next moment, swish! Xiao Li's body had already hit out. His leg whip had already reached behind Hashomi Maki. Ding! Human malice detected plus 2000. Cursed power converted chakra plus 2000. Chakra 300760000 100 million. Hashomi Maki's eyes were cold, without any fear, and even the corners of his mouth were slightly raised, revealing a contemptuous smile. He quickly threw a punch. The wind of the punch was fierce, and the air was smashed into pieces and made a shrill sound. The crisp sound of bone cracking resounded all around, as if a flash of lightning had passed, and instantly spread to every corner of Xiao Li's body. This sound was so horrifying that one could feel the pain of broken bones all over the body. Xiao Li was like a doll without any resistance, being mercilessly knocked away by Hashomi Maki's fist, hitting the ground around him again and again. His body was flying in the air, accompanied by blood splattering, and the scene was extremely tragic. Hashomi Maki's speed was so fast that Niji and Tenten could not see his movements clearly at all. They could only watch Xiao Li being knocked away again and again, their hearts filled with fear and despair. Finally, with a dull bang, Xiao Li fell heavily to the ground. His body was already stained red with blood, his limbs were twisted and deformed, and he had completely lost his human shape. He lay there quietly, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Ding! Human malice detected plus 1 million. The amount of chakra converted from cursed power plus 1 million. Chakra 310760000 100 million. Ding! Human malice detected plus 1 million. Chakra converted from cursed power plus 1 million. Chakra 320760000 100 million. Little Li. Little Li. Ningji and Tenten rushed towards Little Li. A hint of mocking smile appeared on Hashomi Maki's face. It's a pity that such a wonderful scene didn't get to see my brother. Hashomi Maki shook her head. Ding! Human malice detected plus 2000. Chakra converted from cursed power plus 2000. Chakra 320780000 100 million. Steel wires wrapped around Hashomi Maki's body from all directions. Tenten's hands tightly hooked the steel wires, staring at Hashomi Maki with hatred. Ding! Human malice detected plus 2000. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 2000. Chakra 320800000 100 million. Soft fist 8 trigrams 64 palms. Ninkai appeared in front of Hashimi Maki in an instant. A huge Tai Chi pattern unfolded under their feet. Bang! The palm method that was destined to hit suddenly missed. Ninkai's pupils dilated slightly. His pupils moved backwards stiffly. Ninkai! Tenten's voice came to his ears. Hashimi Maki put her hand on Niji's shoulder. Bang! Bang! Two crisp explosions. Niji's two arms exploded. Ding! Human malice detected plus 5 million. Cursed power converted chakra plus 5 million. Chakra 370800001000000000. Wow! Tenten, you really discriminate. Li had been beaten to the point of being left with only one breath, and Tenten only contributed 1 million malice points. Niji only had his arms destroyed by him, but his malice points soared to 5 million. Sure enough, lovers and companions cannot be equated in this case. He is looking forward to Sakura. Hashimi Maki let go. Due to excessive blood loss and severe pain, Niji's body suddenly fell to the ground and fainted. Ding! Human malice value detected plus 5 million. Cursed power conversion chakra amount plus 5 million. Chakra 420800000100 million. Ningji. Li. Might Guy's momentum suddenly changed. His body collided with Kisame. Daytime Tiger. Boom! Boom! The sound of the ground cracking was like an explosion. Kisame obviously overestimated his own strength. He took the Daytime Tiger and flew backwards like a cannonball, dragging on the ground for at least 20 meters. Might Guy attacked Hashimi Maki the next second. Ding! Human malice detected plus 2000. Cursed power converted chakra plus 2000. Chakra 420820000100 million. Hashimi Maki's figure flashed, disappeared from the spot, and appeared next to Kisame. There was only a strange corpse left on the spot, and the ninjutsu had lost its effect. Hashimi Maki glanced at Might Guy and touched his chin. No. This way. The fun hasn't started yet. His voice fell. Blue flames suddenly ignited on Li and Niji's bodies. The wounds of the two people healed instantly. It was as if the scene just now had not happened. Don't try to run. The steam on Might Guy's body showed signs of turning red. Hashimi Maki used Flying Thunder God to instantly disappear from the spot. Might Guy panted, looking at the fully recovered Li and Niji, and fell into confusion. Why would the other party do this on the other side? Hashimi Maki, who was heading towards the land of rice in the jungle, raised his mouth. Why do you do this? Of course it's for recycling. If Li and Niji are too seriously injured, then Might Guy's mission this time will inevitably end. He will take Li and Niji back to Konoha, and then Hashimi will get less malicious value this time. It won't be too late to beat them up in front of Naruto, Sakura, and all the others. Reuse, it's environmentally friendly. Naruto, can I ask you a question? Although Sakura said this, she did not wait for Naruto to answer and asked, when did Akatsuki start to target you? I don't know. Naruto shook his head, and the figures of 3 people appeared in his mind involuntarily. Hashimi Maki, Uchiha Itachi, and Hoshigaki Kisame. Naruto clenched his fists. 2 people from Akatsuki visited Konoha to find Naruto, and they stopped for 3 years. Now they are ready to move again. Kakashi explained. Why did it stop for 3 years? Sakura asked in confusion. It was Granny Cho who answered her question. As far as I know, if you want to extract the tailed beast from the body of the Jinchuriki and seal it, you need to make corresponding preparations, and maybe time was wasted because of this. Tailed beast. Sakura looked at Granny Cho. Cho pouted, "What, as a disciple of the Hokage, you don't even know this? Doesn't Konoha have the 9 tails?" Cho looked at Naruto. Kakashi immediately explained, "The 9 tails of Konoha involves a high degree of confidentiality, so." Hajime explained to Sakura in a good mood, "There are 9-tailed beasts in the ninja world. The characteristics of the tailed beasts are distinguished by the characteristics of the tails. For example, the 9 tails of Konoha has 9 tails, and the 1 tails of the Sand Village has 1 tail. It's really pitiful." Hajime added in his heart. The tailed beasts are a collection of huge chakras. During the Ninja World War, all countries used the tailed beasts as war weapons. In order to get them, they would do anything, but no one could control the huge power that exceeded human imagination. Cho continued Hajime's words. Sakura involuntarily cast her eyes towards the unusually quiet Naruto, then towards Hajime, and asked, "Hajime knew about Naruto and the 9 tails a long time ago." This moved Naruto's heart, and he involuntarily cast his eyes towards Hajime. Hajime smiled at them and said, "I knew it when I was very young. But Naruto is Naruto, the 9-tailed fox is the 9-tailed fox, they can't be confused with each other." Granny Cho snorted and laughed, "It's easy to say, but the Jinchuriki contains the terrible power of the tailed beast. How can they not be confused? The power of the tailed beast can easily destroy a village. Once the Jinchuriki loses control, the consequences will be disastrous. Even if it is impossible to completely separate the Jinchuriki from the tailed beast, you shouldn't be afraid of the Jinchuriki, right? The Jinchuriki is the hero who helps the village control the tailed beast. I don't know the tailed beast, but I know Naruto. Even if Naruto gets the power of the tailed beast one day, he won't hurt the village and his companions. Naruto's power will only be used to protect his companions and guard the village. I saw this 3 years ago." Chapter 39. Sakura was stunned, and suddenly a lot of tenderness emerged in her heart. How to say it? Even though she knew how gentle and kind Hajime was, she was still shocked by some of Hajime's admirable opinions every time. Naruto should be very happy too. Even if he was questioned and hated by everyone, there was still someone who would always stand firmly by his side. However, Sakura smiled, and they would all stand by Naruto now. Naruto would no longer be alone. Hajime could see through the truth when he was very young, but the people in the village still couldn't see it clearly until now. Kakashi couldn't blame those who had personally experienced the 9 Tails rebellion, but he still felt helpless about everyone pouring hatred on a child. Kakashi suddenly felt strange, so quiet was not like Naruto. He glanced at Naruto beside him and saw Naruto secretly wiping away the tears from the corners of his eyes. Wow! The next second, Naruto rushed towards Hajime. Fortunately, Hajime reacted quickly enough to catch Naruto. "Be careful, Naruto." Sakura's forehead was bulging with blue veins, and she punched Naruto's head. Naruto screamed, covered his head and looked at Hajime aggrievedly, "It hurts." Hajime rubbed his head perfunctorily, "Okay, it doesn't hurt anymore." Naruto nodded obediently, "Yeah, it doesn't hurt anymore." Sakura. Damn Naruto. Grandma Cho looked at the 3 people playing, and her mood was inexplicably complicated. Not everyone can meet someone who can understand him like the 9 Tails Jinchuriki. Kakashi shook his head. Before meeting Hajime, Naruto had a bad life. Grandma Cho smiled, but he is very happy now. Only when the Jinchuriki understands what love is can he understand what protection is and can exert the true power of the tailed beast. Everyone stop. Suddenly, Kakashi in front stopped. The 3 of Hajime looked ahead and saw that Uchiha Itachi was blocking their way. "Who is it?" Sakura was the only one who had not seen Uchiha attack, but the other party's pair of Sharingan made her have a bad guess in her heart. Uchiha attack. Naruto stared at the figure in front of him, his eyebrows lowered and mixed with anger. Itaki. Grandmacho remembered, oh, that's the kid who killed the entire Uchiha clan. Long time no see, Kakashi-kun, Naruto-kun. Uchiha Itaka greeted the two politely. Sakura and Hajime were completely ignored. Ding! Human malice detected plus 1000. Cursed power conversion chakra amount plus 1000. Chakra 4208300 100 million. As soon as Uchiha Itaki appeared, he contributed 1000 malice points to Hajime. Hajime didn't even say a word. Kakashi was very wary of Uchiha Itaki, especially his illusions that were hard to guard against. Everyone, don't look directly into his eyes, it's dangerous. Kakashi simply reached out and covered Naruto's eyes. Itaka's pupil technique is an illusion, that is, a visual illusion. As long as you don't look into his eyes, you'll be fine. Hajime. It seems that it has no effect on Uchiha Itaki. This guy can be in an illusion just by moving his toes. Hajime was quite curious about what kind of illusion Uchiha Itaki would create for him. Brother! Don't look around. Hajime's shoulder was gently patted. He turned around and Hajime Maki was standing quietly behind him, smiling at him amiably. Hajime looked around him. Kakashi, Naruto, Sakura, and Cho all disappeared without a trace. Only he and Hajime Maki were left. So, was this an illusion created by Uchiha Itaki? Maki touched his chin and a sly smile appeared on his face. Although it was an illusion created by Uchiha Itaki, he could create nightmares for Uchiha Itaki in the illusion. Why are you here? Maki leaned on Maki's shoulder familiarly. The two brothers who were originally enemies were as close as people wearing the same pants. I came to see you. Maki lowered her eyes and stared at Maki. Maki's hand gently stroked Maki's cheek. Don't forget our purpose. There are only 2 pairs of Sharingan left now, right? I want Uchiha Sasuke's eyes. Brother, help me. Ding! Human malice detected plus 1 million. Cursed power conversion chakra amount plus 1 million. Chukpul 4308300 100 million. Breakthrough defense. It's so easy to make Uchiha Itaki turn against you. If you like any organ of his brother, he can kill you right now. Not to mention something as precious as the Sharingan. Bang! Maki slapped him in the face with his backhand. Maki's face was unprepared and was slapped to the side. Maki grabbed Maki's collar. Do you think I can't recognize my own brother Uchiha Itaki? Maki in front of him slowly changed into the appearance of Uchiha Itaki. The real person leaned close to Uchiha Itaki's ear and whispered, Sasuke doesn't know the truth about you exterminating the Uchiha clan yet, right? Tell me, if I tell him, will he join the Akatsuki organization and destroy Konoha? Between Konoha and the Uchiha clan, you chose Konoha. But you saved Sasuke. So, between Sasuke and Konoha, who would you choose? Uchiha Itaki. I'm looking forward to it. The real person slowly stepped back. He saw the murderous intent in Uchiha Itaki's eyes. The real person suddenly remembered Shisui's Sharingan. One is with Uchiha Itaki, and the other is with Danzo. Coincidentally, he can get both. Ding! Human malice detected plus 5 million. Cursed power conversion chakra plus 5 million. Chakra 4808300 100 million. Hajun sensed it. Uchiha Itaki has made up his mind to kill him here. Just what he wanted. Ding! Human malice detected plus 2000. Chakra converted from cursed power plus 2000. Chakra 48085000 100 million. Hashin's chest was pierced by a kunao. He stared at Uchiha Itachi without any change on his face. The wound healed quickly. No trace was left. Hashin stretched out his hand towards Uchiha Itachi. In the illusion, the body is fake, but the spirit and soul are real. It just made it easier for Hashin to take action. Uchiha Itachi is not ordinary smart. He seemed to have touched some rules of Hashin's ability. He quickly dodged the hand that Hashimi was reaching out to him. Whoosh! Uchiha Itachi's body disappeared into the illusion. Hashimi was left alone. Suddenly, Uchiha Itachi appeared behind Hashimi out of thin air and punched Hashimi fiercely. Hashimi did not give in at all and punched out as well. Ding! Human malice detected plus 2000. Cursed power converted to chakra plus 2000. Chakra 48087000 100 million. The huge force poured out, shaking the bodies of both parties. When Hashimi's hand wanted to further grab Uchiha Itachi, the other party pushed it away again nimbly. Uchiha Itachi looked at his hand. Hashimi's explosive attack power was very powerful, the strongest among all the ninjas he had encountered. His hand bones were broken, the skin was damaged, and even the internal organs of his body were slightly trembling. Hashimi clearly heard a slight sound of bone cracking in Uchiha Itachi's body. This was the first person Hashimi met who fought him head-on with fists. Tsunade's strange power was integrated into his black flash, and with the power of the 8 gates, most people did not have a second move after taking the first move. Thanks to the illusion, Uchiha Itachi was not seriously injured. Hashimi showed a sneer at the corner of his mouth. He didn't mind playing with him for a while in the illusion. The next moment, Uchiha Itachi's combo came one after another. Fire style, Phoenix Claw Red. The flames like phoenix came towards Hashimi. The scorching heat was accompanied by the sound of breaking through the air, and there were shuriken that were easily overlooked in the flames. Ding! Human malice detected plus 2000. The amount of chakra converted from cursed power plus 2000. Chakra 48089000 100 million. Water style water rush. The high-speed rotating tornado-like powerful water flow extinguished the flames, and the shuriken was swept into the hurricane. The powerful water flow like the ocean rushed towards Uchiha Itachi. Hashimi's current chakra amount is definitely not small, and it is quite abundant. Therefore, the water style he used was as exaggerated as the ocean. Water style water dragon bullet. 2 giant water dragons shot out from behind Hashimi, their eyes flashing like lightning, biting towards Uchiha Itachi. Illusion. The dream collapsed. Itachi Uchiha's figure disappeared along with the water escape technique. Hashimi opened his eyes and saw Naruto and the others in front of him. In just a moment, he and Itachi Uchiha had already fought a round. Hashimi looked around and found Naruto standing there in a daze. It seemed that he had fallen into an illusion. Kakashi and Itachi Uchiha had already fought. Naruto suddenly came back to his senses from the dream, his breathing was rapid, and his trembling pupils were still filled with fear. Naruto, Naruto! You! Hashimi had just spoken when he was hugged tightly by Naruto the next second. Naruto was so strong that he felt suffocated in Hashimi's chest. Hashimi patted Naruto's back in confusion. Naruto, what's wrong with you? Did you just fall into Itachi Uchiha's illusion? Illusions can't be real. Ding! Human malice value detected plus 1000. Cursed power converted to chakra plus 1000. Chakra 48090000 100 million. I know. I know. Although he knew it was an illusion, Naruto still couldn't help but have a will towards Hashumi in front of him. How could he do this? How could he do this just because of an illusion? Hashumi will never leave us, right? Naruto let go of Hashumi, clasped his shoulders, and stared at Hashumi stubbornly. Hashumi looked into his eyes and smiled, yet. Hashumi will never lie to me, right? Naruto continued to ask. Hashumi had already guessed what Uchiha Itachi had shown Naruto in the illusion. He continued to nod, yet. It was just an illusion, and it was impossible to break the image he had created around Naruto for years. I knew it. Naruto smiled. But the reminder sound in Hashumi's mind rang. Ding! Human malice detected plus 10,000. Cursive force converted to chakra plus 10,000. Chakra 48100000 100 million. Naruto smiled brightly, if Hashumi does something wrong, I will break Hashumi's legs and lock her up. Hashumi stared at him fiercely. What did Naruto say? Why didn't he understand Naruto? Hashumi was shocked beyond words. Did he hear it wrong? No, it's impossible. He didn't hear it wrong. Naruto turned evil. Only evil people can say such words, right? No, it seems that Naruto originally has a dark side. The Nine Tails has been sealed in his body for many years, and he has been bullied by the entire village for more than 10 years. It is impossible that he doesn't have a dark side. But what he said just now is too inconsistent with Naruto's personality, right? What happened? Naruto looked at Hashumi with bright eyes, as if he knew nothing about what he had just said. He turned his head and looked at Uchiha Itachi. I must defeat him. His eyes were full of fighting spirit, and he rushed towards Uchiha Itachi. Super Big Ball Raise Nan. Naruto's Raise Nan attacked Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi's chakra was exhausted. Originally, this body did not belong to him. It only used a special ninjutsu to appear in this body, and his chakra was only 30% of his usual chakra. He could not accept not killing Hashumi. Facing the Raise Nan attacking from above, Uchiha Itachi gave up resistance and instead concentrated all his chakra, staring at Hashumi with his Manjiki Sharingan. Amaterasu. Bang! A loud noise. A deep pit appeared on the spot. The fallen body did not look like Uchiha Itachi. This is the Jonin from our village. You run, how could this happen? Gran Macho, who recognized the owner of the corpse, frowned. Ah! Hashin's body was wrapped in black flames, his face became distorted, and he couldn't help but let out a cry of pain. This sound pierced the air like a sharp sword, causing Kakashi and the others to change their faces. Hashin! Naruto heard Hashin's cry of pain, and his heart tightened. He rushed to the direction of Hashin without hesitation. Water style, great waterfall technique. Seeing this, Sakura quickly formed a seal and performed a ninjutsu. I saw a huge stream of water pouring down from the air like a waterfall, pouring straight onto Hashin's head. The water collided with the flames, making a crackling sound, but the flames on Hashin's body still showed no signs of extinguishing. Don't come over! Hashin felt Naruto approaching, and hurriedly shouted loudly, while constantly retreating. I'll find a way! Hashin looked at Naruto, with a glimmer of determination in his eyes. Although his body was burned by the flames, he remained calm. The flames kept licking Hashumi's body, and his skin gradually became redder and redder, as if it was about to be burned. But Naruto didn't care about these at all. He resolutely rushed to Hashumi, not worrying that he would be ignited by the flames. He subconsciously bit his finger and spread out the scroll, sealing technique. The black flame was sucked into the scroll. Hajime fell to the ground with powerlessness and was caught by Naruto. No, when did Naruto learn the sealing technique? Naruto himself didn't know when he learned it. It was just that the situation just now was too critical, he didn't think about anything, and subconsciously learned to seal the flames that trapped Hajime like the lustful sage sealed the black flames. After all, Naruto is a descendant of the Uzumaki clan who are good at sealing techniques, and Hajime gave himself a reason. I'm not late, am I? This voice. Kakashi's eyes widened. Chapter 40. Ding. Human malice detected plus 10,000. Cursed power converted to Chakra plus 10,000. Chakra 48110000 100 million. Chiyo's face was blank. What? She subconsciously looked at Kakashi. How could Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage of Konoha, who had been confirmed dead in the yellow flash of the ninja world, appear? What was going on? Unfortunately, Kakashi could not give Cho any useful information. Kakashi stared at the figure in front of him, his pupils trembling. How could it be? Teacher Minato Namikaze, who was wearing an ordinary Konoha Jonin uniform, wore a Konoha forehead protector on his head, and his short yellow hair slightly raised an arc in the wind. He had a gentle smile on his lips and stared at the Konoha ninja in front of him. His eyes were involuntarily attracted by the boy with yellow hair and blue eyes. He stared at him intently, and his eyes fell on the vortex totem on his clothes. Namikaze Minato's pupils dilated slightly, as if he understood something instantly, but he didn't say it out loud. You are Hajime Masato, right? Minato asked Hajime with a smile. He had already confirmed Hajime's identity. After all, features such as blue hair and heterochromia are very obvious. What are you going to do? Kakashi, contrary to his usual behavior, showed unprecedented aggressiveness, stood in front of Hajime, and stared at the teacher in front of him vigilantly. According to his experience of fighting with his father, the teachers were all controlled. Although they can have their own will, they cannot control their physical behavior. Kakashi, you have become a reliable teacher now. Minato's voice was full of relief. He was happy with Kakashi's growth. Kakashi gritted his teeth, damn it. Damn that organization that controls the resurrected. Why disturb the peace of the deceased? Hey! You are just talking to yourself. Who are you? How do you know Kakashi-sensei? If you are a ninja from Konoha, why haven't I seen you before? The situation this time is similar to that 3 years ago. Naruto frowned and thought. No. Naruto carefully looked at the face of the person in front of him. The more he looked, the more familiar he looked. Suddenly, he widened his eyes and pointed at Minato Namikaze in disbelief. You are the fourth Hokage. How is it possible? Naruto looked at Hajime in shock, but found that there was no surprise on Hajime's face. Hajime briefly explained to Naruto, Naruto, there is a ninjutsu in the ninja world that can resurrect the dead, but it can also control these resurrected people, so even if he is the fourth Hokage of Konoha, he is still an enemy now. Kakashi was relieved when he heard this. It seems that Hajime only knew Naruto's identity as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, but didn't know that Naruto was the son of the fourth Hokage. Ding! Human malice value detected plus 10,000. Cursed power conversion chakra amount plus 10,000. Chakra 48120000 100 million. Now Naruto doesn't know who the person in front of him is, but he has already contributed 10,000 malice points. If Naruto knew who the person in front of him was, the malice value would usher in a wave of peaks. Too much. There is such an evil organization. Naruto gritted his teeth and was full of anger at that organization. He clenched his fists, full of fighting spirit, and promised firmly, in this case, no matter who you are, I will defeat you. When Minato Namikaze heard his words, the smile on his face deepened. Very good. He gave Naruto a thumbs up. Naruto was very nervous and snorted coldly, don't try to confuse me with such means. Kakashi glanced at Naruto behind him. Now, it is not the time to tell Naruto the secret. Moreover, if Naruto is told now, the situation will become more complicated later. After all, his teacher is the famous Yellow Flash in the ninja world. A powerful ninja with flying thunder god. It is unknown whether he can get out of here alive today. Sorry, I may have made you misunderstand something. Minato scratched the back of his head, a trace of embarrassment appeared on his face. He changed his words and explained, I am not here to fight with you, I am here to find Hashumi. Someone wants to see him, and my mission is to bring him to that person. Is there any difference in what you said? Naruto looked at him angrily. What if that person wants to kill Hashumi? Should Hashumi go to die too? With a faint red light flashing in his pupils, he stretched out his hand to block Hashumi, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. I will never let you take Hashumi away. Even if you are the fourth generation of Konoha, we will fight you to the end. Unlike Naruto's excited tone, Sakura said calmly but equally firmly. Minato looked at them with a gentle smile on his face. The younger generations of Konoha are all trustworthy. But I'm sorry. Bang! In an instant, his body shot out. That speed was not like the speed of simple muscle force, but more like ninjutsu. His figure suddenly disappeared in mid-air. It's Flying Thunder God. Everyone be careful. Kakashi said immediately, turning around and looking behind Hashumi. Ding! Human malice detected plus 10,000. Cursed force conversion chakra plus 10,000. Chakra 48130000 100 million. Kakashi's pupils dilated. Minato's figure appeared above Hashumi's head. The raised nan in his hand had already landed on Hashumi's back. Ding! Human malice detected plus 2000. Cursed power converted to chakra plus 2000. Chakra 48132000 100 million. Hashumi. Too fast. So fast that no one could react. It was the same when he faced Hashumi Maki. Naruto's eyes were bloodshot. Ding! Human malice detected plus 50,000. Cursed power converted to chakra plus 50,000. Chakra 48182000 100 million. Swoosh! The raised nan in Minato Namikaze's hand was clearly the same size as Naruto's. But the power was completely opposite. The raised nan that exploded on Hashumi's back instantly pushed away the surrounding air. The extremely fast speed and extremely strong vortex brought about fierce air friction. The wind and waves that swept out with Hashumi as the center blew all the people who approached them so hard that they couldn't open their eyes. Originally thought that this move was enough to make Hashumi Masashi lose the ability to move. However, it was beyond Minato Namikaze's expectations. After the wind and waves subsided, Hashumi Masashi was unharmed. Minato Namikaze's palm was pierced by Hashumi Masashi's hand without noticing it for a moment. Any part of the opponent's body can actually become a weapon of attack. Seeing that Hashumi was fine, Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. Minato Namikaze seemed not to feel the wound on his hand. He held the kunai with the Flying Thunder God mark in his hand and advised Hashumi Genrin, "You already have the Flying Thunder God mark left by me on your body. It's useless to resist. If you don't want to get hurt, just follow me." Hashumi lifted the hem of his clothes behind him, and a black curse mark appeared on his fair and smooth skin, branding on his spine. Suddenly, a warm body was attached to his back. Naruto's back was leaning against him. Naruto glared at Minato Namikaze not far away. In this way, even if you appear behind Hajime, you don't have to be afraid. Hajime. Is Naruto a fool in this case? If Minato Namikaze really appears behind him, then Naruto will have only one end. Minato Namikaze looked at Naruto in embarrassment, lowered his eyes, and said slowly after a while, "It seems that it is inevitable." He didn't want to fight with Naruto, but it seemed that he had to fight. Suddenly, in a flash of lightning, Naruto seemed to notice a flash of yellow light from the corner of his eye. It was very difficult for his pupils to follow the lightning-like light. Not to mention the reaction of his body. But he realized something in his mind instantly. He turned his head suddenly, opened his mouth, and seemed to want to make a sound to remind Hajime to be careful. But the scene in front of him made his pupils flash blood. The Flying Thunder God technique made countless people in the ninja world afraid because of its irresistible speed. At such a speed, everything Naruto and Hajime did was too late. Puff! A dull sound of metal piercing skin and muscle came. Under the deliberate control of Minato Namikaze, the tip of the kunai pierced deeply into Hajime's neck. Just like the sharp beak of a falcon, it pecked into the throat of its prey quickly and accurately. But the tip did not go deeper after piercing the skin of the neck. Namikaze Minato held the handle and asked again, "Renjian Genrin, if you take the initiative to follow me." Minato didn't even finish the sentence. A red light flashed quickly in front of his eyes. As fast and accurate as a beast the attack came towards Minato. Minato's figure flashed, and after easily dodging, he looked at Naruto who was surrounding Hajime Masamune. At this moment, Naruto's pupils had become vertical pupils, and his body was filled with powerful Nine Tails chakra. But Naruto was different this time from 3 years ago. He did not completely lose his mind. It seems that he has been fully trained in the 3 years of training with Jiraiya. No, take Hajime away. For some reason, this thought lingered in Naruto's mind. He always had one idea. That is, he can't let Hajime go. Ding! Human malice detected plus 100,000. Cursed power converted chakra plus 100,000. Chakra 48282000 100 million. On the other side, Sakura gritted her teeth and concentrated all her strength in her hands. The beautiful face was ferocious, and the fist with shocking power suddenly hit Minato Namikaze's head. No matter who it is. No matter whether it is the former Hokage or the hero of the village. She will not allow anyone to take Hajime away again. This is the bottom line that she will never allow to be touched. Ding! Human malice value detected plus 10 million. Cursed power converted chakra amount plus 10 million. Chakra 58282000 100 million. Hajime, who was playing the role of weakness, suddenly trembled all over. He stared at Sakura in the distance. He has never died in front of Sakura. This malice value is too shocking. Is it because of Sakura's own strong mental power and sensitive emotions that her malice value is much higher than that of ordinary people? This is too strong. He hasn't fought such a rich battle for a long time. This is... Minato Namikaze could feel the power contained in this punch, and he looked surprised. This punch was not only powerful, but also fast and fierce. Konoha is really full of talents. Indistinctly, he thought he had seen Lady Tsunade. Bang! Unfortunately, Flying Thunder God is hard to defeat. The fist passed through the air, producing a violent explosion. Minato Namikaze's figure disappeared in front of Sakura out of thin air. Flying Thunder God Kunao flew past Sakura's ears. Minato Namikaze's figure instantly appeared above Sakura's head. The raised Nan in his hand set off waves. Sakura! Naruto and Kakashi rushed towards Sakura. Don't underestimate me. Hajime and Naruto are not the only ones who have grown up in the past 3 years. Then, Hajime, Naruto, Kakashi, and Cho saw Sakura's body in the violent wind and waves, her toes lightly touching the ground, as light as a lily. Sakura's upper body leaned back slightly, and her fist hit Minato Namikaze's chest instead. I know you rely on this Kunao to travel through space. So, I'm waiting for now. Ding! Human malice detected plus 2000. Cursed power conversion chakra amount plus 2000. Chakra 58284000 100 million. Very powerful. But it is indeed very easy to see through Flying Thunder God, and the real difficulty is to crack Flying Thunder God. Minato Namikaze's face did not show any panic, but his eyes were full of admiration for Sakura. The next second, his figure instantly disappeared from the spot. Appeared behind Sakura. This is what is called I predicted your prediction. In just a simple turn, the distance between the two was too far for Sakura to react. The raised Nan was already within reach. Bang! Sakura flew out. Ding! Human malice detected plus 10,000. Chakra converted from cursed power plus 10,000. Chakra 58294000 100 million. Sakura fell to the ground, trembling all over. She was a medical ninja, and she could easily judge the current state. The raised Nan hit her spine. At this moment, her whole body was limp. Unable to move. The spine behind her was almost completely broken by the raised Nan. This was the best result, and the worst result was the spine was shattered. Even the most powerful medical ninjutsu could not repair it. In other words, she would probably become a cripple. No. Sakura calmly dismissed the thought. This was definitely not the time to imagine the consequences. Sakura suddenly felt pain. Back the bones seemed to start moving under human control. Sakura broke out in a cold sweat, but she didn't say a word. Sakura realized who was behind her. Hajime. She spoke with difficulty. Hajime's calm voice easily soothed her anxious nerves. Don't worry, it's okay. Kakashi and Naruto tried hard to entangle Minato Namikaze. Leave enough time for Hajime and Sakura. Sizzle. Bright red blood spurted out of Kakashi's chest like a fountain. Although he knew that the teacher in front of him had been controlled by someone, he couldn't help but reveal an incredible look in his eyes. Fighting with a former teacher is something that is difficult not to be affected by emotions. Ding! Human malice detected plus 10,000. Cursed power conversion chakra plus 10,000. Chakra 58304000 100 million. Teacher Kakashi. With a heart full of anger and hatred, the Nine Tails chakra overflowing around Naruto became more and more violent. Then, accompanied by the roar from Naruto's mouth, his figure flashed in the air, and his hands cut through the air like claws. Namikaze Minato looked at him with a look that Naruto couldn't understand. Namikaze Minato took a deep breath, put the kunao in front of him, and blocked it. Thumb! Naruto's elongated claws collided with Minato's kunao, sending out a metal shock that made people's scalps numb. Namikaze Minato took 2 steps back, his arms slightly numb. It's worthy of the power of the Nine Tails. Accompanied by the explosion that cut through the air, Naruto's strength with the speed and power of the Nine Tails far exceeded before. Huff. Huff. Naruto made a terrifying breathing sound. His figure suddenly went towards Minato Namikaze. The sharp claws grabbed towards Minato Namikaze's chest. Minato Namikaze's figure flashed, but quickly stopped in place. In mid-air, the claws easily pierced Minato Namikaze's chest. The nine tails chakra in Naruto's body dissipated, and his blue pupils stared blankly at Minato Namikaze, who did not dodge at all. His hand had penetrated Minato Namikaze's chest. Minato Namikaze's mouth corners were bleeding uncontrollably. A pair of blue eyes were as gentle as water. "It's great to see you again, Naruto." Minato Namikaze raised his hand, and he stopped breathing before he could touch Naruto's hair. His body quickly merged into the ground like water. If it weren't for the blood left in Naruto's hand, it even makes people doubt whether this person has appeared. Naruto stood there, and the other person's eyes kept appearing in his mind. The next second, his consciousness appeared in front of the gate that sealed the nine tails. Ha 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 ha! The nine tails laughed triumphantly and arrogantly. The huge vertical pupils were full of malice. Minato would never have thought that he would finally meet his son after 16 years, but die at his hands, right? Ha ha ha! Naruto's mind was blank. The gentle blue eyes appeared in front of him again. He could have avoided it, but in the end he stood there and was killed by him. "It's great to see you again, Naruto." Naruto's slow brain guessed the truth. Ding! Human malice detected plus 2 million. Cursed force converted chakra plus 2 million. Chakra 60304000 million. Thanks for tuning in. If you enjoyed this audiobook, please subscribe and share your thoughts. Until next time, happy listening.